Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to all of you. My name is Chandni Sehgal, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the BW Future of Finance Summit and BW Finance 40 Under 40 Awards 2024. This grand day-long summit serves as a platform to discuss, celebrate, and illuminate the remarkable journey of organizations and pioneers who have been crafting the financial agenda of their respective brands. The theme for BW Future of Finance is championing the financial innovation and excellence through evolving leadership. The panelists will discuss some exciting themes around CEO CFO partnership, AI powered CFO integration of ESG, CFOs as the economic guardians, and financial planning and analytics. The day's proceedings will start with a keen look at evolving role of CFOs in India. We are thrilled to welcome influential CFOs, the enthusiastic audience, and invaluable content that enriches the entire day's proceedings. Following a series of enthralling sessions and thought provoking discussions, we will venture into the realm of recognition with the BW Finance 40 Under 40 Awards for leaders and pioneers in the finance space. Can we have a round of applause for all the wonderful, bright young minds present here with us? Once again, I would like to humbly thank each and every one of you for taking out time from your busy schedule to be part and parcel of the event here today. We now have a very special AV on the screens in front of you. Kindly place your eyes onto the LED screen now. Thank you very much. That was quite a remarkable AV indeed. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder, Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a network spanning over 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organizes conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conductive environment for collaboration. To keep yourselves abreast of the development, please subscribe to BW Business World's group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. There are exciting offers for the attendees of the events. Check out our annual B School special issue that is on stands currently, ranking India's top B schools and voices of B school directors on what's happening in the management education ecosystem. For more information, reach out at the registration counter. Before we start today's summit, could I now request the BW team to play the community AV now? That was quite impressive indeed. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwcfoworld.com. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join into the conversations and share their learnings from the day by using hashtag BW Future of Finance. Before I move forward with today's proceedings, I would like to thank our partners for the day. Spend Management Partner, SAP Concur, Knowledge Partner, Resurgent India, Event Partner, The Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandom, Beanley Coffee. Can I now request the partner audio visual, please? With this, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would be inviting Mr. Hoshi Ghaswala, CEO BW Engage, to kindly come forward and share his insights onto the financial sector now. Let's welcome Sir with a round of applause, please. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm going to keep myself brief so that we catch up on time. We've started about 20 minutes late. I'm not an expert on the financial sector, so I'm not going to speak too much about the financial sector. Just came up to welcome all of you. Thank you for coming on a cold morning out. There's a lot more people on the way. They'll be here. Very quickly about Business World, most of you know we are a 44 or a 45-year-old startup. Changed hands, ownership changed hands about 10 years ago. Until then, it was a magazine. We are now across platforms, be it digital, be it events, be it print, and we are, Chandni mentioned 24 communities. Our role is to enable the business ecosystem. We treat ourselves as a platform. Okay, we are not a typical media house where the editors believe that they can solve the global warming crisis or the wars and all of it. We bring in experts to come and address the readers, audiences in different ways to kind of make it happen. Today also, we've got experts to talk about the finance space. The only thing that I've been saying for a while, and it's been kind of coming accurate, fortunately, is we believe the finance function, we also ran a series a couple of years ago with our partners at SAP Concur from CFO to CEO. Uh, we believe that this community has done a phenomenal job since COVID. The past 5 years, you literally ran the CEO's office and the CEO function, whilst everyone else had reasons for not being able to deliver valid ones. And we believe the next level of CEOs are more and more are going to come from the finance function. Uh, Today, we also have we've been trying to break event formats and make it different. In some events, we do about 30-40% interactive sessions. Today, we have one session in the afternoon, which is for the audience. We're going to actually step out. There's going to be no one on stage. We're going to step out in the audience and talk to you all. I think it's called Economic Outlook for 2025, which will get converted in a story. So, that's our belief that people who come to attend our events or our readers across print and online are the ones who should be kind of contributing. I'm not going to stand between y'all and the next speaker. So I'm going to kind of step down. I'm going to be here all day. I'll be a part of the interactive session in the afternoon. Thank you for coming, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, sir, for your motivating words. I would also like to seize the opportunity and begin this morning with a few motivational words just to inspire the wonderful, vibrant minds in this room. When you wake up in the morning and hurting is so great, you don't want to wake up and face a world of hate. When everything in life goes wrong and nothing you do seems right, just try a little harder and soon you will see the light. So, without further ado, let's move on to our keynote session, which is on the topic of CEO expectations, CFOs leading the charge for strategic growth. And to do the honors, I would be requesting the humble presence of Mr. Gaurav Jain, CEO, AXA France VIE India Reinsurance Branch. So let's welcome Sir with a round of applause, please.
Oh, I was not aware it was the first session. Good morning. We are all awake, huh? It looked like. So thank you, BW, to give me this platform to speak about it. As the topic itself says, the expectation of CEO from the CFO. So not a difficult question, probably. We all are CFOs here, so everybody knows about it, huh? I believe. So I've been on different roles throughout my journey of 20 years, starting from a consulting, sitting on the other side of the CFOs as an auditors. Then I bring in myself this side as a CFO, and now I'm a CEO as well. So probably I've seen all four A's, what we are going to talk about here in terms of expectations. So if I can, just to start with, I know we'll all are busy always. So anybody want to contribute or add? Maybe if we can have few mics in the public. What do you think is an expectation of CEOs? पैसा मांगता है हमेशा, उसके सिवाय और क्या expectations होती हैं? If anybody want to add to it, or just to start from a glimpse point of view, from understanding. Anybody? Excuse me, can you please bring in some mics here? Or maybe without mic, we are loud enough. CFOs are always loud. Anybody? No. The CEOs don't have expectations from you. Is that so? Yeah, I think somebody has raised an hand. Yeah, please. Market reputation. Okay. Please. Absolutely. This is the latest one. Yeah, please. Business enabler. Define business enabler. Compliances. Oh, great. Sir. Profit center head.
Company through his team.
Yeah.
The company targets, and that's what he's there for.
That's absolutely fine. So let's start from a thought process. When I started thinking when I'll become a CEO, what should be the first thing should come in my mind? The first thing which has came into my mind is thinking beyond numbers. I think we all are very close to numbers. We want to see balance sheets, P&L, debit, credit. That's always been very close to us, and that's good about it. Actually, we are very good in that. But I think the first thing which has came to my mind is that I have to think beyond numbers. What is going to be there in an organization and where I can really contribute to. So I think the first and important skill which we have to develop in ourselves is thinking beyond numbers. The second is what? We are good at it, but we don't show. थोड़े shy होते हैं हम लोग. Communication. So I think communication is a very important role when you want to really, turn around or want to understand the expectation of a CEO. हम लोग अपने cabin में बैठे, हम लोग अभी we were discussing with the CFO Bajaj Capital that we always like to sit in our cabins, see numbers, presentations, asking team to do this and that, but we have to do a better communication in terms of what we are doing. अभी हम बहुत कुछ करते हैं, we do a lot of things, but maybe not able to present that way. Things are changing. Now the CFOs have a lot of time in terms of investing into that also, but communication is the second important thing. And the third and most important thing, which I personally believe, is strategic understanding of the business, which I understand business enabler, profit center, whatever. This is all part of strategic understanding. I think the focus of any business is always been to make profits or value creation for their stakeholders. But that is also very important to understand who all are stakeholders. Anybody? Shareholders? Shareholders are stakeholders. Who all are the investors, vendors, bankers, government, employees, and nowadays it is society as well with ESG. We all know that. So I think when you as a CFO look at all the perspectives, all the stakeholders, contribute, try to add values to all the stakeholders, I think then you can really think from an expectation of a CEO, because that is what the CEO has to deliver to the business. The CEO is not only thinking about profits, he is not only thinking about shareholders only, he has to think about the entire organization, and that is what is his expectation from the CFO as well, that we add values and help him adding values to the all stakeholders of the organization. I think that is one of the important things. Now let us think, talk about something very good which we all like to hear. There's one firm called Russell Reynolds Associates. They done have a research, and in 2022, how many S&P 500 CFOs have become CEOs when they change their jobs? In 2022, it's 33%, and in 2021, it was just 8.8%. So I think the number speaks itself that nowadays the CFOs has converges themselves into the business enablers, profit center heads, or making business possible, and that is what it is. One of the important thing which I want to really highlight and which I followed even when I was article or when I'm doing my audit or consulting, I think the important thing is that, problem solvers. Normally होता है यार, दिक्कत क्या है ये बताओ. दिक्कत, problems everybody can bring in, but the solution has to bring in somebody, and then he become a leader. To become a leader, you have to be a problem solver. You can say that इस प्रोजेक्ट के लिए 100 करोड़ का फंड चाहिए, सीईओ ने बोला है ढूंढना है, किसी को बोला करना है. But I think the point is, it's not only one aspect of it. You have to look at the multiple type of solutions. You have to bring in a buffet of information and services to them so that things can be really sorted out. And this problem solver is something which is also one of the very key expectation of CEOs from the CFOs. So I think these are the few things of expectations. Now let us more talk about how we can really bring in. I think the first and important thing is alignment of vision and the financial strategy. So when you align your financial strategy with the vision of the organization, I think you are moving in a right direction, and there cannot be any differences in expectation and what you are delivering to your CEO. So I think that is one of the first important topic which I really want to cover it here. And important aspect of those alignment between the vision of the organization, the vision of the CEO, the vision of the leaders of the company, and the vision, leader includes CFO as well. But we are looking from a financial strategy point of view. So we have to align all the organizational visions and our financial strategy vision towards that. The second thing is, as I said already, the communication. That means you have to build your trust and communication within the department, outside department, within the organization, outside organization, and with your CEO, importantly. Because I find somewhere few instances where you might not be aligned or may not able to, bring that trust on the table with your CEOs, and that may become a reason of fall of an organization. Now, one thing which I know, we are all moving towards digitalization, or one of the topic in the panel as well is digitization. I think driving performance with data-driven insight. I think data we all know, but data as such, data is not going to serve the purpose. So we have to get the insight from the data, taking it to the, organization and make it performance driven. Until otherwise we don't do this, there is no reason of whatever data mining we are doing, whatever reports we are generating, कितने presentation हम बना लें, कोई फायदा नहीं है जब तक उसका performance हम link नहीं करेंगे. किसी भी data का analysis अगर मेरे performance से link नहीं है, organization की performance से link नहीं है, it has no values. The other thing is now the old and famous law, or maybe the role of CFOs, is making a balance between risk and opportunity. पहले हम सिर्फ balance of risk करते हैं, हम सोचते हैं पहले risk बचा लें, ऐसा ना हो जाए, वैसा ना हो जाए, auditor क्या बोलेगा या फिर compliance कैसे होंगे. But we have to also balance the risk of losing an opportunity. What has happened when we start talking about balancing risk, we sometimes may able to, may lose a focus on, creating an opportunity and bringing that opportunity with us. And if we don't do that, I think we are the one who maybe become a reason of losing a business. So I think there has to be a balance between risk and opportunity, and that we have to bring on table with our understanding, insight, and we have to bring that value to, CEOs. And agility, championing agility is fine, but championing organizational agility is important. So I think that is the last point of submission, that the entire organization has to be agile enough that changing market condition will be able to adapt to it. Abhi, we are working in one organization, I think we were discussing with one of the CFOs. So CFOs are most agile. Numbers hai, audit hai, accounting hai, that's common in all the organization across the industry. So our agility is very common, but bringing that agility with the organizational benefit is something which we have to ensure. We have to keep our organization agile enough that if we have to change our strategies at some point of time, and there are big shifts in strategies, we know big companies who they change their strategies because of change in the market condition. We all see COVID as well. If we have not thought of work from home, से पहले मुझे याद है, मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगता था कि मेरी टीम work from home करे, but we all have changed that time. We understand that work from home is become the necessity of the time, and अब सबको अच्छा लगता है. We are talking to Karishma today. Traveling from Gurgaon to Delhi is 1.5 hours or 1 hour 40 minutes. So if we don't do the right things in the interest of organization with an agility, I think we'll not able to attain our successes in that. So I think broadly saying, not taking too much of time, as I know we are already delayed on overall sessions start point. So my thing is, I've been a CEO today, and I know, the expectation is very clear that you have to work in tandem with the trust, thinking beyond numbers. You have to have a better communication, good communication within the organization, outside the organization. One more thing just want to add is, we are managing the stakeholder outside organization as well, including lenders for that matter. So I think we should not be shying away from managing the boardrooms, the good boardrooms, which we might think is the responsibility of the CEO only. So investors relation, I think this is not difficult for us. We have already done it in different form and aspects. So we have to do it for CEO as well, so that he can focus, or he can support, or we can each other support for the growth of the organization. And that is the overall message I want to give. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was done very quite remarkably indeed, and all the points were put forward quite effectively as well. And I would like to sum it up by saying that CEOs and CFOs are both visionaries, aligning the financial strategies of a company and progressing towards driving value and growth to the organization. So definitely they're hard workers, and there are many other aspects in the industry they need to incur with and move forward. And I think AI is the next big thing that has to be aligned with the finance sector. So our next keynote session is on the topic AI in finance, the next frontier for CFOs. And to do the honors of presenting on this, we have Mr. Anish Patra, Head Customer Success, India and SEA, SAP Concur, Let's welcome sir with a huge round of applause, please. Thank you so much.
Am I audible? Perfect. Yeah, better? Or check. Or maybe I'll just use this one. You can turn this one off. Is this better? Okay, cool. So thanks, Gaurav, for that. I think you really set the context. And gosh, I'm supposed to talk about AI in finance. I mean, some people say they'd rather watch paint dry. That would be a better use of their time, maybe. But I'll try not to be boring and as much as I possibly can. And I hope after the end of the next 20 minutes or so, you're still awake for the rest of the sessions. So my name is Anish, and I work with a company called SAP. I'm hoping most of you would have heard of SAP. And within SAP, I'm part of what we internally call the spend management group, which helps or works with customers to sort of end-to-end manage their direct, indirect spend. And within that spend management group, I lead a small line of business called Concur, which helps customers manage their travel and expenses. So I know there's a couple of Concur users in the room, but for those who do not use Concur, I thought that will be a good introduction. I've tried to make this generic. Obviously, Concur uses a lot of data and a lot of AI. So there's a whole bunch of things that we're doing in AI. So my perspective is a little bit biased from that perspective. But what I'll try to do is make it a little generic so that you can take something back for your particular organization. But I would try and give some examples from what we are doing about AI in that regard. So what I wanted to start with is, we did a survey recently with a lot of CFOs, and I thought to set the context, I'll share some data and insights from this particular survey. So I'm guessing most of you would agree with the fact that forecasting is a growing headache for most people, right? Can I show of hands anyone who disagrees with this? Okay, there's one who disagrees. Very good. Okay. So you're probably part of that 40%, but okay, largely, most of the people here do actually agree with it, right? Okay. So I wonder what it would have been if I would have asked how many of you agree with this. Would have the same number of hands gone up? How many of you agree with this? Okay, fair enough. Okay, 60%. Good. So yeah, this has gone up, of course, and the biggest contributor to the forecasting problem is one, inaccurate forecasting. You can, there's a joke going around about AI that I asked AI, what's the next month sales forecast going to be? And it actually replied saying, ask the sales leader. So, but inaccurate forecasting is obviously a big challenge. The other area that we find problems in is unpredictable material and labor cost. The other thing that came out very prominently in the survey was that cost continues to remain a focus. India has always been a cost-focused market, but now more than ever, I think everything is being looked at through a microscope, right? So what's happened is that especially, softwares especially, that's an industry I come from, people are looking at, okay, what are we using? What are we not using? Can we get rid of this? Can we not get rid of this? What is the ROI for each and everything that we're buying? And CFOs are constantly under pressure to either justify or get rid of stuff that they're not using, get rid of the shelfware. And one area, or rather two areas where which come across very prominently is one is the lack of integration. Data is not flowing into the software from all different sources, and the other is lack of visibility. This has reduced significantly over the years, but it still continues to be a very big problem. Now, in terms of AI, before I jump on to the next question, I actually wanted to ask in the room, how many of you are actually looking at deploying AI within your organization or have already deployed something related to AI? Okay, that's good. And how many of you actually fully understand AI? Okay, that's not surprising at all. And you're in good company. The global survey says that 51% of the people have actually either deployed or are planning to deploy AI in some shape or form. But 58% of those people don't even understand what they're doing. In fact, the numbers share that only 4% of people who were surveyed actually had a very clear vision on what they want to deploy, how they want to deploy, and where they're going, and what tools are they going to use. So the thought was that we'll set up a little bit of a baseline and start at a base level to make sure that everyone's on the same page. So I thought maybe we could start by defining what AI is and where we are. So AI is a very broader term, artificial intelligence, and I'm sure you would have heard a lot of you would have heard a lot of terms like machine learning, deep learning, chat GPT. There's large language models, etc. So there's a long list of these, and it's all sort of jargon. But broadly, what it is that all of these constitute what we would call artificial intelligence. And within artificial intelligence, the more complex you get, the deeper you get. So if you're using something like a machine learning, that's a much simpler way, takes less data, less training to the model. But if you go all the way up to deep learning that's using neural networks, the simplest way to look at it is the more data and training that the models need, the much deeper you go and much specified the use cases become. So when Benjamin Franklin discovered electricity with his kite experiment, nobody actually knew what electricity can do. So not until 100, 150 years later, when Thomas Edison invented the light bulb, that is when people actually realized that, okay, there was electricity and there is a light bulb. Till the time that concept did not turn into a light bulb, it was all abstract, right? So I think AI at this point of time is something like that. Till the time we don't define use cases, people say, yes, AI is something abstract. I don't understand AI. But think of it in the form of use cases. When you start looking at use cases, if I'm looking at a pump, for example, or the video camera or the microphone, these are all powered by electricity. So electricity on its own is still an abstract concept, but we understand it because we know that we use it for all of these things. So AI is something similar to that right now. So there is, of course, these many AI tools available, but the fact that once it translates into use cases is when you actually start thinking of it. Okay, AI can do this for me. AI can do that for me. So what I wanted to do was give you a view of what people are using AI for, right? So broadly, and I talk to a lot of CFOs. I'm not a CFO myself, but I talk to a lot of CFOs. And broadly, if I was to summarize all my interactions, there are 4 key areas where I think that CFOs talk to me about their official what they're doing at work. And I think Mr. Jain touched upon it a little bit around data insights, risk, etc. But broadly, they want to talk about spend governance or want to talk about controls and compliance. And these 2 are the major ones where CFOs usually focus, but there are others who would also talk about employee experience and also talk about how we can expand and optimize. Those are the ones who are on their way from CFO to CEO. Those are the ones, it's a little broader. But those are broadly the 4 areas. And I'd like you to take a moment to think about within these 4 lenses as to where you think what is important. And there's no wrong answer. So depending on where you are in your journey with your organization, you might find spend governance more important today, and you might be looking at how much do I spend, where do I spend, and once you evolve from that, you might be looking at, okay, what data can I give to my auditor, and they're looking at compliance, and is there fraud happening in the organization, is it scalable or not? So depending on where you are, you might be thinking of employee experience and say that can I do something to improve my processes, which would ensure that my employees take less time to complete a task, and I can give them more strategic work, take the mundane out of there so we can have them focus more on value add activities. So take a moment to think about those. What I also wanted to sort of touch upon a little bit was show you practical use cases on where organizations are actually using AI. So here's some of the cases, whether it's something as simple as using an OCR technology to capture a receipt at the point of sale so that is going into the system directly, to something as complex as using data to monitor fraud. Understand that if employees are spending millions of dollars on T&E each year, how much of that is actually genuine, right? So it could be easy, it could be complex, but the general idea is people are looking at not just taking the mundane out of the finance processes, but also looking at uncovering more possibilities with the data, what you can do and make AI as a strategic advantage for you. So I wanted to, sort of a little bit, give you a little bit of what Concur is doing on AI, because of course that's my product. So T&E, of course, in the middle you see, there's of course the T&E life cycle and what you're doing on expensive. The blue stuff that's coming up and down, that's actually stuff that we've done in terms of AI to sort of simplify processes, right? What we don't want is an employee spending, coming from a business trip with a pile of receipts and then suddenly, going ahead and spending one whole Saturday or a Friday to sort of put all of that together and then submit, and then it goes through a long process. So I've seen a lot of customers come to us and talk about, archaic processes. In fact, recently a customer told us that their time to pay employees is 60 days, right? So once the employee submits the expense receipts, and there was a joke in their organization that the employees used to say that, you know what, I'm maybe giving them working capital. So the new CEO of that organization actually heard this and said, itne se paise ke liye itni badi बेइज्जती, I don't want this. He calls in the chief digital officer, tells him that, you know what, I want this to be paid within 48 hours. I don't care how you do it. Fast forward 2 years, they're actually in a position where they have a 48-hour turnaround, and they've moved to a point where 24 hours, if the employees are not paid, employees actually start calling up and saying, hey, mera paisa nahi aaya, abhi kya ho gaya, right? They've actually moved to that. And this is not even like a high-tech company. This is a company, Indian company in the cement space, right? How did they do it? They moved to a more automated system, and they have a very strong audit process at the back end, which actually makes sure that any employee who's caught siphoning off funds or committing a fraud, no tolerance, fire them, create a compliance culture. It's a case study in itself, but I thought I'd mention, because what they were able to very rightly do was look at their entire process and see how we can actually go ahead and automate some of that and make it easier for the employees, right? So coming back out of Concur, I think the three key areas that, you can call it the RRR. I hate that analogy generally, but some people have said this. The RRR is, I think, what we need to do when you're looking at making your AI investment. Here's a tip. So three R's that you should focus on. One is that the AI that you're focusing on should be relevant. Whether it's a DALL-E or a Chat GPT, each of them have their own benefits. Depending on what your need is, you could use any of the many AI solutions, but make sure that it is relevant to you. Also, the AI needs to be trained on reliable data that you need to work on, and that reliability would come on a personalized train model. So there's no one size fits all. You need to make sure of the reliability. And the third and most important is responsibility, right? We're no longer, the IT Act is coming soon. We're all impacted by GDPR in some shape or form. So how we're using AI in a reliable manner is also very important. So what's next? Obviously, I'll make a sort of bold statement. What you see, like obviously AI is a big thing right now, but what you're seeing right now in terms of AI is the worst AI that you will ever see, right? AI is on a growing trajectory. So whatever you're experiencing now would have completely changed tomorrow and would have absolutely changed 10 days from now and 10 years from now. So it is the worst. We're at the ground floor of AI revolution right now. And 10 years from now, AI would be completely different. So absolutely the worst AI right now. And that should say something about how much AI is going to grow over a period of time. Towards the end, I wanted to give you a little bit of a flavor on what Concur is doing. And I wanted to play a short video so it gives you an idea of the direction that we are taking.
That's Tori, traveling for business and planning the next trip. Well, she's not really planning. She's more like choosing. SAP Concur is doing everything else. When your travel, expense, and invoice management knows who you are, predicts what you need, and responds to change in real time, data informs everything. SAP Concur knows Tori needs to travel for that meeting she just scheduled, knows when she likes to travel, what airline she prefers, even her seat preference. Based on other travelers from her organization, the system identifies the best hotels to use when visiting that client and cross-references that with her loyalty programs and with company policies on cost and sustainability impact. She doesn't need to run it all down. She just needs to choose.
Let's leave a little for a client dinner, and let's save a few pounds of CO2.
Every choice adds new data and activates the next opportunity to make travel choices and expenses easier to manage by managing most of it for her. She gets the exact rideshare she'll need and simple, smart options for which account to expense the ridiculously smooth coffee she's now bringing home. And not just for travel and expense, SAP Concur's AI is like having a virtual assistant constantly working in the background to give you more visibility to invoicing than was ever possible. Maya runs a growing small business, and SAP Concur just caught a discrepancy in an incoming invoice, gives her options for what to do next, and even allows her to pay for the units she actually ordered from any funding source she wants. And speaking of funding, she can find an array of options through the integrated SAP Concur ecosystem of partners. So when she needs resources to meet growth opportunities, they're right there.
Concur, let's make it virtual.
That choice to meet virtually bumped her company's sustainability rating over a reward threshold. So Tori here gets upgraded to business class on this trip because of it.
Concur, tell Aiden thanks for the upgrade.
Concur. Message Tori, that's all you've earned it.
As the senior finance director, Aiden's on the back end of his team's corporate spending. That doesn't mean he's just a financial gatekeeper. Intelligent automation and predictive analytics mean he can now focus on being strategic.
Concur. Overlay deals 1 and only show deals over 2 million.
Because SAP Concur is completely integrated into Aiden's ecosystem, it can cross-reference data from anywhere. HR, finance, IT partner data, you name it, and then visualize it in all kinds of ways. That helps Aiden see where his sales team should be traveling to reduce cost and maximize sales.
Concur. Tell the team we're asking for a 40% sales travel budget reduction for London, New York, and Tokyo. Let's recommend virtual meetings instead. Then reallocate budget to big bet markets where we close more deals.
See? Data informs everything. SAP Concur helps you effectively manage your travel and expenses today. But tomorrow, we're creating a world where travel and expenses practically manage themselves.
So that's all I had. And if anyone wants to download the survey that I was referring to, it's available here. You can all scan this and save this, and it's available free of charge. So if there are no questions, then I'll maybe, any questions? All right, thank you very much. You've been a great audience.
That was quite very interesting and enlightening session indeed. Can we have a round of applause for Sir here, please? So definitely you could see, how important the role of AI is truly becoming in the growth and progression of any organization or company. There's so many AI tools already available in the market. I don't know if you have heard of this called Store Sales Direct, where, you can measure the sales across all your websites, all your aggregator platforms together using this one tool. It's quite interesting. It makes your job easier, but then you have to put in the smart work also. So proceeding forward to our next panel, which is the CFO leadership panel 1, the AI powered CFO championing digital transformation in finance. And as you are setting the stage for the same, we would be calling upon our moderator sir as well as panel members one by one in a few more couple of seconds. In the meantime, a quick question to our lovely audience here. How many of you have actually used Chat GPT on day-to-day basis, to do, scripting, your reports? Oh, so many hands. See, we all are tech-savvy people here. Good to know that. All right then, now that the stage is all set, I would now be requesting the humble presence of our moderator, sir, Mr. Gaurav Jain, CEO, AXA France VIE, India Reinsurance Branch, to please join us here on stage, followed by our panel members now, starting with Mr. Anurag Mittal, Chief Financial Officer, Unicommerce, Karishma Gupta, CFO, Licious, Mandeep Mehta, Group CFO, PB Fintech, Policy Bazaar, Paisa Bazaar, Sachin Jain, CFO, CSO, Prockmart. Let's welcome our dignitaries with a round of applause, please. Thank you so much.
Okay. You have to hear me again. I'm back. So I think we all have started with the expectation of CEOs, and then AI somewhere enters in between. And AI is still playing a very important role in our life today, not as a CFO, maybe as an individual today. I think he asked a question that who all have used ChatGPT. But I personally believe that we might have used it, but not for the professional things, maybe for some few professional things today, not for personal things today. And the reason behind that, we are still the CFOs from the core of our heart. And we don't use things which we don't know whether it is good for the organization today or not. That is the most important thing beyond it. And as he said, we are at the bottom of development of AIs, and that is most important. I think Anis had set the ball for us, and we are the CFOs. Till the time it is there, we don't going to use it in detail to that. So I think that is in context of it. But still, apart from AI, there is a lot of digital transformation which is happening today. And we are here to discuss about that, how those digital transformations are going to impact the role of the CFO, the financial function. So maybe I'll also start with few numbers. I think Anish has mentioned few numbers already. So 73% of global CFOs agrees that digitization of finance function is the priority. However, the pace of transformation is slower than overall business digital transformation, finance transformation. So point is that we all know that digital transformation is happening. We are using data. We are using data analytics. We are using a lot of digital transformation activities in different side of the business. But in finance, still, it's there, but it's not there. So I think it will take some time to reach there. Another very good note, which I always mention, I think few of already know who attended with me earlier as well. There's one book called Humans and Machines, came in 2018 in Boston. And Mr. Doughty and Wilson has mentioned that AI systems are not whole soul replacing us. AI systems are not whole soul replacing us. Rather, they are amplifying our skills and collaborating with us to achieve productivity gains that have previously not been possible. I think it's a very deep line to understand what it exactly says, that, when we started using AI, we thought we'll be replaced. And I'll give you a few references as well, where people started thinking that we will lose our jobs. But I think that is very true, that it cannot replace human things. What it can replace is maybe some activities which maybe we investing our time into it and may not able to get the productivity which we want. So I think what it is doing right now is enhancing our productivity and able to achieve those performance growth which we really wanted to. So just to give few references more, a BBC report in 2015 says that automation risk for the chartered and certified accountant was 95.3%. It was 2015. Then in 2017, a PwC report says it has reduced to 61% in March 2017. And in April 2017, there is a report from McKinsey. It says it has reduced to 12%. That means in a way we are growing and understanding that whether it is really taking our jobs or enhancing our role in the organization. I think we've discussed about it, the expectation of the CEOs. So that is where it is coming from, that we have to keep growing ourselves. We have to learn it. We have to use it in our process automations so that we can really achieve the goals of the organization. So the role and time utilization of finance is moving from data collection, data processing, towards applying expertise, managing stakeholder interactions, and managing others. I think that is the most important thing which I've referred in my earlier session as well, that we were used to be saying that data mangao, data collect karo, usko analyze karo, report do. Those has gone. This is being done by digitization today. What we have to do is applying our expertise to understand the data, managing our stakeholders, and then managing the relationship with the outer world. So we are coming out of our rooms. We are coming out of our scope right now. So I think there is one important question which came to my mind always, is what technology is doing to us. Anybody want to add to it? Maybe any of the panelists if want to add to it. Anything you want to say? What technology is doing to us? Karishma, if you want to add.
So thanks, Gaurav. Well set context. I think technology, as you said, is supposed to simplify our lives as professionals, whether it is a finance professional, it is any function for that matter. So it is supposed to reduce a lot of mundane activities, reduce the working hours for us, and use those same hours for a better value addition to the business.
Yeah, I think, Karishma, you said it right, and there is a book written answer again, which I want to bring in front of you because I keep reading and keep want to bring that knowledge to you guys. It says the question is itself is wrong. Technology is not doing anything to us. Technology is a tool. This is true whether it's a hammer or deep neural network. Tool doesn't decide what happened to the people. Rather, we decide. The lesson we have learned from our experience over our career is that while technology creates an option, success depends how people take advantage of these options. So I think that is what we have to learn about, that it is not going to replace us. It is creating an option for us to make it success. The success of a venture almost never turns on how much technology it uses. There are many organizations which is using a lot of technologies, but how its people use that technology and on what values they imbue in the organization. I think that is a core behind it. And that is a question that how successfully we'll able to use those technology is important for us. So let us start discussion with our experts here. I think they can add a lot of value to us. So the first question for you, Karishma, is, since we all know that the role of the CFOs is evolving in the light of digital transformation, I would like to ask you how CFO can transition from traditional financial reporting to the strategic guidance, predictive analytics. What strategies do you find most effective in driving cultural change within finance function during transformation efforts? So I think this is the primary question for you.
Thank you, Gaurav. Hello, everyone. I think you set good, the ball rolling through the morning today on how finance can actually set transformation as an agenda. And moving from traditional to strategic CFOs, and all our audiences would mostly agree, is it requires a lot of mindset change. The first and foremost thing, it is not only about a CFO's mindset change, but also organizational mindset change, finance functions mindset change, as well as cross-functional teams change in thinking of how they perceive the CFO and the finance function. And to make it happen, there are two major pieces. One is the tools and technology, and the other is capability. Both need to be developed hand in hand to make this shift happen from a traditional CFO to a strategic CFO. In addition to that, I think the way financial planning and reporting, that's what you asked. So the old, methods were doing past performance analysis, reporting numbers, preparing numbers. And with this digital transformation coming in, there is a lot of work to do with interpretation of numbers. Let the machine do the crunching and the presentation part. I was going through a recent session, Gaurav, and there is a lot of trending workshops where there are young chaps who are doing sessions and they're showing how tools can be used by finance professional. And he was showing some technology that with a click of a button, in 2 seconds, you create dashboards. In 2 seconds, you create a PPT, and in 2 seconds, you create something else. So why not leverage technology? That's the role of finance, to drive it in the function, to leverage technology in making those reports and dashboards, and using the time in analyzing it, interpreting it for the business, not just for financial planning and reporting, but also for a lot of decision making in terms of predictive modeling. I've personally used predictive modeling a lot in earlier organizations as well, where the forward-looking forecast based on geographical household data, you use technology. And that's what a strategic CFO has to move to, not just in terms of number crunching. And all this will also come through a lot of changes in the way organization looks at the training for the finance function per se, because we should not limit ourselves to technical trainings, but also upgrade ourselves to digital training and building those capabilities.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you are the one who raised hand when he says that, whether the predictions of the future budgeting is difficult or not. I think you said no. Okay. So yeah, I think I want Anurag also to add to it that, what strategies do you find most effective in driving the cultural change? I think that is a very critical question, because, you might change yourself, but you have to bring a derivation towards a culture itself so that it can change. So if you can add to it.
Sure, Gaurav. And I completely agree what Karishma mentioned. In fact, in today's world, we are seeing that most of our finance functions and operation functions are still focusing on descriptive analytics and diagnostic analytics. Kya hua? Kyun hua? I think what is important here, that how we can actually leverage technology and focus our finance team on predictive analytics and prescriptive analytics. What is predictive analytics? क्या होगा और उसको करने के लिए क्या करना होगा और क्या achieve होगा, right? That is very important thing. And in fact, Gaurav also rightly mentioned in his discussion that most of the CEOs are actually looking from the CFOs that how we can move from the diagnostic analytics to the predictive and prescriptive analytics. वो काम तो मेरा कंट्रोलर भी कर लेगा. नंबर क्रंचिंग है, डीप डाइव एनालिसिस है, कंट्रोलर्स कर सकते हैं. CFOs को आगे नंबर बताना है कि Q3 में क्या नंबर आएगा, how will I close my Q4, what is my top line, what is the kind of growth I am looking, what is the kind of bottom line, my adjusted EBITDA, my profitability will get delivered to the investors. This is something which is very important from the CFO standpoint. The most important play and lever is the culture, because culture is something which plays a very critical role in the entire transformation of finance and also the digital transformation. And from a practical experience, I can tell you this thing, that most of the digital transformations fails because of the resistance of change in people. Right? How to overcome it? We have to think of, as a leader of finance, we have to think of that how can we revamp, and not only think of, how can we revamp our policies, processes, organizational framework, but we have to think of how we can change the mindset, attitude, value, and behavior of the people. And the most important part here is that whatever technology you implement, if the technology will not get properly adopted by the people, then we will not able to achieve the success. Adoption is a key. And how to overcome the adoption? We have to think of how we can train the people, develop the people, skill the people, so that people will start engaging in the kind of initiatives we are taking and make it success, make it happen. Another point I want to call out that while we choose the technology, while we think of taking a decision, which particular technology we have to go and adopt it or accept it, we always look forward for the very sophisticated technology. We have to think of which kind of technology we should look for, flexible technology, agile technology, people, so that people can easily understand that we can able to enhance it and actually change it basis of the business need, keep on changing on a day-on-day basis. This is what I.
Thanks, Anurag. I think you again bring us to the right point that cultural change is coming from the mindset, and the mindset of the people have to change first, and then only we can bring in the cultural change and within the organization. I think moving to the next question for Sachin, probably, Sachin, business process improving across board with the use of AI. We all know that. Sachin, we would like to understand how AI enables CFOs to streamline and optimize business processes across entire organization, with maybe some examples from your business if you want to put across, and if you can.
Yeah, sure. See, AI today has actually advanced across all the industries, and the AI adoption offers a lot of compelling advantages to all of us. Some of the advantages which we see from AI adoption are it boosts efficiency. We can sort of digitize the manual tasks which are being done, which are physical tasks, which is digitalization of records, which is physical tasks, handling operations, handling quality control parameters. So all those are now getting digitized and effective usage with the use of AI. It also eliminates a lot of human errors which used to happen, because dependability on people is being reduced. It helps us in faster decision making, the speed with which we are making the decisions, because now we are no more dependent upon humans. The machines themselves are taking decisions, quick decisions, fast decisions. Another aspect is AI is also helping us in fraud detection. It analyzes the pattern of the transactions and flags if there are any concerning transactions which are there. So these are some of the broad benefits which we are realizing from the AI usage. But before I get into the use cases which we are using in our company and organization, let me just briefly touch base what exactly AI is. AI, we all understand that it is the algorithm which is being designed to work in a way which humans are working. So we have technologies like machine learning, we have deep learning. Machine learning is helping us in predictions using past historical data, classifying the data based on the heterogeneous pattern of the data. And also machines themselves are taking decisions by taking some actions in the environment, and they're learning with the experience and improving day by day. Another aspect which is, we say deep learning, is using neurons like the human mind and solving some complex unstructured issues. So we have analyzed that how AI is working and use the same in our business. So what we did and how we are using is we have analyzed how these advantages can be used in our business. So actually we are a B2B indirect procurement platform, and we are dealing with large number of SKUs, around 2 lakh SKUs we have. And every day we have to create a lot of new SKUs. So first of all, we have leveraged the AI for the part number creation itself. It's a very basic task, very mundane task, a lot of effort is required. Based on the part description, the categorization happens of the part. And then basis that, the repeatability, that there is no duplication, because duplication is also an issue, gets addressed with the AI usage. Then on the procurement side, we are using it for sourcing. When we are placing purchase orders to our various suppliers, AI suggests us based on the share of business, based on the past prices which they had, based on the delivery adherence, and recommends which vendors we have to place the orders. And the best advantage which we have been able to leverage using AI is on the customer side. While we are making quotations to our customers, AI helps us in recommending the margins which we have to charge to customers. So it fluctuates. It fluctuates based upon the customer, category, and the past win ratio of the business. How we have been able to convert those quotations into the business. So it's very acting in a very smart way to recommend us the margins that has helped us actually in improving our margins in many of the categories. So these are the broad few things which we have used. We are also using AI in multiple things, like small examples like emails which come for the customer escalations or whatever. So they are also being categorized by AI and get into reports that how many escalations are there, how they are being getting addressed, and how much time frame they are getting. So we have not to do any more manual tasks in relation to tracking those, whether reports have gone to the customers, whether there are some escalations. So these are few examples where we have leverage. And also to add to it, inventory management, it has helped us in big way in inventory management by predicting that what sort of minimum levels, maximum levels, delivery time from the various vendors, what are the delivery times which require to be delivered to the customers. Also on the logistics side, when we have to deliver to customers, it helps us in recommending which orders to be clubbed and brings a lot of efficiency. So these are few examples where we have worked and it is really helping us in big way in practical terms in leveraging the advantages of AI.
Yes, thank you. I think, as I said, the context in the initial stage that in many business aspects, it's been into it. But what about finance? If I can leverage about it to understand from your side, as you mentioned, logistics, SKUs, those all are business processes, obviously very linked to the finance. But exactly, it's somewhere in finance also, it is contributing to your processes or, digitization method from AI side.
Finance, we have used it for more for analyzing the transactions. Actually, finance is, it's no more finance is that it's only an accounting. Actually, it impacts the business. So whatever I talked about related to sourcing, related to customer margins, it's all surrounding around the finance domain itself. So if we have to say very particular about the finance, it is about the prediction, the future forecast, depending upon the order book, what we have in our hand, the margins. And AI also actually helps sometimes in the margin. It's not that it will use the historical margins itself. We have developed the algorithm in such a way that what are the best margins which we can realize, and based on that, it gives the forecast. And then we compare it that what are the margins which have been suggested to us and what we have actually realized. Then we do why our finance teams do why that why we have not been able to. Then we identify the areas where we need to improve our operations.
That's absolute the answer I was expecting, because finance is no more accounting. Finance is more than that. So I think that is absolutely right. I'm not skipping this question to ask again to Mandeep the same one. Why? Because I think we belong to same industry, and the policy bazaar, if I'm not wrong, is a pioneer believing, bringing in something as in the insurance industry where you can go online and buy policy of different companies on the same platform. It was not there. We work in a very traditional form. Insurance industry is still on the backside. All the insurance companies started this because Policy Bazaar has started that. So, sir, Mandeep, I want to ask the same question to you. I want to understand that how, understand how AI enables CFOs to streamline and optimize business process, the CFOs from a CFO perspective across the entire organization, with maybe some examples from your business, because we cannot skip this answer, asking this answer from Policy Bazaar CFO, Group CFO.
Okay, first of all, good morning. As I think I mentioned earlier, anything happens in the business has a financial impact. So whatever you do for the business, you are doing for finance. Okay, that understanding. So other thing is that whatever you do for the customer, you are doing for business, and that's why you are doing for finance. So whatever you do for the customer, you're doing for finance. That's the equation. Starting from there, I think it's much more than that, actually. We are just not a platform. What we do now is very complicated underwriting. And underwriting, which is way better off than the insurer that they can do by themselves. The claim ratio difference between our portfolio and insurer's own portfolio is about 10%, right? Which is significant. You would understand from an insurance perspective.
Why so? Because A, that we are the first point of the contact with customer. We get more information, first-hand information. B is that this is the only platform in the country where people come to buy. Otherwise, insurance is always sold. Somebody will come and try to sell you. But Policy Bazaar reaches out to you only if you come and register your interest, which means you are a genuine customer and your intent to disclose more is there. So the quality of business is different. On top of it, we have deployed cutting edge AI, the stuff that you can call of the future right now on our platform, which basically detect liveliness, whether there's a photograph, whether there's a video, same person speaking, somebody else is speaking, same phone number, same location, etc. So many things we do deploy that are the underwriting score that we give is a score which is asked by the insurer now, and they tend to rely on our score more than their own underwriting, right? So this is the power of AI, and that's why this pulls the business in a very different trajectory, right? Now, the other question was like, the processes in finance, etc. Well, before I say something, let me just give you a little background, the context, why I'm saying so. So in my previous organization, we started some journey about 7 years back, now 10 years back. It took us about 6 years. And after 6 years, this was nominated best finance team in the country by Business World itself. And then this team started to get the best use of technology awards in every forum. And I left the company. Even after that, for three consecutive years, they're getting the same. Now, having said that, now what I'm going to say is slightly different. I assume the population is generally 40 under 40, right? Okay. So I assume 50 or 60% of your time would be going into transaction processing, reporting, dashboarding, making sure the number is right and on time, right? Can I make that assumption? Okay. Perfect. So what we started to realize, and we also started with a big statement saying that, okay, OCR, artificial intelligence, kuch aisa karna chahiye. To our surprise, robotics we started with, and to our surprise, we realized that the OCR technology is not, till date cannot give you 100% accuracy. If you get 70% accuracy, you are in a very good shape. 30%, you have 30% is there, which means you can't rely. Now, I get to know that about it has reached about 80%. The reason is that you get GST invoice that you can scan, no problem, structured, but kacha bill, you cannot scan. And mutilated, etc., etc. There are so many reasons the OCR doesn't work. And we also deployed robotics, and there's a very interesting case study. Probably it will take some time, but this is something for you guys to understand how this can change your world. Robotics also has a cost, and this cost benefit analysis of robotics doesn't justify unless until your transaction is about 15,000 transactions a day. If you don't have that volume, the robotics investment will not yield you the cost benefit analysis. Maybe it is more accurate, but in India, you can, manage it through some other ways as well. The realization we have is that the 90% of the automation is not technically difficult and not rocket science. Simple, pure macros, stitching it through the workflows, sign-offs, does the thing wonderfully, right? And we did that. Every year for last about 5-6 years, we have been doing about 40 to 50 automations within finance by the finance folks. They learned how to do macros, etc., Visual Basic kind of stuff. So much so, one of the undergraduate, or rather he was a graduate only, the guy who was doing a basic data entry started, we were kind of promoting our staff to learn more. He started to take YouTube videos on developing robotic process. And we had a license of, I think, UiPath. UiPath was a... And he started to deploy robotics on our data in our company and did it successfully. Saved about 3 days of work and within, I think, about 3 minutes, where he has to go put in password, put each item into a particular list, upload it, government data, etc. He did it. He called his friends, figured out how to do it. But this became a case study saying that robotics is not only IT guys for it. It can be done by anyone. And then we started training more guys in finance. They become our citizen developers. And we started to export the talent, saying that anybody in the company require robotics, come to us, right? This is the power of what you can do. Unfortunately, the investment in finance, this is also CFO's job to do a capital allocation, right? So when you have AI, or AI is the wrong word, so automation agenda, which gives you better return if you deploy that rupee in sales or in customer services, you will not deploy that in finance because this is your process, right? So ROI in finance is something that you will struggle with. You will not get huge amount of budgets. Trust me, right? अगर कोई SAP लगाता है, SAP लगाता है, Oracle लगाता है, वो भी तभी लगाता है जब इन्वेस्टर का प्रेशर आता है या फिर बिजनेस में बहुत कुछ गलत हो चुका होता है, because this is a significant investment. Otherwise 3-4 करोड़ का बजट किसी को नहीं मिलता. 3-4 कम है, ये ज्यादा लेते हैं असल में. यही बैठे. So big bang investment and large scale agenda spanning about 1 year, 2 years is not there. In our business, इतने में तो business पुराना हो जाता है. तो इतना लंबा तो हम सोच ही नहीं सकते. So you have to be quick, small pieces, modular, implement, move, implement another, move, implement another, and so on. Another aspect is that most of the automation and AI use cases that we are saying is either an efficiency game or a customer experience game. There is no real AI game which is actually doing a decision making. Only categorization for customer experience. If a mail is coming, then it's sensing an intent and bucketing in a particular bucket, sending it to somebody to respond, etc. Those are all efficiency kind of a game. So I say that again, my basic philosophy is that we are still at a very, very low level of automation, and there's much to do even without bothering about the sophisticated technologies like AI, ML. For example, we don't talk about blockchain. It's surprising. This technology has much more use cases as well as potential than AI. But we have not reached there. But thankfully, we are on the right path. We'll reach there at some point of time.
Thanks, Mandeep. I think you put the right light on the right side of the AI and blockchain, as you mentioned just now. So I think you're absolutely right. We are not there as of now for the use cases. But yeah, whether it really help in decision making, as you said, it may improve efficiency. But with efficiency, it may also generate few information for you, which can help you in taking decision making. We don't want that decision making be done by on human. It has to be human only. So I think just to continue with that, very quickly want to ask, because we left with less time. So what are the potentials and limitations you see for AI in transforming financial planning analysis? Very quickly, if you want to refer limitation. I think potential, we already discussed a lot about it. But let us understand from limitation point of view as well from other CFOs also.
Okay, you specifically asked about financial planning and analysis, so I'll restrict there because this is too wider a subject to talk about. Most of the potential is in data analytics, not in AI. Right? Whatever we use this term very loosely, and that's why most of the data, centralized databases and data analytics and predictive data analytics, we give credit to AI. It is not. It was there ages ago. It is here right now, and it will continue to be there. So the skills in terms of data analytics and the statistical analysis to predict, regression analysis, etc., it's there and it will be there. That's the 90% of the time you use in FP&A. You asked me a question. Now, please understand the new age companies don't do business planning. Don't believe in long range business planning, not even for 1 year business planning, because 1 year is too long actually. Right? It changes every week, every month. You can't plan. So, I mean, there's a different approach. But coming back to the generic FP&A limitations, see, the CFO job particularly is not interested only in what. They're also interested in how. ये नंबर आया तो आया कैसे? इसके पीछे क्या है? और कुछ नहीं होगा तो किसने बनाया है? Because there is a credibility attached to it. And AI is a black box, right? At least if there is intelligence, it is taking some decisions, some computation. So you want to understand, right, how it has come about and how can I cross verify it? How can I go back to this number and again, tick the boxes and improve the model? वो भी आजकल कंप्यूटर कर रहा है मशीन लर्निंग में, right? So this is a black box. The output is coming. Okay, let me just pass this question to you. Probably this will make clear the challenge. Autonomous 3-level car, it will be automatic driven car. Will you sit in it in Delhi? It's automatic, it's artificial intelligence. Will you sit in it? Okay. There is already progress made in surgeries being done by robots through AI. And there's a cardiac surgery in your family. Sorry, God forbid. Aisa hona nahi chahiye. But will you let that happen? So there's a trust issue. The technology will mature to a point where you'll say कि हाँ यार ठीक है, जैसे Excel हो गया ना, अब Excel को कोई doubt नहीं करता. At some point of time, some part of the technology will mature to a level where you'll say कि हाँ ठीक है, इसने बोल दिया तो ठीक है. And that's basically you deploy in your financial analysis कि आपका कोई reliable junior 3 quality check करके नंबर लाता है तो आप ये पूछते हो तूने देख लिया? ठीक है, मैं नहीं देख रहा. अब artificial intelligence पे आप ये कर पाओगे क्या? और गॉड फॉरबिड आप भी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का आउटपुट देख रहे हो, उसके आपके जूनियर ने भी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से बनाया है, आप भी उसे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से ही चेक कर रहे हो. तो एक मजेदार दूसरी बात ये भी है, आज की डेट में तो ये कहते हैं जजमेंट एरर है, गलती हो गई, इससे हुई थी. अब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को पॉइंट करके बोलोगे इससे हुई थी तो बोलेगा अच्छा इसे चूज किसने किया था, इसे सिलेक्ट किसने किया था, इसे डिप्लॉय किसने किया था. सो आई थिंक एज आई कीप सेइंग, definitely it will mature, definitely it will reach somewhere, but not now. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि इसको खारिज कर दिया जाए, इसके बारे में सोचा ना जाए, बात ना की जाए. Keep experimenting, keep training your team a little bit on whatever the low hanging fruit, simple technologies, छोटा छोटा, right? जो बढ़िया प्यार से हो सके ताकि लोगों का इंटरेस्ट बन सके, आप करते रहिए, तो I think this challenges will go away. But in terms of otherwise, in any case, you have to own the number. This is your choice whether you want to rely that number because this is coming from AI or it's coming done by AI, checked by somebody else, then you take it. This is also a manual tariqa of AI.
No, I agree with you, Mandeep. I think you put the right point and right context. I think what is important here to understand what Mandeep has said is that we have to start trusting. We have to understand how we're going to trust, and we have to understand how we're going to generate this trust. Because if we not reach to that level, we'll not able to do it. But that is also very true. We are talking about India, and India is a country which, so for example, mobile, now everybody is holding mobiles with their, I think we've become the largest user of the mobile phone and smart mobile phones, and very quickly. बहुत लोगों ने बहुत पहले से शुरू किया था बहुत सारे countries में, but we were become the first one. UPI is the best example of it. We've thought that India जैसा country है जिसमें cash pay करना हमको पसंद है, but we are the only. I've traveled to European countries, a lot of countries, they don't have this UPI with them. They don't have this facility available with them, and they look at India to bring that technology to them, and that is the quality of India, and that is what we can do. So that is what I think about AI as well. If AI become the most usable thing in the world of finance, it should and it will start from India one day. He's right that we may take some time to bring it to our systems, but once we bring it, we'll become the leader in that, and that is how India works in past as well, and we probably do it in the same thing. You want to add
just 30 seconds to bring in a point on use of AI in finance? Imagine a world, can you give your checkbook or a bank password to AI to make automatic payments? If that happens and there is a deep fake video coming, deep fake authorization coming, the money will go out, right? But what you can do, and in fact, we have done in my past organization, which won the award, 500 रुपए, 500 रुपए में क्या है? Limited transaction per user, 500 रुपए, कोई approval नहीं, cut payment. So those small kind of risk, and then you do a post audit. सही गया था, गलत गया था, कहाँ tweak करना है? So those small, you have to basically figure out your approach. How will you reach there? What kind of risk you can take without hampering the organization and still prove and gain trust in the models?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, but just to put on light, I think we are already doing it for a long time in SAP. We all know that SAP is something which we already trusted, and once we trusted, we are doing it. Printing of checks, transfer of payments, everything has been done, managed by that, with the payment terms and everything been uploaded into it. But yeah, AI, outsourced AI, different AI, small companies who don't use SAP, whether we can do it today or not, that's still a question on that. I think just wrapping up, I think they already said the time is up. So let us close things with a last point with all the CFOs here. What I want to ask is, the strategic leadership in the digital age. If you can further put some light on essential strategic leadership skills of CFO need to thrive in digital transformation. We can start with Karishma and then move to all the CFOs sitting here, just to close the discussion here.
Sure. So in terms of the skill set, we've spoken earlier also, and I think the most important is data-driven function, tech savviness, because if we keep on only believing in Excel and we do not want to upgrade into automation or into data transformation, then it is very difficult to move into digital, transformations. And other than that, I think the third most important piece is also building a lot of learning culture in the organization. That's a skill set development that is needed. Over to you.
Yes, Sachin, you want
Yeah,
to
I
add
would like
to
to
it?
add. So I think the primary role which CFO need to play is drive what the organization objectives are, goals are, visions are into technology innovation. Because see, we have to be at a forefront in leading and adapting the innovation which is happening. So if we will not be driving it in a fast manner, we'll be lagging behind our competition. So we need to create a culture of innovation and also taking some risk. We need to make sometimes investment and also fail fast. So we have to develop the appetite of taking risk and promote our teams that take some calculated risks. We have not to be wasting our money, but sometimes taking calculated risk helps in building what we want to achieve, and it's basically an investment for the future. So CFO has to inculcate that culture, promote, and also challenge that how we can leverage the technology, create that environment so that everybody start thinking in an innovative way.
Yeah, I think learning, innovation, adaptability to innovation, and the calculation of the risk. You want to add to it, Anurag?
Sure. I think Sachin and Karishma has largely covered all the points, but as a CFO, I think what is also important to understand on day one, that what could be the tangible and intangible benefits we are bringing on table. Because while Mandeep also touched upon the kind of investments and taking the approval for the investments, it becomes very difficult for the CFO most of the time to go and ask the budget for himself. कि मेरे फंक्शन में मुझे इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है ERP या मुझे टेक्नोलॉजी इनोवेशन लेकर आना है, उसके लिए हाउ कैन आई गो एंड आस्क फॉर द बजट, बिकॉज वी हैव एलोकेटेड 100% of our budget for our operations, for our business, and for everyone in the organization. So tangible, intangible benefits, something CFO should definitely look for. Secondly, CFO should definitely think of that one goal they wanted to achieve, which should be aligning with the organizational goal and objectives, what Sachin also mentioned. I completely resonate with that. That is very important. Otherwise, it would be difficult to have a discussion on technology in the boardroom. The third is definitely, I think Karishma already spoke about change management. We have to start thinking how to start involving people, train people, skill people, so that adoption should not be an issue. Everyone should be supportive enough in terms of making this happen and be successful.
Thanks, Anurag. I think we've all covered. If you want to add, Mandeep, anything left according to you?
Well, I mean, probably we have to take 5 minutes because there's something which hit me hard yesterday, need to be shared. But before that, curiosity, time management, risk-taking ability. And this is, I learned hard way, that we generally try to be very, very sure before making an investment in new age businesses. You have to take bet like a gambler, right? और तीन पत्ती, like gambler तो एकदम ही खेल रहा है, तीन पत्ती में कम से कम कार्ड होते हैं आपके पास, right? And the fourth one is people above, on your peers as well as your team, people skill. These are four. Now, what I wanted to basically tell, and this is coming from your comment saying that whether the technology will, replace people or not. And yesterday, this realization happened to me. Well, I mean, basics, the total fertility rate in a country, if it is below two, the population halves or reduces in 2 generations. 2 generation cycle is about 40 years, right? This is about demographic dividend that we are reaping right now, which means that this is finite. This is not unlimited. At some point of time, it will taper off. the prediction of economists is that within 10 years, India will reach to a peak of its working population age bracket. And after that, decline will start happening. Negative growth will happen. So maybe it's a story of about 20 years when this will start happening. So what will happen when the population shrinks? Working population shrinks. It doesn't reduce the consumption as much. It doesn't reduce the requirement of the economy. It basically, the technology take place of the people. It start to aid reduction in population by efficient use of the population, by bringing innovation. And that's where the technology plays a part, which means it's not a threat, but it's something to be mastered. And why I'm saying so, because the realization I had is that this is where we are at a stage where this is not impact us, this will impact our kids, right? The people who have joined our team just now, it will impact them in 10 years. That's where your responsibility as a leader, as well as parents, is to make sure that these people are trained on technology reasonably. That's the point.
Please, Anurag.
So add Mandeep, in fact, I think we spoke a lot about how technology is helping the business, and whether we are trusting technology or not is something which time will tell us, actually. I completely agree. In fact, I think if automation comes, in fact, if automated vehicle will come in Delhi, I will definitely go and try for it.
You will be challan for it.
But I think long back, while we started having the discussions around technology, right, almost 6-7 years ago, we never thought that we'll able to actually look forward towards the technology from the finance standpoint. I am from the e-commerce background, and while this e-commerce start evolving sometime in 2013-14, when we started buying these goods and start shopping online, I also used to be very scared about ki mujhe nahi shop karna, though I work with an e-commerce company, right? And sitting in finance, thinking about that, how can I actually leverage entirely on technology कि ये जो मुझे इनपुट आउटपुट देगा वो बराबर देगा नहीं देगा, राइट? मेरी एंड ऑफ द डे में जो मेरे को बैलेंस शीट मैच करनी है वो होगी नहीं होगी, राइट? In fact, while we work in an e-commerce, and I'll give you a live example about robotics. So in the e-commerce, while I was working in a marketplace company, there were different 20-30 different source application systems. We used to interact a lot with the customers, courier parties, sellers, thousands of sellers and all. We used to capture the data and we used to push that data to the ERPs, and our big teams, large teams used to keep on reconciling those numbers. सारे दिन लगे रहते थे reconcile करने में, and after 15 days we used to get, in fact, T+15 का gap चलता था. And it was a time while we were not leveraging technology, we were not believing in technology. But the day we start realizing that yes, technology is something which will do really the wonders one day, and we started experimenting the things within the finance also, and start focusing on RPAs of the world. In fact, the data which got pushed from my source application systems to my ERP, things got changed over the night. In fact, the team who used to work a lot for all these things, and I always have a lot of questions and concerns about the data accuracy, completeness, and all the financial statement assertions we talk about, that got solved. So I think technology is definitely doing wonders. Trust is definitely a thing, but I think कहीं ना कहीं हमें आज की डेट में कॉल लेना पड़ेगा that are we really looking to take a bet on it or not?
Thanks, Anurag. I think we've already took a lot of time. I think just to sum up, you've seen the experience of all the big CFOs sitting here, and what Anurag is talking about, e-commerce or e-commerce, and Mandeep is talking about his own experiences, Karishma and Sachin. I think that is a quality of coming in here to understand, to learn from their experience, RPA, technology, AI, where AI can help, where AI cannot. So I think that is the purpose of this session. I hope we'll be able to give you that message that it's not far, it's not here. So we have to bring our journey towards that where we reach first on there. And that is the, quality of India, quality of our expertise, and quality of our speed to the technology. And I hope we'll be able to be there very soon. So I think just to sum up here, we wanted to take your questions, but I think the time has already been up. So if anybody has any questions, all the panelists will be here during lunchtime as well. And you are free to ask questions. If anyone want to, just one question we can take, or no? Yeah, if anybody has, yeah, please, the gentleman behind.
Hi, am I audible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to add that in autonomous vehicles now, I guess experts in the loop, human in the loop is now coming in, where the vehicle is like making automated calls to the human. Human is giving an answer in that split second, so that there are less accidents. So yeah, AI is making inroads. My question specifically is that I want to understand how will AI help finance for startups? Like here, volume is definitely a concern, right? We spoke about ROI in finance. Where there's volume, we can definitely talk about invoices, scanning, doing journal entries and transactional stuff. But for startups where volume is a concern and they are looking for strategy, finance predictabilities, and how can future decisions be taken, how do you think AI companies can, the startup companies can actually implement and invest in AI and help?
So I think before Mandeep, I want to tell you what Mandeep has already mentioned. In finance, we are talking about digital tools utilization. We are talking about RPAs. We are talking about use of them, digital predictions as well. I think we are already doing it to an extent, and that is there. AI, maybe when we want to add, anything from an AI's perspective, finance will be the last one to use it, but we are moving towards it. From the business side, it is giving input, a lot of inputs to finance team as well, but may not be the direct user of the AI. Maybe if Mandeep, you want to add.
Oh yeah. जिसके पास नेचुरल नहीं होता वो आर्टिफिशियल ढूंढता है. I mean, don't take it otherwise. I'm simply saying कि स्टार्टअप में रिसोर्सेज कम होते हैं. ठीक. तो we try to figure out कि कैसे हो सकता है, but स्टार्टअप की फाइनेंस की रिक्वायरमेंट 3 तरीके की होती है. एक होती है अकाउंटिंग, दूसरी होती है पैसा कैसे लेके आना है, तीसरा होता है पैसा कैसे बचाना है. राइट. इन सब के लिए अभी एआई की जरूरत नहीं होगी आपको. इफ यू डू, एंड एज mentioned by Gaurav, अगर AI startup में use होगी तो first it will be the business process and creating that USP and a product which is not existing. That is your priority, and that is stabilizing that AI also is your priority. ये AI बाद में आएगा because India के अंदर account in this सारे functions की cost is very very less. You know, if you outsource a reasonable scale account processing, voucher processing, how much does it cost? About 50 to 75 rupees per transaction, right? So you will end up most likely in startup outsourcing your accounting and doing few staff related function and fundraising kind of things in your thing. But you can start by doing 2 things. Since you asked, I have to think right now on the feet. A, the use is that in your due diligences, right? This is where the AI will be used in M&A transaction. The due diligence report, all the documents will be read by AI and a summary will be created. So you will save your due diligence time as well as the lawyer's fees, etc. That will happen. That is kind of going to happen very, very soon. And the second area is like you have to pick a pitch deck, etc. You will say, please create a presentation. So this is the data. So that will be it.
Thanks, Mandeep. I think
Thank you.
This is all. I believe you got the answer of it, and we might not be able to take another question, but we'll take it. We are available here if you want to ask. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sachin. Thank you, Anurag, Karishma, Mandeep. I think thanks all of you.
Can we have a huge round of applause for our wonderful panelists and moderators, sir, for diligently curating the entire session. We would just like to sum it up that AI will revolutionize the CFO role by automating tasks, providing advanced financial analysis and insights, improving forecasting and risk management, optimizing costs, and enabling decision making in a more effective manner. So thank you for letting us know about it. And any questions, please do get in touch with them during the lunch hour. Proceeding forward to our next panel now, the CFO Leadership Panel 2, Sustainable Finance, Integrating ESG in Financial Strategy. To do the honors, let me request the humble presence of our panel moderator now, Ms. Anupama Priyadarshini, Senior Vice President, Corporate Governance, Risk and Compliance and Investor Relations, Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC. Let's welcome ma'am with a round of applause, please. Followed by our diligent panel members, Shekhar Sood, Group CFO, Bajaj Capital, Jyoti Prakash Gadia, Managing Director, Resurgent India, Sanjay Gandhi, Group CFO, Pearl Global Industries Limited, and last but not the least, Thoop Mittal, CFO, Hero Housing Finance. So let's welcome our dignitaries now to take this session forward, and over to the moderator, madam, to kindly take the session forward. Indeed. Thank you so much.
Is this audible? Yeah. So ESG, environment, social governance. We do it every day. We do it in all our businesses, and we should have been doing it here today in the conference room also. So social, yes, we are doing it. We are all going to share our experiences, how these people of representing companies of repute are living ESG every day in their companies, with their customers, within the organization. Our governance, we are following a certain schedule, and we are doing the sharing, helping build the community. But environment, are we so conscious of the environment today in this meeting? I don't think so. The change starts with us. And my humble request to the Park Hotel is to have a combination of plastic bottles and glasses and water bottles in the conference room going forward. Because we should be the, leading change bearers for the society. With that note, ESG, we will start sharing what we have on the stage today. We have an esteemed panel here representing various industries, not just what they are doing today, but where they are coming from. So they've worked with various industries in the past, and there are lots of good stories that they can share with us, what they have done. And I will start with Sanjay. Sanjay, I understand your current organization supplies fashion garments and apparels to big global giants like Gap, Macy's, Walmart, Next, and many others. How does the global customer view ESG initiatives? How do you communicate the story of the various initiatives to the customers? And most important, is the customer willing to pay a premium for initiatives that cost so much more?
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, eminent panelists. Yeah, it's a very pertinent, question which we deal with day-to-day basis. So just to give a brief introduction of Pearl Global, we have manufacturing footprints. We are manufacturer of the apparel, ready-made garments, supplying to big brands like Gap, Macy, PVH, Tommy Hilfiger, Calvin Klein, Inditex, Zara is their brand. H&M is not that we are supplying, but these are the retailers who are buying from us. We have manufacturing footprints in India, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Indonesia, Guatemala, and marketing design offices in US, UK, Spain, Hong Kong, Dubai. So all well spread and very deep into the garment sector for a long period of time. Over a period of time, there has been a lot of discussion which has come for ESG compliance, environmental, social, and governance compliances. Now, where does this emanate actually? I mean, there is a compliance which is required from an environmental perspective is what the supplier base, what we have, in all the location where we are operating is about the renewable source of energy, which is right, replacing the traditional with solar power. We have to be mindful of the, when you're washing the garments, which is coming, the chemical which is getting used is actually there is a proper ETP plant which is there across. And then we have rainwater harvesting. We have carbon footprint in terms of the greenery, which is there around the plants. And then there are boiler which get used. If you have electric boiler and electric is, fueled from the renewable sources, that's how you take care of the sustainability initiative across your value chain of manufacturing process. Now, all this has a huge compliance cost. Reason is that we recently did some renovation of our washing facility, laundry facility in Bangladesh. Now that costed a good $3.5–4 million, and that's how the cost comparison come compared to $1 million. You spend $3.5–4 million. of course, this all become cost of your product. Now, it does bring in the compliance. The first is how do we communicate? The first part of your question is that, we bring those water consumption, which is clearly measurable across the various facilities we have for the washing, laundry. And then we tell that, there is a 75%, 80% reduction in the water consumption, which was used earlier. So that is well appreciated by our retailer. Then on the energy consumption side, we do it renewable energy, which is what we are putting solar plant, which we are putting in all our plants in Vietnam, Bangladesh, and now in India also. That's another one which comes into picture, which we communicate them more regularly. Then there are other compliances also come into picture. When they look at governance point of view, you got to be having a diversity. There can't be a, firing of the worker. There has to be a respect to the, the laws or the overtime, social compliances. This all required to be come with a lot of cost to the businesses. But then communication channel is like that. There is a metrics, there is a Higgs score, which is standard benchmark used across the industry for a manufacturing segment. And we are following that, and Higgs score is some indicator is here. So this is how the communication takes place with the retailer. Now, the second part, which is mentioned about the pricing, whether it is paid by the retailer, we have recently, just 2 days back, there is an article in Economic Times where new European regulations are actually forcing the big retailers like Inditex, H&M, to really, participate in making their factory suppliers more governance friendly by investing in those facilities, which means very clearly they see a gap. So while the demand is there from them to be compliant, there is not much of the cost sharing benefit or the added advantage which comes along with that. Of course, we as a responsible company want to be completely compliances. There are regulation which are coming in India also. The SEBI has also made business sustainability and report, which is, the framework which has been designed on the principle of national responsible conduct. Out of that, 9 principle has been taken, and, some are essential, some are voluntarily indicator, but then that's required. And investor today are really asking us in terms of whether all our factories are compliant, whether we have a proper Higgs score, how much energy we are generating, how much diversity we have, how much compliance with respect to labor regulation. So the pricing is still a question, where there is a regulatory push required from the retailer side. So European regulations are really pushing them to really come up and support them. So there is a wet bulb test, which is they do for extreme temperature in some of the factories in Bangladesh, Vietnam, and Pakistan operates. And they are really asking them to do that. So yes, there is a long way to go in terms of the pricing. The awareness is there, and it's a very necessary awareness which is required. But yes, maybe let's say 3, 4, 5 years down the line, there will be definitely some consideration coming in, and pricing will find a favorable impact. But yeah, it's something which is there.
Sanjay, thank you very much. Very deep insights into how the industry really functions, especially the textile industry, and not just textiles, but any industry where sourcing is happening from developing world to the developed world. So thank you so much for sharing the customer perspective and also some insights into how the companies work. And taking it further into how the companies work, I would like to ask Shekhar that you have worked with both Indian and French, German MNCs in the past. How do companies across countries and continents integrate ESG into their financial strategy?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So first of all, as ma'am mentioned that there are plastic bottles. So I will say there is also green plants. So I must appreciate that it's not artificial. At least we are using the green plants. So that is there. Now coming on the question. So yeah, I have worked in Indian and multinational companies, and ESG factor remains very much same, because there has been a lot of focus from regulators, from investors, and even from the employees. Because everyone, you take your own example, you want to work, or even as a consumer, you want to consume the things which you feel it's more sustainable, it's impacting less and less to the environment. So that's what you prefer. So that has been the trend. So even the regulators, they are asking organizations to report ESG. So all this has now become quite common. And even before these frameworks came, like when I was working in Ambuja Cement, then even the promoters had that mindset. Because when we talk about Ambuja, it was into cement manufacturing, and there were a lot of environmental impacts that were happening, and also it was impacting the society also, the people who were living near the plants. So the promoters at that very time itself, they were taking care of the needs of the people who were there around. So just ensuring that there is less and less pollution that is there through the plants, and even like ensuring that basic infrastructure, even at the cost of the company, is being provided to the community, their employees, or when we talk about the employees, so preference is given to the people who are near to those plants, so that in a way it's sustainable for the organization as well as for the society. So this has been very much common, I believe, in from the ESG perspective. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shekhar. Moving forward, I move to you, Dhoop, and you would be amazed to hear the statistics. While at Hero Finance Corp, Dhoop has raised 80,000 crores. So that's a lot of money, managing 250 plus relationships. Now, Dhoop, when you did that, what has been your experience with strategies for aligning ESG metrics with traditional financial performance to drive long-term value?
Sure, it's a very interesting journey that I've had. I joined Hero FinCorp in 2014, and we as a company, we are into lending. Man on the street is a customer. It's not people like you and me. It's more in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns that we lend. So over the course from 2014 to about 2019, we were relying mostly on traditional finance, going up to banks, mutual funds, insurance companies, and borrowing money, because money is a raw material. We borrow money to lend money to people. But over the last 4 or 5 years, the entire landscape has changed quite a bit. About 35% of our borrowings, of all the money that we lend, comes from a mandate where the institutions mandate that the end use of the funds has to be either environmental or social. The first such borrowing we did in 2020, it was a 200 crore loan that we did, which mandated that the end use has to be to small and marginal farmers. Today, about 7,000 crores of our borrowing is to small and marginal farmers of a similar borrowing. Similarly, for affordable housing, we have a total housing book of about 6,000 crores. Of that, about 5,000 crores is affordable housing. And again, we have NHB, who has this very interesting funding criteria that if you meet those criteria, you get funding about 150 to 200 basis points cheaper than the average cost of borrowing that you have. So that again helps not just us, but if we see so many other affordable housing companies who've been extremely successful, their 20% of their borrowing gets contributed through this source of funding. We have this a third part, which is lending to SMEs who qualify as priority sector, which RBI has classified as priority sector loans for banks, and that in turn, banks are willing to lend to NBFCs who qualify that criteria. Again, out there, you have a pricing differential of 50 basis points. So today, if any non-banking financial entity who's into lending, if we are not lending on the ESG sector, we would probably be out of business. We would not be as profitable as we would be. So the availability of funds and the cost of borrowing itself, which is the cost of raw material for us, that has been a major strategy driver over the last 4 or 5 years. And we see that shift in the funding mix for all the NBFCs that we see in our sector.
Very interesting how you're touching the lives of common people and also trying to impact SMEs. Thank you. Thank you for sharing, Dhoop. Moving to Mr. Gadia, keeping ESG at the center, what obstacles complicate the funding process? And what strategic options exist for securing funding?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity, ma'am, for coming and speaking on this ESG. We at Resurgent India Limited, we are one of the biggest financial advisory firm, so where we help companies in raising money. हमें एक ही काम आता है, anybody looking for funding, so we act as an intermediary between the fund providers and also the institution which are looking for funding. So how that ESG help us in doing our job better? So that was the thing that I was thinking about it. I'll just give you some of the statistics, sir. NTPC, we all know that it is a listed entity. The market cap of this company is around 3 lakh crore. और उसका turnover अभी मैं देख रहा था, I was just going through the screener. The sale is 1.86 lakh crore, NTPC की sale है, and profit is 18,000 crore. P is 18 rupees, माने 18 का P में NTPC is getting trade. Now, NTPC came out with another कि whatever was the portfolio with NTPC was there, उसने अपने green का portfolio, he just subsidized and made it into an NTPC green. NTPC green, NTPC has got a market cap of 3.25 lakh crore का market cap है, 18,000 crore का profit है और 18 का P है. सदियों से कंपनी चली आ रही है and you know the whatever is the market. New company which is being formed, उसका market cap is 1.25 lakh crore. And NTPC का profit था 18,000 crore, इसका profit है 340 crore. 340 crore के profitability में the market cap is 1.25 lakh crore. So this is one. The question doesn't end there. Government of India के 3 बच्चे हैं जो power को funding करते हैं. These are the 3 institutions, REC, PFC and IREDA. These are the 3 institutions which fund all the power projects of Government of India. REC, PFC, they have a book size of more than 5 lakh crore and working for donkey's years. They have been financing the entire power sector of the country. That is what they have been doing it. PFC has a market cap of 1.69 lakh crore. P is only 8 rupees. 8 के पी में ट्रेड कर रहा है पीएफसी और आरईसी 10 के पी में ट्रेड कर रहा है. Profitability of PFC is 28,000 crore and profitability of REC is 15,000 crore. 28,000 करोड़ का कंपनी 5 लाख करोड़ की किताब 8 के पी पे ट्रेड कर रही है और 1.7 लाख करोड़ का मार्केट कैप है. इरिडा न्यू किड ऑन द ब्लॉक and 60,000 crore of market cap. P42, which is highest in any of the financial industry. We have got all the leading NBFCs there. We have got all other institutions here. Price to book value is highest in the country for any of the financial institution. Book value is 42 rupees and market and the per share price is 220 rupees. It is more than 8 times of the market. Generally, what we see is that कि 1 रुपया इक्विटी की मार्केट इक्विवेलेंट टू अराउंड 3 से 3.5 रुपया. बजाज इज एब्सोल्युटली फिनोमिनल. उनको 1 रुपए के इन्वेस्ट करते तो इनको 5 रुपए का मार्केट कैप इनको मार्केट एडवांटेज देता. बट फॉर अदर्स इट इज 3 and 3.5 rupees. बट इरिडा इज मार्केट लीडर. उसने आके बेंचमार्क तोड़ा. उसने आके 9 रुपए, वो 1 रुपया इन्वेस्ट करता, उसका 1 रुपए की इक्विटी लगाता, उसको 9 रुपए की वैल्यूएशन मिलती. So what we as a financial advisor have started doing, there are 2-3 things that we have distinctly done, and that is what for all the companies for the fundraising that you can distinctly employ for raising your financing. We were working with a data center company. 3-4 साल से data center is the flavor of this decision. We were working for a data center company. Last 3 years before when we were working, we raised the first data center money at 1 year MCLR. प्लस अप्रोक्सीमेटली 1% to 1.5% स्प्रेड पे. अपन ने 1.5% स्प्रेड पे डेटा सेंटर के लिए पैसा रेस किया. एंड द फंडिंग वी गॉट इट वाज ओनली फॉर 10 years, wherever the company was asking for 12 years funding. Same data center company, what they did, उन्होंने जितनी भी पावर रिक्वायरमेंट थी, they shifted from any of, पहले भी पावर किससे ले रहे थे, but this time whenever we went for an expansion for the project, we asked the company, why don't you get it into a solar mode? So उन्होंने सोलर कंपनी के साथ में PPA साइन किया and then we got into it. We got and told कि सर हम लोग ना ग्रीन डेटा सेंटर बना रहे. क्या ग्रीन नहीं समझे. हमने खाली PPT के हेडलाइन चेंज किया कि ग्रीन डेटा सेंटर वी आर मेकिंग इट. सेम कंपनी, उससे ज्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी, सेम चीज थी. हमने 18 साल का पैसा रेस किया अभी हमने रेपो रेट में पैसा रेस किया, हम 1 year MCLR से भी नीचे में पैसा रेस करके दिए, and we got it a 7-year moratorium money. Same company, same thing. Same thing, we were working with one of the textile company. In the textile company, and also in the steel company. In the steel company, last 2 years before, they were setting up a new steel plant where they were using the whatever was the waste energy. Waste energy was getting circulated into the power, and then they were using the same waste energy which was getting circulated. We just demonstrated it is a sustainable steel plant. Then somebody told कि sir इसके अंदर आप खाली you just mentioned कि you will only use scrap material of steel, which fortunately that steel plant was using it. We started using this project report as green steel project report कि हम green steel बनाएंगे. Sir, in green steel projects, sir, all the DFIs of the world, we got in the steel plant, we got IFC to fund the project. There was never ever happened in the history that IFC has came and funded a steel plant at any point of time. We got a 20-year funding for a steel plant at the terms that whatever we wanted. And debt equity was approximately 85-15. At any term loan that you are raising around, it is around 70-30. The debt equity was 85-15. The terms was as per our requirement. So whatever, now we were working for a water company, Namami Gange ka, I could remember when Modi ji, our honorable Prime Minister, came and he told कि हमको गंगा clean करनी है. तो गंगा clean करनी है, तो they came up with a Namami se Ganga project. Just one liner, what is that Namami Ganga project is that उन्होंने 5-5 किलोमीटर या 10-10 किलोमीटर का से गंगा का स्ट्रेच बनाया, and they told कि सर आप एक कंपनी आएगी जो उस स्ट्रेच में पानी को क्लीन करे. 3 years or 5 years before, when the first project came in, it was so difficult concept to explain to a banker कि सर नमामि गंगे का project है, HAM की तरह project है, there is an annuity project with the government. It was so easy कि आप इसमें खाली project लगाना है. So difficult to convince to a banker. Last 3 years, sir, each and every project has got funded when we started using it as a sustainable project. We are not even using it as a Namami Gange project or anything that way. So anything which has to do with water, anything which has to do with sewerage, anything which has to do with cost reduction, आप कोई भी cost reduction project ले जाइए, उसको आप sustainable का word डाल दीजिए वहाँ पे. तो if you are using any of the innovation that you are doing, wherever you can go and tell them कि सर इसके अंदर में हम cost माने whatever is the profit and loss account में आप कोई भी head पकड़ लीजिए, आप बोल दीजिए कि सर ये equipment लगाने से मेरा ये cost में reduction हो जाएगा. You can use funding for that equipment, you can use it as a sustainable funding process. And आप SLL बोल के जितनी भी DFIs हैं in world के अंदर में, IFC हर country के अंदर ये 3-4 बड़े-बड़े institution है which we call as DFI, उसके अंदर एक desk है sustainably linked loan करके. You ask for that person who look after sustainability linked loan, approach that person and tell them कि सर ये 3 या 4 criteria आपके fulfill होते हैं. I assure you, your funding with the domestic institution, you will get a far better funding mechanism, and that would be far better things. So what you can use ESG for the time being is this, कि sir, how you can increase your debt equity ratio, how you can increase, how you can reduce your cost of fund, and lastly, how you can increase your more investor base. Matlab, now at the present moment, you can only approach 3 or 4 investors. How with these 3 or 4 words that you can use it? Please, I'm not trying to say any chalaki for that. I'm just trying to use it just for the common person understanding. Although it has got its own merits of the case, just for the simplicity, I'm just using all these words for you all so that how you can use this ESG to your own advantage into your fundraising. That was my point I wanted to establish. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. So we are all trying to create a much better world with ESG, better products, better resources with cleaning of water, and better working conditions for people. We heard better costing in terms of the funds that we are raising, and definitely a lot of support from various institutions, the funding institutions, and also the customers who are buying our products. So net, what ESG is going to do to our businesses, it will ultimately be much more optimal use of resources, I would say, is what ESG will help us with. Cost reduction, we have heard about it. About better efficient utilization of resources, less intervention when it comes to legal and regulatory issues if you're working following certain norms. This is also what we hear, and ultimately leading to a top line growth. So all of this impacting the lives of many people, people living on the streets to people working in the offices. So impacting all of us, and thank you for sharing your stories. Thank you so much. We have a time crunch, so we are wrapping it up a little early, but if there are questions, please engage with the panelists during lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists as well as for our moderator for diligently curating the entire session. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, please? Thank you so much. This day is really looking very bright and vibrant as many interesting topics are being discussed. And I know you really want to do a Q&A, but we do have the lunch hour where you can utilize that opportunity to network more and learn more. And knowledge sharing is definitely very, very important in today's era. Moving forward to our next panel discussion of CFO Leadership Panel 3, which is on the topic CFOs as strategic partners, power moves to fuel business growth. And to do the honors to moderate this session, I will request the humble presence of our moderator, Preeti Cheda, CFA, Chief Financial Officer, Mindspace Business Parks, REIT, to welcome them on stage. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? Followed by our panel members now, Upma Goel, Group CFO, Riyamal Enterprises Limited, Deepak Rastogi, President and Group CFO, Deepak Fertilizers and Petrochemicals Crop Limited, Amit Dang, President and CFO, Jindal Power Limited, Vinod Tahiliani, CFO, Reliance PP Mobility Limited, BP India, Rohit Nair, Chief Financial Officer, Vadvani Foundation, and last but not the least, Akshay Jain, Chief Financial Officer, OLX India. Let's welcome our dignitaries with a round of applause.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. So we are going to spend the next 30 to 40 minutes. I'm conscious that lunch is waiting, so will not take too much of your time. So we are here to discuss one very interesting and also very relevant topic, especially for aspiring CFOs, which is CFOs as strategic partners. I think everybody is well versed that over the last 2 decades, the role of CFO has seen a dramatic transformation from the focus earlier was more on managing funds, compliances, reporting. From there, the role has completely moved to being business partners. Today's CFOs are looked upon for key decision making in the organizations. They are actually driving growth along with the CEOs and the other business heads. They are today driving even automation across the organization, which is very relevant for today's time. So without much ado, let me go to my eminent panelist. They need no introduction today. So let me first go to Deepak. So Deepak, we have talked about, the role changing over the last 2 decades. So what exactly has changed and how do we compare a traditional CFO with that of today's new age CFO?
Yeah, so I think the basic thing which has changed now since where I started my career almost 30 years back was, there was a line which is more compliance and, reporting. And the CFO had the ability to say, look, this is what I would do. He or she was not very key they understood the business all the time, but they were not actually partnering that, how the business is actually growing, what are the key components, and they were not taking day-to-day part, in the sense. Now, with the news age and, the new CFOs who are coming in, and, most of the CFOs, who are sitting here, you have to be out in the ground, apart from Mr. Jan also mentioned that, communication is one of the biggest thing, and you have to be strategic in nature. If you do just the reporting, you cannot just keep driving, obviously the, company based on the rear view mirror. You have to have a focus. You have to have the tools to be able to handle what's coming, and making the organization ready for future. That is the biggest change versus, what I see, maybe 20, 30 years back versus now. Today, the CFO are expected to tell the CEOs or the board, for that matter, this is what the risks are. This is how we are going to manage the risk. And this is what, we will have to be ready for it. So one of the biggest things which the CFOs drive are that the organization is future ready, which is working hand to hand with the CEOs, and the board, overall. And that is one of the biggest changes. And as you rightly say, systems, making sure that, when the organization grows, the systems are actually ready to be able to deliver without obviously, getting into the major overheads and things like that. So, getting the productivity and efficiency, which has become the part and parcel. If you are doing reporting, you are doing compliances, that is the part of the role irrespective. But how do you really bring efficiency? How do you really bring productivity? And how are you a spokesperson for an external stakeholders? Because, value creation is one of the critical aspects which the CFOs plays today, apart from the CEOs. And, put together, actually speaking, the left hand, the right hand, CEOs and CFOs, they will have to drive together the business. Only one person actually cannot do that job, in my view.
Very true, Deepak. Amit, if I can hear your thoughts also on how this role has transformed over the years.
So I think Deepak has covered most of it, which I wanted to highlight. I think the key is the understanding of the big picture. What is a group vision and how is a group vision actually being delivered by the CEO of the company? How you are partnering with him. And I always say that, CFOs run the board because they are the interface actually with the board members, that what's happening in the company, is it exactly in line with the board's vision? So they run the board vision. And second key point is CFOs need to have a technology mindset. So if he knows that, the way competitive environment is, the way you are managing cost, what are the latest technologies focused on their business which are available, and how you can look at implementing those technologies. Obviously, AI is a buzzword today, and everybody talks of AI. So I would say that usage of AI in a very smart way, how that AI can help you to do your things better. Ultimately, the objective is how you streamline the organization, not just focus on the upper jaw, which is revenue, but also the lower jaw, as that will help in ensuring that your margins are always protected. So CFOs play a key role in managing that as well.
Right. Let me go to Vinod. Vinod, while all of us are stressing more on the role of a CFO as a business partner driving growth, but at the end of it, we cannot forget a traditional role as well. Those are responsibilities which we still shoulder. How do you maintain a balance between the two?
Yeah, thanks, Preeti. I think I echo what has been said by Amit and Deepak. The CFO role is changing, and today, what used to be predominantly a control compliance agenda for a CFO has become much more strategic. And it's important to recognize that this balance has to be struck by the CFO, because you need to make sure that the company has the license to operate. So you can't let go of the controls and the compliances. At the same time, you need to be focused on being proactive and driving taking a very strategic view of the business. You need to think about what are the competitive threats, what are the trends emerging in the economy, because the world is changing very fast. And what risks and opportunities does that throw up? You know, traditionally the CFOs, as was mentioned in the morning, have been focused on risk, but you need to also look at what are the opportunities it throws up. As an example, in the current role that I am playing, we are, providing mobility solutions. And why do we call it not just petrol and diesel for cars? Because we are all part of an energy transition. The biggest challenge we have in this energy transition is nobody knows the pace at which it will happen. That pace is determined by all of us as customers of or users of mobility. And each one of us will make our own choices based on, does an EV fit for you, or a traditional internal combustion engine car be the right choice for you for your mobility needs. Now, in that transition, when I as a CFO look at, what do we want to drive the company strategy towards, we want to make sure that we are positioning ourselves such that we are able to capture the opportunities that emerge as customers transition towards using more cleaner fuels. At the same time, if I invest too heavily on the cleaner fuels and there is no customer, my company's financial performance will suffer. So how do we strike that balance? How do we make sure? And that leads us to the fact that we need to have a very proactive and responsive behavior. So you have to be proactive to be able to anticipate where the trends are emerging. But at the same time, you have to react. Sometimes you will get it wrong, and you will have to then tweak your strategy or pull back from certain things or slow down on certain things. As all of you would have seen, everybody was gung-ho about the growth rates in the EV industry, but of late it seems to have tapered off a bit. So how do you adjust your strategy? Your strategic knowledge or your goal may not change, but how do you adjust the pace of your strategy to fit with the narrative and to fit with what is happening in the external environment? So that's where I think the balance has to be struck between maintaining the traditional role of a CFO, at the same time becoming a key partner to help capture the opportunities and the business and grow the business and move it forward.
Right, Vinod. I fully appreciate that the balancing act is easy said than done. And I know the challenges all of us go through. Rohit, if I can come to you, you are the CFO of an organization which is very different than the conventional commercial organization. How do you balance this role, and how would this role emerge for an organization like yours?
Yeah. First of all, thanks to BW Business World team for having me here. Very good afternoon to you all. And thanks, Preeti, for that question. So I'm part of Vadvani Foundation. We are a philanthropic initiative, and we are focusing on job creation. So really looking to upskill the youth of the country and also aspiring entrepreneurs to take on more and more jobs and be, in fact, the job creators in the society rather than the job seekers, which I think is also one of the critical needs of our country. So again, the role of the CFO, as my fellow esteemed panelists have been saying, it's really gone a dramatic change, and it's ever evolving. So, so no longer it's about being predictive. It's more about prescriptive analysis. So the business is also looking at CFOs to help navigate the complexities in the environment. And with all due respect, I strongly believe probably CFO position is the only one which can connect all the dots in the organization, because each vertical leader may be focused on his or her own scope of work. But as a CFO, we are in that unique situation and a position where we can really see through and help connect the dots. I think that insight is very, very critical. And if CFOs don't step up and weave the story around that, I think we will not be doing justice to our role, especially in the current environment. So that is what my endeavor is, also to try and look for such emerging trends, whether it's risk or opportunities, and bring it to the to the CEO or the board that hey, there is some opportunity, or here there is something risk involved, which is not apparent on the face. I think that cuts both ways. Sometimes it is appreciated more. Sometimes, as we typically hear that, hey, CFOs are naysayers and all. So I think it cuts both ways. So that's what we need to be conscious of and keep driving and adding value to the organization. Thank you.
Very well said, Rohit. Upma, if I can come to you, we are living in very unpredictable world. We really don't know what is in store for us when we wake up the next morning. Geopolitics is changing every single day. Market dynamics are changing. World is becoming far more complex. How do CFOs bring in resilience? And we've all gone navigated through the worst periods in the century, which was COVID, and all of us have bounced back. So how do CFOs bring in that resilience and gear up the organization to manage this not so predictable world?
Thank you, Preeti, and thank you, Business World, for having me in this panel. Let me just talk about, I think my co-panelists talk about the strategic role what the CFOs are being performing these days. So one of the important thing is it's like building resilience, or, having your business model, which is insulated with all your external factors, and you may have the shocks. How are you doing it? So you're working very, very closely with not only with your CEOs, but with your board, with your risk teams, and giving the signals absolutely at the right time, not waiting for it that I've given my advice, making sure the people are able to take action. That is what the role today's CFOs are doing. They are saying, I mean, if I talk about the liquidity in the financial sector, definitely liquidity is it's our raw material. And if we feel that, we are not having sufficient liquidity, while there will be explanations, yes, we will not face any problem. But if you see that you are not ready for having the sufficient liquidity, these are the times when the CFOs are now raising, because everybody has gone through the Black Swan event and they have seen it, how critical that particular element is there. Gone are the days when we talk about the negative carry. People say, hey, we're keeping a lot of cash, but this is also eating it up, your ROA. It is a very fine balance, but this is how the CFOs have actually started calling it out, and they're being more proactive. And the risk-taking capacity is also increased. Earlier, typically, we'll share the numbers, we'll say this is how the performance talks about. Instead of talking about the past, it's now more of online. Hey, what are we doing it? And if any course correction needs to be done, the respective business teams are able to do it because of the data democratization. The CFOs are ensuring that it is no more a time of having the data only at the month ends, but as you're progressing, you're also getting a sense of how the numbers are shaping it up, not only the business numbers converting into your financial KPIs. So that's the way CFOs are making sure they remain agile while the business is already working towards the agile.
Right, Upma, very well said. A proactiveness and agility clearly remains at the core. Akshay, if I can go to you, your business is like a marketplace.
Yeah.
How do you imbibe, resilience in your kind of a business? Yours is a very dynamic business which keeps changing with, so much of technology coming into play. How do you manage resilience part of yours?
I think, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Business World, for having me here. I think, as all the esteemed co-panelists said, the role of the CFO has transformed. I think from compliance-oriented to being more strategic partners, from more of hindsight to foresight, from revenue assurance to revenue, the partners. I think it has, changed and evolved totally. I think from a resilience perspective, I think the two things are very important. I think, most of us have to now rely on the real-time data insights, right? You can't wait for a month end that, something has gone bust and, now we need to solve for it. And that will get driven through the digital transformation in the company. Having said that, digital transformation, it's a tough one, right? You may think that, just adopting the technology, or let's say just selection of the technology might solve for it. The biggest challenges lies in the adoption and the execution. So I think here the CFO has to play a very critical role from end-to-end execution. that's the one binding thread, I mean, which knows the organization end to end from a value chain perspective. You define the KPIs, define the way they are measured so that everyone in the company, right, I mean, is looking at those numbers and, there is no disconnect. Secondly, I would say, I mean, you should build out a performance management framework to which a lot of data insights goes on to the respective business leader. And that comes with a lot of foresight as well. And that can only be enabled once you have, strong control over the data. I think one thing I famously, I think I used to hear in my previous organizations, a lot of organizations have data, but very limited information. So I think that's the complexity which through, you need to navigate through and move on.
Absolutely. Now, Deepak, we are talking about, CFOs or growth drivers, key decision makers in the organization. Now, obviously, no growth or no decisions in organizations happen in isolation. Everybody's needs to be taken along. All the key decision makers need to be taken along. Now, how difficult it is to bring about that collaboration in an organization and to influence all the key stakeholders in the organization to drive the business in the direction that you want to take?
The biggest challenge which comes in between is that, everybody first starts saying that, this data is incorrect. That is the starting point. The person you go with the data, the person will say, this is wrong. Now, how do you really overcome that? And how do you really bring trust and integrity of data to say, use, whatever they are seeing? And, system adoption automation has actually become one of the part and parcel of the journey. So that, if the sales guy comes in, he has got the real time information, how much sales, if he is sitting in front of the customer, then he or she should be able to see, what kind of pricing they have actually done. What is the cost which we are running currently? And this has to be dealt with so that they cannot question the data per se. That is number one. Second thing is getting the systems which are standardized systems. If you have multiplicity of systems, because most of the organizations, when they are getting into the digitization, the biggest challenge comes in, plethora of systems and none, of the systems talks to each other. So if they are connected to each other, it becomes far more easy because then, the data which they are seeing, it can be slightly dated, but, it's still the data is correct. That is number two. The third thing is that how do you really ensure that, whatever decisions they are taking are actually correct? So, you have to go through the hoop because most of the digitization processes or decision making processes, the people who are taking the decisions have to be involved at the first place. If the buy-in is there, they understand, what they needed on a day-to-day basis, whether it is dealing with the customer or even at the shop floor or even, wherever, from their supply chain perspective. Now, unless and until they know the kind of data which they are getting in is, going to help them in taking day-to-day call and immediate calls. I think that is one of the biggest things which, generally people will see. And if we are able to take the hoop, so the way I have done it in the organization, because I do also have the hat of the digitization in the process, which is called transformation theme. And there, you will have to take into account and sign-offs from all the stakeholders. Once they have the sign-offs from them, what they needed, and, once they have it, I think, it becomes far more easier for them to adopt because eventually they have to adopt, they have to use it, and they have to be able to take the right decisions. That brings in obviously ownership. The second thing is that it also brings in the confidence that, whatever they are seeing is correct. And the third thing is that they also know the kind of value which is creating for themselves and for the organization. Because only when the people see that kind of a value, they will be automatically be much more motivated instead of challenging the whole system to say that, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. And if they are motivated, I'm sure, they do it. In fact, I've been obviously fortunate that, there are stakeholders who are themselves, taking ownerships and then, raising the bar ahead, saying that if we can get this much, obviously the journey for them, it eases out their issues far more easier compared to what they would have been doing. And the way we have done it is that, we keep asking a question, whatever manual efforts you are doing or decision making which you are doing, which is not coming out of the system. If you are able to list down those things, we will be able to digitize all those things. So you know that whatever is coming to you is coming directly from the system, and there is absolutely no data integrity issues with whatever, so that is the way we have done it, in our organization.
So, thanks. I think you've made a very relevant point. Now, for us, we run a power company in different locations. To have data on a live basis was a big ask for us. So today we have 3 plants operating, one in Chhattisgarh, one in South India, in Tirupati, and another in Maharashtra, Dhule. All 3 plants plus our solar business. All of that, we have live information in an app. So all of us who are key executives have an access to that app. And that app tells us if there is a problem, how soon you can take the decision. And the point, Deepak, you made around whether, it used to start with the same, the data is incorrect, it didn't happen now. If we have a plant outrage, we know now that in a X plant, X unit is not working. There is a boiler tube leakage or there is some other issue. And immediately the team gets, activated and we are able to address. So this availability of live data, I would say credible live data, is a big opportunity for all CFOs to look at doing such automations which are really relevant for them. The second point which I wanted to highlight is the CFO has a vision of everything. So whether it is your revenue, whether it is your capex or your sustainable capex or your opex, all of that, you have that data with you, which other than you, maybe your MD has or maybe your key plant heads have. But you being a finance guy is able to figure out what's going right, what's not going right. So you need to be also act like a sounding board that this is an area of improvement. This is how we can do. So I think that change in the CFO's behavior, instead of just being a traditional CFO managing numbers, to working as a key stakeholder driving business along with the CEO, is a key change which we need to drive it.
So Amit, actually my next question was exactly what you spoke about. That CFO has knowledge of all strategic objectives of the organization. If I were to talk about the softer part, how do you make sure that you bring alignment in the organization with these strategic objective, and make sure, how do you play a mentorship role in making sure that everybody, whether part of your team or the other teams, are aligned to this strategic objective? How do you play that softer role?
It's a very relevant question, but I must say that it is also a function of who's manning the position. So if you've got a seasoned CFO who has also worked in business in the past, can play a key role in mentoring the new joiners in the system. And one is obviously aligning them to the big vision of the group. That what is group vision? What is that which we want a new joiner to achieve? That is one. Second, we need to also mentor the people that, we are all stakeholders for the common objective, for the good of the organization. We are not one against other. So that working camaraderie is a key for success. So often CFOs are seen saying no, that's or no, this won't happen, right? I'm not comfortable. These are very usual CFO jargons which you see in the corporate world. But if CFO, instead of saying no, becomes a business enabler and comes out and say that, I see these are the opportunities which can happen and this is how you may want to look at. So new joiner will become very, very kind of this thing that, we are able to navigate in the organization. Second is for a new joiner mentoring perspective, he or she should introduce to the right trusted stakeholders who are working in the company. So that's the third piece from a mentoring perspective. Fourth is one should always share the best practices with the people who are joining, how those best practices, including the technology which you have implemented, is helping the organization. And then ask if they can bring any fresh pair of ideas and see how those fresh pair of ideas can be implemented in the organization so they also feel part of the journey. Ultimate objective is that the new joiners mentorship these people should be able to see you as a sounding board, and you are able to help them in navigating in the organization so that these people become successful. And as a result, the CFO also plays a key role in the success of the organization.
Right, perfect. Uh, Upma, if I were to go to you and we'll just drift a little away from the CFO role. We've seen a lot of CFOs being considered for CEO positions. What is driving that, and why are CFOs getting considered for CEO positions?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. And, you know, as we all know, CFOs and CEOs, they work very, very closely. So they're literally complement to each other. While CFOs, they have their own financial acumen, they understand the, what are the financial jargons, how the business numbers convert into your financial metrics. But they are participating very closely with the CEOs, participating into the business, right from the business plan, strategy, making changes, meeting stakeholders' expectations, making sure that why am I not able to get the cash ROA? What needs to be done? Where are we onto the risk part of it? Where are we onto the regulation? How the overall landscape is changing? So what's happening is in the entire process, CFO is actually the right hand for the CEOs, and he or she is getting what I can say mentored during the whole process, and they are preparing themselves knowingly, unknowingly, that they are also started taking decisions. Most of the time, CFOs are like, we have shared the numbers, but decision making comes with also you're accepting certain things have gone bad, certain things have gone good, but accepting the bad thing and saying that this is, I'm standing up for, this is what I have taken the decision. So with this taking the decision making ability, and the board is watching everything. While whenever there is a transition, the CEOs, there is a succession plan. The one thing what board is very comfortable is the CFO who is being working very closely. He or she is aware of the whole system and already prepared, because that's how the mentorship is being happening over the years. And that's the best candidate for why not give the CFO the position of a CEO and take it forward.
Just add one thing. See, generally what happens is that, profit making in the organization, if you really ask, from the CEO, the main decision maker also is the CFO. And if you are able to give a view that, yes, this is how the company can make more profits, or, generate more profitability, or, and which is the CFO is actually in a position to do it. So if you are able to play that kind of a role, there is a very likelihood that you would get at automatic elevation, or a succession, to the CEO. Because otherwise the sales and, the other, functions are equally important. Not that they are not important, but the major critical role is the profit element and the stakeholders value. These are the two things which, obviously have lot of interfaces in terms of the succession planning at times. And if you have done two roles apart from the CFO, if you are also handled some other, functions apart from the, you become an automatic contender for that particular, kind of a role, for sure. Sorry.
Right, Upman, Deepak, yeah, very rightly said. All these aspects are becoming very critical, and that's clearly one of the reasons why CFOs are being considered for this role. Vinod, if I were to come to you, today, a lot of innovation which is being spoken of. Automation, of course, has its place, but boards, managements are expecting a lot of innovations to be brought in the organization. I'm not just referring to financial innovation, but innovation across every aspect. Now, what role do CFOs play in driving innovation? That's one. And secondly, innovation is not about just one or two people driving innovation, but there is need to have that culture in the organization. So how do you encourage and bring about that culture wherein everybody is thinking innovatively? So like to hear your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Preeti. I think innovation to me has to be the foundation of how we function today, because the world is changing so fast that we are constantly being asked to innovate. It could be innovation, it doesn't necessarily have to be at a company-wide level, but it can be in the way we perform our tasks. Two, at a company-wide level, introducing some innovative ideas where, you are changing the way the industry functions. So it could range from any of these. what you need, as you rightly said, there has to be a culture where you promote innovation, where you help innovative ideas develop and grow within the corporate entity that you are in. So there are, obviously your processes, your controls, etc. How do you actually then within that also create the, um, if you like, the bedrock from where the shoots of innovation can, take place? And that to me comes from developing a culture of agility. A lot of people think of agility often as, doing sprints and doing those kind of tools that are taught in, agile processes, etc. But that's process. To me, agility is more a mindset. And what it needs, if I can put it down and break it down into three things, what it will need is, you need trust and autonomy. So managers need to give up control. You need to be able to trust and give decision making down the line to your teams, to those agile teams, to take the right decisions, to develop a minimum viable product that can be rolled out and tested so that you can learn. Because otherwise, you might try to get a perfect product, but it will take so long that you will be behind the bus. You need to have the culture and a mindset of transformation. So you are always thinking about how do you actually change things and do things better. And while doing all of this, you need to address, and this is what a lot of people often forget, you need to address employee well-being. It's very important that the employees feel that they are in a safe environment where they can try and fail at things. Failure is the starting point for success, especially when you're looking at innovation. So unless you try and fail, you will not really, you know, get onto the next big idea or the next big thing. And it could be, as I said, it could be a simple process improvement to a very innovative idea which changes the way the industry functions. Also, I think is part of this, and I think some of my esteemed panelists also spoke about how to use digital tools and AI. I think it's all very important that as the CFO, you embrace all of these things. You embrace the way we can actually convert a lot of data we collect in the organization into actual information or actually things that you can use to drive business decisions. Data on its own, without the right analysis and without the right, ability to pick out the right messages, is just noise. So you need to be able to use, and these are all AI, whatever whether you call it AI or whether you call it digital, or having all this information available at your fingertips at the same time is all important, such that you can actually increase the speed at which you take decisions. But you need the data to be coming out in a form that enables you to take the right decisions. So that to me is quite critical. Again, examples of this, can be lots. As a company, for example, we're probably the only company which, in at least in the retail fuels industry, which captures sales data only at the point when it is actually sold by the dealer to the customer. So our digital systems are such that we actually capture that data on a daily basis. So my daily sales report is actually not based on what I've dispatched to the dealer, but what the dealer has actually sold to the customer. So on a day when there is a strike in a particular region, my sales data are down. So these are the kind of things that, how do you actually use it to actually drive the right analysis? I'll pause it.
Yeah, Vinod, you made a very right point that even the smallest idea needs to be encouraged, because you really don't know when a small idea can make a big transformation for a business. Rohit, if I can come to you, you are in a space which is highly regulated. When we speak about risk management, how do you see risk management actually enabling growth? So while we as business leaders are focusing on growing the business, it's important to have the back end in shape and so very strong that, you're not really worried about how the growth is going to be affecting. So how do you look at risk management more from a growth enabler than a conventional risk management role?
Yeah, thanks, Preeti. Yeah, I think it's very important to understand and share the message that risk necessarily does not mean that something is broken. So risk management is about, okay, we are aware of what could go wrong. I think that's a very important distinction, because sometimes if you discuss with your business stakeholders, what is the risk? Everybody will be like, there is no risk. You know, we know everything. So I think that's a fine distinction line, that when the CFO needs to talk about or drop a framework of enterprise risk assessment, the idea is not to say that, hey, something is broken, but hey, what could go wrong? And then accordingly rank those things, what could go wrong and what could then be the impact of that if something goes wrong. So that really helps also the stakeholders to understand that, hey, we are nowhere saying that don't do this activity, but do this with certain caveats, or how that activity can really continue and how you can balance agility with compliance. Because going on one side is very easy, you just go boom boom after the growth. Tomorrow something, you have violated some law, so that could be counterproductive. At the same time, you cannot have an inertia that you don't do anything. So that's the fine line is required, and that is where continued socialization, continued awareness with the stakeholders is important. That here are the risk matrices, how we are trending against the same, what all is probably getting into a red zone, what all is manageable. So those continued dialogues really help enable the business teams also to take measured risk and keep driving the business forward. I'll just stop in the interest of time.
Right, Rohit. I know we are almost approaching the end. So I have one last question, Akshay, for you. We spoke a lot about automation, IT, and so on and so forth. And I'm sure other panelists also in the earlier sessions have spoken about it. You come from a very tech dependent business. How has tech helped in your business strategies? Give us some examples where, in your case, tech has actually driven business strategies.
I think, look, digital transformation is not a choice. I think that's a mandate we have to follow. And I think in the earlier sessions, I heard that, there is certain percentage of companies who have adopted, but, there are a lot of companies are still struggling with respect to implementation. I think data is the oil, and I think it has been coined, I think, a long time back. For us, I mean, that's at the forefront coming from a tech background. I think the first thing is the real-time insights, right? I think adding AI layer on top of it gives you a lot of more predictive evaluations, right? For example, I mean, we run a platform, we have certain amount of traffic. I think what is the seasonality, how the system has behaved in the past 5 years? What are the specific dates on which, we are going to see a downfall in the traffic? You can build a lot of mitigant actions around it. You can see what's exactly, I mean, from a data perspective, it gives you an opportunity to build your revenue streams as well. Because I think if we know that, just like Asian Paints, what corner of the India, at what junction, what color, what exactly is the consumer habit, if you have that level of data science maturity, I think that's what you can, sell out in the market, right? You can build those data insights, especially for the unorganized sector, because they struggle with this level of data, and it can add a lot of value. So I guess on top of it, I would say, I mean, when you have a lot of trends, with you, then you can also build a lot of more forecast, foresight versus, just relying on hindsight. So I think these, I would say, the three things. And I think the lastly I would mention here is that along with data, you can embed the risk management and the compliance as part of that. And here you strike the balance. And, that also comes with, a lot of awareness, where you need to educate your business folks that, this is what all of us are together on the mission, and, we are not, going in different directions. So I think these are, the few things I could.
Wonderful. So thank you all panelists. I know we are conscious of time, but thank you very much for your wonderful insights. And I'm sure we are leaving on table a lot of insights for our young aspiring CFOs. So thank you all once again.
Thank you, Preeti, for moderating the session very, very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Truly a commendable session lead. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists and moderator? And I would request you to please stay back for a group photo op session. Please come back. Thank you so much. I think in today's world and age, finance leaders, the CFOs have multiple tasks to handle and decision making, risk management, stakeholder management, complex challenges, financial regulations, the list goes on and on and on. So definitely we should have a round of applause for all those hardworking people who are at such high positions, who are giving their time and efforts to bring about growth and be up to the trends in the market as well. Proceeding forward, we now have the lunch break. So we'll be breaking for the networking lunch. So humble request to all of you to join us back in next 40 minutes to 60 minutes so that we can start off with our next segment of the day, which is going to be quite interesting indeed. Utilize this lunch hour to network, exchange business cards, and have a wonderful time. Thank you so much. Kind attention to all our dignitaries and guests. We are all set to begin with our next segment now. A humble request to all of you to kindly take a seat. The lunch hour is officially over. A humble request once again to all the people who are at the back side of the room to kindly come forward and take a seat so that we can effectively start on with our next session now. Thank you so much. A hearty welcome once again to all our dignitaries and guests. We are all set to begin with our next segment. We would now be having an interactive session for all of you. And I hope you can just keep your phones on silent mode and be silent attendants for this session henceforth. Once again, a humble request to the people who are at the back to kindly come forward. Please settle down so that we can effectively start off with the next session. Economic Outlook for 2025, an interactive session by all. Facilitated by Sumedha Verma, Head SAP Conquer Indian Subcontinent SAP. So let's welcome the lady with a round of applause, please. I'm sure it is going to be quite a brilliant session. So please stay put with us as we welcome our speaker one more time. Let me enlighten you a bit about the topic as well. Economic Outlook for 2025, an interactive session by all. I would be requesting the humble presence of Sumedha Verma, Head SAP, Conquer Indian Subcontinent SAP to kindly join us here. And to the rest of you to kindly settle as well to participate in this interactive session. Please do come. Post-lunch sessions are quite tough, because after having delicious cuisines, people tend to be in a bit of sleepy zone. So we want you all energized and pumped up for one of the most interactive sessions now. Are you ready? Can I hear a yes? Ooh, that's a good one. We need more energy from the lovely people in the audience. Are you ready? Well, wonderful.
Slightly better. So, in the morning when I did my opening address, I said we are trying to change event formats, make them more interactive. Some of our events we do, about 30% of the content comes from the audience. Here we just have one session. Sumedha is going to be moderating it. And her question is, do you want to give the question or?
Yeah, let's start with you.
Okay, so the question is to all of you as finance professionals, if it was your advice to your board, to your CEO, managing director for next year's planning, what would you recommend? What do you think is the economic outlook? Would you, ask your company to accelerate? Would you ask them to be cautious? Would you ask them to cut back investment? whatever you feel as the finance leader would be your recommendation to your board, the final decision makers, as you'll get into budgeting and making plans for next year. We're going to walk around the room. Actually, Sumedha is. I've done my steps for the day. So, but I'll be there. So
After lunch, and this is a good one to burn the after lunch, calories. So is there anybody who would like to maybe volunteer? Okay, that's great.
Ratnesh, you'll have to go to that gentleman. There are two. I can hear you, but can you just?
Yeah, sure. So I think this question has to be taken up in the context of the organization. For example, oh yeah, sure. Sure. So I am Abhishek Bandyopadhyay. I am from iMerit. iMerit is an AI company, and I'm from finance. So to take this question, that what will be the financial strategy will be for future, and what will be the outlook, I will say this depends on the organization's current status. Very important. For example, if my organization have lost a very important client this year for whatever reasons, then I should step back and think that how to stabilize the situation, right? That will be my objective, and that should be the business strategy, that let's stabilize the situation first, let's bring things back. If my outlook is okay, I'm doing good, what best I can do, I can see great business opportunities coming up for maybe AI can be one, maybe some government regulations have come up which will give me more business opportunities, then I will have my strategy and outlook on that direction, right? If I see that my current business situation is like booming, I cannot survive that, I cannot improvise that based on the resources I have, and I have to invest more. So and this investment will take another 1 year for me to go to that situation. Then my strategy will be go for investment and prepare yourself. So I will take it up into various outlook, but there's no specific answer to that. But yeah, it depends on the situation.
Sir, so valid point, very, very valid. What would be your recommendation to your management for your company?
Yeah, so I have to assess the current situation when I prepare the financial modeling for April 2025, and this is the time to do that. I have to analyze the past data, understand the current situation, understand my current business, and the first driving factor will be revenue, right? Whether I'm getting revenue from my existing clients, whether I have to target my new clients. So that is where the answers I will get only after assessing the current business situation. And from there, the outlook will come.
Understood.
There was a hand behind there.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. That's Sonal Mehta. I represent Resurgent India. We're category 1 merchant bankers. So I can relate to a very beautiful post which I saw recently on LinkedIn, where they had 40 founders in one hall. And the tagline was, at the top, we don't compete, we collaborate. And that, I think, is the need of the hour. So it's like, you cannot do things alone. You need to see people with whom you can collaborate, where you can value add in each other's business. So for me, the next year's strategy would be collaborating with right kind of people.
Thank you.
Right. I think as my friend said, right? So I think it is, so first, let me introduce myself. So my name is Dipesh. I am the group treasurer for a bank called Oak North, which is like a fast growing fintech bank, right? So I think for 2025, what I see are very less tailwinds, but a lot of headwinds, right? In terms of Trump coming in and the upcoming tariffs and decreasing rates, inflation outlook is uncertain, right? So I think a key priority for me, for example, is protecting the next year's P&L, right? And then make this year a year of consolidation rather than maybe a very, very fast growth outlook, right? So, and especially in the banking industry, I think what we are seeing in general trend, right, is that more and more banks are cutting on their spending and and maybe cutting on the cost as well. So there is a lot of cost consciousness in the industry right now, right? And boards are mandating more and more in terms of protecting the P&L. Right? How can we protecting the P&L in terms of taking swap, not committing ourselves for maybe 4 years, right? So because if you think about it, right, when you are raising deposits, people are also not raising deposits because they think that the interest rate will go down. So the banks are not expanding a lot, right? So they are expanding the asset side, but they're not expanding the liability side. So there's a lot of caution that is in the air right now.
Thank you. So cautious.
Yeah.
Okay. More people. So you want to.
My name is Vikas Maheshwari, and I am work with TCS. Coming from the IT background, TCS. Coming from the IT background, I will say that I will pursue for the growth opportunity. Given the current situation, whatever it is, being the Trump coming in, other way around that the fights is going on. Looking at that both the side, I see the opportunity for the IT. If the people wants to invest into the growth, IT can be the enabler. And let's take on the coming to the other side, being coming on the cost optimization, there also we can help them to drive their optimization plan. So from that angle, I will say that it is a outlook is good, or we can participate, go for a growth.
So your recommendation to Mr. Gopinath, right? Would be
No recommendation. We don't talk about any outlook.
Okay.
Just my personal view.
Will your stock go up significantly next?
So I think the room seems to be divided, cautious and
Growth.
yes.
This lady took the mic first, so can we do a ladies first?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bhavna Verma. I'm an actuary by profession. Currently, I'm appointed actuary at India First Life Insurance. And being in life insurance, it was known as the sunrise industry when it was privatized 22 years back. I believe it is still a sunrise industry. So, of course, in the sector, it is a lot about growth, growing profitably, building scale, because it is a business which is capital intensive in nature, typically will start yielding bottom lines after a couple of years. And recently there have been a lot of enabling changes, in insurance, particularly life insurance, on almost every front. The capital standards are changing, product structures are changing, cost structures have been freed up. So it's really a period of transformation for the industry, which will establish a new normal. But certainly for the industry, it's always growth.
Thank you.
Hi, I am Anand Khetan. I work as a CFO for Namaste India, which is into dairy and ice cream. And I also work as a CFO for Lian Global, which is having brands like Red Chief and Puro. So definitely next year for us, we have seen a lot of headwinds in our businesses. Next year definitely looks very optimistic, and we will be preparing a very optimistic budget.
Thank
So
you.
we are on the positive side.
Wonderful.
No, I think
The lady there wanted to. Smita, the lady, right?
optimism trumps.
Yeah. So hi, I'm Shama. I'm from Strides Pharma Science Limited. So being in the pharma space, we are actually bound by a lot of regulatory environment, and with Trump coming in, there is a lot of headwinds around tariffs and how Trump is going to look at made in US and made in China and made in India, right? And I think versus China, I think India is better placed. So I would definitely ask my organization to look for growth. And it was also a function of what kind of products we have in pipeline, how the US regulatory situation works around. And I think that's about it.
There are more women giving opinions. Guys, come on.
I'm Manjana from L&T. So I'm basically from L&T Constructions, and I'm into bullet train project, Mumbai Ahmedabad bullet train project. So from infrastructure point of view, there is growth is what I see in the next coming years. Government has already proposed around 7 bullet train project in pipeline. So I think growth is what our industry is looking forward to.
Thank you.
Okay, 2 gentlemen there.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, I'm Sumit. I'm from Avada Group. So continuing from the infra space, which is like from L&T they mentioned. So I represent Avada. So we are into renewable energy project execution as well as in the manufacturing in the solar panels and working in the energy transition space. So what I see the going forward, the growth in the sector is immense. Already a lot of players are there. Now the focus would be on the execution of those projects and ensuring you achieve those capex budget that you have set for yourself, those are met, and you attain the optimal performance to improve profitability. So that would be the focus going forward for the next year and couple of years going forward.
Wonderful. There was one hand there. Where's Chief? You'll have to move faster with the mic.
Hello, everyone. I'm Govardhan. I lead finance and investor relations at Mindspace REIT. Interestingly, in our business, so we build office real estate. Interestingly, in our business, any large buildings like a 1 million square feet building takes 3 to 4 years for it to complete. So whatever we factor, the environment could be very different 4 years down the line. But I probably agree with a lot of you. The outlook seems to be one of cautious optimism. So here, what I would recommend is to hedge your risk. So we offer space to both domestic business and multinational global businesses. What could be happening today? Things are happening very differently across the world. There are wars happening on one corner of the world. India still seems to be doing pretty well despite all the issues globally. So I would hedge my risk. So domestic business, maybe focus more on domestic businesses that seem to be doing well. Slow down on global exposure.
Gentlemen.
Good afternoon. My name is Vikram. I'm from Titan Company Limited. We are into watches, jewelry, eye care, and other business, emerging businesses like Tanera and fragrances and accessories. With respect to my company, we already had the headwinds, whatever we are supposed to have this year. So we have the custom duty suddenly coming down, which has hit our margins almost by 500 crores this year, which is also a public information. And also we are our fingers crossed with respect to increase in GST for luxury products, because we are kind of betting on premium this year. So for next year, having all the corrections taken in the current year and all the impacts taken during the current year, we are having a very high hopes for the next year. Actually the rural India is developing, and the aspiration for the brand is being very high in the rural India. So we are kind of hoping more and more people will aspire to own the brands. Majorly, still the jewelry is very kind of localized in the rural India. So I think more and more people will be opting to own the branded jewelry. And when it comes to the watches, so we are hoping that because we could see the people spending capacity going up, so we could see the people are aspiring for the branded watches. And surprisingly, you guys will be knowing that the smart watches are degrowing. So again, it's like back to again people wanted to own the analog watches. So we are having high hopes for the watches as well. And I care, you know, the close competitors, but we carry the value of trust, and there is a lot of precision that goes into the eye care. And for next year, my advice to the management would be focusing on sustainable expansion for watches and eye care, and more aggressive rural expansion for the jewelry. Thank you.
That's it. Sir. Wearing an analog one.
Just summarizing quickly. Hi, this is Ramandeep from PwC. I come from a finance space, but looking at ESG as well as markets. So summarizing, yes, I agree with all of you that growth is that consciously optimistic, but I would just add on few aspects like the nature of services and the sectors that we are dealing with. So we are categorizing that into different model, whether it's growth or decline, and then an investment will come in and to support that sector as well.
Thank you. Not seeing any more hands. Gentlemen in the front, any opinions? One line.
No, because that topic is already there as a panelist. I'm supposed to speak on this.
Okay, so we'll hold it.
So should I say now or
No,
should I wait?
Okay, we'll hold it for this session. Akash, Sumita, you want to summarize?
Yes, so I think around the room, that's what I'm hearing. That's what you I think summarize it pretty well in 2 words: cautious optimism. While everybody is looking at growth, even though we have Trump government, so everybody's focusing on regulations and maybe focusing internally as well, rather than just hinging everything on exports, right?
So we're hearing local markets. Good,
Yes,
thank you.
local markets growth.
Akash, where is Akash? Where's Chandni? Okay, you can jump into the next session.
Well, I must say this session was quite interactive indeed. Can we have a round of applause for all the bright minds in this room? Come on, let's hear it. All right then. Proceeding forward to the next segment of our event, where we are going to be talking about a very interesting panel topic, CFO Insights, Mastering Financial Strategy in Globalized World. And as we set the table, let's give it a minute. In the meantime, a question for the lovely people here. So I did ask earlier, how many of you utilize AI in your day-to-day lives through Chat GPT, in your work, in your report writing, any other application based on AI that you have used? Yes, tell us. All right, then, proceeding forward to our panel number 4 of CFO Leadership Panel, CFO Insights, Mastering Financial Strategy in Globalized World. To do the honors, I would be requesting the humble presence of our moderator for this session, Sanjeev Bhatia, CFO, Blue Pine Energy, to kindly join us here on stage. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please. Followed by our panel members now, Vikas Jain, CFO, Best Agro Life Limited, Sanjay Upadhyay, Director Finance and Group CFO, Deepak Nitrite, Abni Kant Jha, Group CFO, Satvik Group, Satya Prakash Shaw, CFO, Mahindra MSTC Recycling Private Limited, Ronak Gandhi, CFO, IIFL Capital Services Limited, and last but not the least, Arvind Dalan, CFO, Energy Efficiency Services Limited. So can we have a round of applause for our panelists? Thank you so much. I would request the moderator, sir, to kindly take the lead on this and proceed forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I just joined half an hour back, and I was just sharing the kind of feelings which my finance folks are talking about, cautious optimism, which is again a very, very critical statement, which we are actually summarized for half an hour that, okay, this is what is a critical thing, because the topic which we are also going to touch upon is that what is the impact on financial planning, and what is the globalization impact, because again, right now we are all global companies, and we are actually, the supply chain is open. We all are actually dealing with various countries. So world is very small now. So if you want to order something, it's not that, okay, you are going to just deal with only in India. You can pick up an order anywhere from the world, either from glass or from cells or for anything which is automobile. So everything you can order anywhere. So from that perspective, the strategy, financial strategy, how that is going to impact on due to globalization is what we are going to talk, talk today. So let me just pick up this, and the question is to Vikas. What is the impact on financial planning due to this globalization activity which is going on?
Hello. Yeah, thank you. So, impact wise, obviously now we see more and more events happening, and the impact also are getting much bigger. So, good part is because of this COVID, everything has become normalized, in the sense anything can happen now. So after COVID, you would have seen that entire organizations have turned upside down, and you had to do so many things that now people are actually pretty much ready that anything might happen, and you have to take a lot of steps, which could be very difficult steps. So I come from an entity which is agri, which is, you would understand that it's so deeply penetrated in our country that any changes which happen, which have a deep impact overall, not only just for the companies, but across the economy and to the farmers. So we see a lot of changes because for most of our, especially the supply chain, the lot of changes happen, especially because last whatever I have seen in many of the years, see, we are so dependent upon China. In case if I take my industry specifically, so there are so many changes happen. For example, one simple reason could be that the president of China feels that, okay, one of the rivers which is getting polluted, and he wants to shut down all the industry in the banks of that river. So many of our sources happen to be in those next to that river. And suddenly we saw that the prices went up by 50-100%. And because of various other reasons, so many things had happened over the years because of the changes, what policies they do. So I think with respect to adopting those is, firstly, we as an organization, we try to see whether this is like a one-time kind of event, or this has pretty long-term effect. So if we see, okay, it's just one time, and then you just wait for that year, it could be bearing the brunt for that one specific year, and you wait that, okay, next year would be a better year. So you identify whether how that event impacts you on the short term or the long term. If it is other way around, and if it impacts much higher, then we need to take a lot longer term steps, including setting up our own plant, diversification, getting different sources. So all this has to be taken while considering this changes what happens in globally. So I just give perspective about what happens in agri. So possibly we'll have different opinions as well here.
Yeah, that's a great insight. And even post-COVID, most of the industries have actually gone into different way of working. Because in finance world, typically before COVID, no one has thought that, okay, finance function can operate from work from home. Everyone thought that, okay, no, finance function has to be in office. But again, during COVID, when lockdown happens, due to the forceful environment, everyone has to operate. And then we found out that, yes, everything can be done. And again, because of these pandemics, there are some positives which we have actually derived. So again, from an economic trends perspective, the next question which I would like to ask from Sanjay, that what strategies you believe one should follow in financial planning, considering the landscape changes in the economic trends?
In most of the things people already were mentioning here, the point is it's a globalized world. You said the world is actually after COVID or during COVID also, it's moving in any direction. Anything can happen any day. You have now the question was whether you will invest, what advice you will give to your board. Now, CFO's job is really today the most difficult job is of CFO if you have to answer this question. Because let's understand what are the things which are impacting economies today. One is Trump, as everybody knows Trump. Now what Trump is, of course, Trump, but then what happens and what is the outcome of whatever he's doing. Supposing he levies the duty on China, he levies the duty on Europe and this. The material moves or the dumping starts in India, and then it impacts Indian industries. So your margins are bound to go down. Then you go helter-skelter, run to the. It depends again from industry to industry because certain industries are doing certainly well, like AI and these. What I'm talking about, these industries or our industries or chemical or bulk chemicals, where we find these kind of issues very common. That suddenly dumping starts, and then you don't know what to do. And anything, I mean, if you apply for this, it takes time. So taking those decisions, since India is growing, we all know, if it is Indian consumption, localized production and localized market you have, it's easy for you to sell the product. Though if dumping happens, margin can be impacted. Like advice to the board, we have recently announced a 5,000 crores expansion. If you know, I'm from Deepak Nitrite. We are working on further plans. But when we have announced it was at least 1 year's brainstorming, bolo, yeah, technology tie. I mean, lot of efforts and research has gone into taking that decision. Because more time you spend on those things, that helps you later. If you jump at any decision and then suddenly, then it's not a small money. Had it been 50 crore, it's a different thing. But if you are investing significant money, unless you take a call on such, unless you are very sure about the business plan, please don't jump. My advice to any CFOs, upcoming growing CFOs, that please do not jump down. Don't show your any bravado there, because this is not going to work. Let it be a very, very calculated and pointing out all the risks, pointing out and somebody will have to wear that hat. And that is CFO's job, to point out to the board that this can, in the earlier session, there was risk mitigation and this. Yes, we must point out these are the risks which we face and then how to mitigate that. All risks cannot be mitigated, that I agree. But then risk has to be at least identified and we must make an attempt to mitigate the risk, and otherwise alternate strategy can be worked out. In today's world, there is no plan A only. It is plan A, plan B, plan C, because it is really, really going in a very, very bad situation. Our example, again, I will give, we are producing intermediates, it goes into textile industry. Now, Bangladesh, who knew this will happen? Suddenly, Bangladesh exports were in trouble. We are not able to export. We were exporting to Russia. Like 2 years back, Russia and Ukraine and all this started, and we were exporting to Israel also for that matter. So these things can hit you anytime. So if you are over dependent on one market, if you are over dependent for supply also from one market, then it becomes a real problem. Then today it's not steady state of affairs, one must forget. There is no steady state of affairs. It is a volatile world and you have to learn how to swim in this. So my advice would be to be very, very cautious, grow. There is no stopping, because unless you grow, a business is not going to grow. In the sense, India is growing and that opportunity is always there. There are many opportunities. But then at the same time, be cautious, be careful in taking any steps.
Yeah, that's a wonderful insight, Sanjay. Again, to summarize what Sanjay has mentioned, that okay, CFO is not only just doing the financial activities, he's also co-partnering the business along with CEO, number one. Number two, for planning, again, when the financial planning is happening, majority of the time we need to spend on the planning, because again, if the planning is not correct, no matter how much hours or money you are going to spend on execution, it will be bound to fail. And then third one is again over dependence on one or two areas, because in the globalization world, let's diversify the risk. So these are the three critical pointers which probably I have picked up from Sanjay's discussion. Moving on, as Sanjay has dropped this idea of volatile market, I have one panel member from IFL. And again, as you have seen the Nifty going up 300 points one day and then going down 300 points, market is quite volatile. So just wanted to check with Ronak, what do you believe that risk management one organization has to follow in the volatile market?
Okay, thank you, Sanjeev. Thanks BW for having me in this panelist. As you rightly said, that there were many ups and downs in the Nifty as of now due to the geopolitical nature, due to the pressures on FII selling the stocks, and the consumption was not there for the DIIs to sustain the market. But managing the risk is integral part of the company, and managing risk, it's like identifying and assessing. So if there is some risk, then you can be aware of that. And uh, we also in company, we follow the ERM methodologies, where we have identified all the risk, we have taken all the departmental in the consideration, and we have ranked and done the risk rating. So the critical departments risk is managed. We have defined the control, so there is no downtime. uh, in this volatile market, I will say risk, to manage risk is a bigger thing, and the boards and the CEOs also expect that the integral part of the CFO to understand. On the geopolitical side, yes, what we see that there are a lot of risk. Our Indian economy is dependent on FIIs, FPIs for the fund flows. So uh, we have to see that risk, we have to assess that risk. There can be any change, like if the US is cutting the interest rate, but still India is not cutting the interest rate because inflations are not in the target rate of RBI as of now. There can be a pullback again when it comes. Yes, so this is
Yeah, that's so again, covering on the risk management part, again, from the perspective of risk, one CFO, again, CFO has to ensure that he is also going to be risk averse, because again, if we are not acting as a dashboard, the way we are driving our car, so CFO has to act as a dashboard, so that again, the business owners, like business leaders and CEOs, should at least see that, okay, where they are heading, and dashboard gives the critical KPIs or the matrices, which helps the business to take right decision at right time. So from that perspective, risk management, as Ronak has mentioned, is very, very critical part of the CFO. Moving on to the technology now, because without technology, nothing can be worked upon now, because gone were those days when we used to maintain our books in that red diaries and all. So all those things are now gone, and we are using technology. And again, if technology is not working, we cannot operate. So from that perspective, the next question which I would like to ask from Satya, that how do you believe that we are going to leverage the technology under financial strategies?
Yeah, thank you, Sanjeev. And good afternoon to everybody. As Sanjeev had rightly stated, that today technology is in the air. We can't even think of, even for growth or for compliances or for top line or for bottom line or for sustainability, we need the help of technology. And yes, so far as financial strategy is concerned, technology is indispensable. See, it is undoubted truth that so far as actionable insights are concerned, AI can interrogate data much better than human being. And AI can also, AI means technology, or you can say both are complementary. And AI can provide that insights, can detect that anomalies, can detect that pattern, which human brain can't even discover. That's the truth. So coming specifically to cash flow forecasting, which has also quite a challenge for majority of the business. And still today in the era of AI, I'm telling you that 100% cash flow forecasting is a myth. We are improvising. Cash flow forecasting is a continuous journey. And the context of this financial forecasting, I would say, as one of the speaker has already stated about the automated dashboard. This dashboard is indispensable. And for cash flow forecasting or for any financial strategy, cross collaboration across all teams is also required, which is also quite a tougher job. Because suppose, for example, a GST notice has come to some of the department at one of the plant, and somehow it got missed out to be put up to the competent authority. Now there is a repercussions. Just because the cross collaboration was missing out, it leads to a trouble. So somewhere we need a fine line, in fact, where all the departments, all the HODs, all the functionalities can collaborate towards each other, and there should be a real time. Some mechanism should be there which can provide you real time insights. And what else could be better instead of automated dashboard? So we have also followed that same pattern. We are having a automated dashboard where every HOD, there are certain templates where every HOD are feeding data day in, day out, not feeding data, even it gets detected even the productions, everything gets automated there. And from there, I mean, these templates are reflected on a TV screen or any visual screen on a daily, day in, day out basis. So at least we can detect, I mean, what is the vulnerability, what is going on a real time basis. Again, I would say for this financial strategies, the technology has become a double-edged sword, in fact. Now, one of the challenges which we really face in our day-to-day life is bridging the skill gap. Now, coming specifically, bridging the skill gaps, we have got a limited budget. And we have got two options. One, to invest our money on the talent skills of the employee, but there is an inherited risk. Tomorrow he may get trained and tomorrow he may blackmail us and he may leave our company. Our whole money spent got lost. On the contrary, we are also having that we can invest that money towards the augmenting AI and robust in technology. See, human being can teach us, but machine cannot teach us until unless we ask them to do in that way. So that is also one of the things. Again, I would say for better financial strategies, we also need to be aware of micro and macro trends. Now, macro trends be of two dimensions. One is of local locations. I mean, what is happening in geopolitical crisis. Even nowadays, in the era of AI, nothing is hidden. Everything is known in the fingertips only. So even everything is impacted, everything is correlated in a macro perspective. Even the Trump's winning in the elections, or even the Israel's invading war, even Putin's invading Ukraine, everything has got correlated and it impacts the global supply chain disruptions. This was from location perspective. Coming to domestic, it also has got time perspective. I mean, you will see every business has got some cyclical and seasonal trends. In the month of 12 month, in the calendar of 12 month, you will find some month it's quite, I mean, it's much better, which I mean surpasses the remaining of the month, remaining of the years. And some month could be sluggish. I mean, maybe festive seasons could be sluggish, maybe because of this acute summer season could be sluggish. So these are the things. Now, challenges are plenty. Challenges are plenty, but in the era of AI, I would say that these challenges are becoming rewarding too, because it is not as such impossible. Now, now when everything is evolving, so how come you expect that a CFO who dons many hats, their role will not be ever evolving? So in the ever evolving role, CFO role has got also, I mean, just to mitigate all the challenges and risks, CFO role has also changed from nowadays, gone are the days. Now he's no more control, compliance, or accounting hero, in fact. Now he's a key driver of growth for the board and CEO. He's accountable to board and CEO. He's not only he's a conscience keeper, now he's a culture builder. He had to set the tone, he had to set the culture, and you had to pass the message from the top to the bottom. And now he also, I mean, not only a reporter of data, he is also a presenter of actionable insights. So there has been a paradigm shift from the traditional role and modern role. So CFO has to balance all such three things. By providing actionable insights, CFO or the finance team can think of navigating the complexities. Undoubtedly, by creating business impact, by delivering financial information, by fostering growth and development to the, employees and customers, then only CFO and entire finance team can think about the long-term growth. See, I would say we always say about technology, just last sentence only. In fact, we used to say about technology. I would say, forget about the technology for the time being. Don't jump on the bandwagon just because everybody is following. Every business is different. First, think about your business. KYC. Now, KYC doesn't mean customer only. It means know your customer, know your competitor, know your compliances, and then accordingly, you jump on the embracing technology. For a moment, forget about embracing AI also. I would say, just to mitigate a financial strategy, I would say, think about the stakeholder perspective. Think about the employees, think about the customer. Just think how you can bring delight to employees by safeguarding by unlocking their productive hours. Just think about the customer perspective, how much better you can bring to their customer delights. Believe me, friends, if you are enhancing the delights of customer, if you are enhancing the delights of employee, sooner or later, automatically, you will be landing up to embracing technology. There's no way out. Without embracing technology, without embracing AI, nobody can think of enhancing customer delights. And the same goes to investors also, the third and essential important part of the stakeholders. Try to communicate clearly about your strategy and visions. We have a tendency to put the cart before the horse. we always think about the top line, bottom line, financial performance. We used to substantiate documents, this, that, blah, blah, so many things to external consultant, to auditors, just to show that we are doing this and that. But in reality, the stakeholder doesn't know, the investor doesn't know what is your thought perspective, where you are heading the company. Today's bottom line, if it is a loss, it doesn't ensure that the company has no growth potential. And today, if any company has got a bloated valuation, that also doesn't mean that it will sustain for long. So the vision and strategy should be clearly articulated and it should be clearly expressed to the stakeholders, because that is going to save you in the long run. And nothing is, sure short mechanism. We all are learning, we all are growing. We must remember that data is the new oil, but today's differentiator is the tomorrow's table stakes. So keep growing, keep reviewing your strategy day in, day out. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Satya. Now, since we are dealing with the global world, so that means we are also going to ensure that the cross-border compliances needs to be ensured. So from that perspective, let me ask this question to Avani, that what do you believe that one company should ensure about cross-border regulatory compliances?
I was thinking something else. Anyway, thank you very much. So, I mean, if you are, it is like very basic, for any person, even in the individual, when you plan individually to even go for travel outside India, you need passport, you need visa, everything. Right. So, when you're particularly going for the business, you must ensure that you are thoroughly aware about the local legal requirement, particularly which has direct implications on you. My experience suggests that most of the companies, even in case of M&As, or even if you go for brownfield or greenfield, fails when they don't analyze the actual requirement at the ground. My personal background suggests that your reliance upon a particular consultant suggesting that you need to comply for that particular law should not only be the criteria to decide and to invest and before going to any country. You should also build the talent, right? That who will ensure that those identified compliances is actually done. Many a times, the organizations, very small organization who are intended to go global, opens a office in a business center without knowing much, just exploring the market. But by the time they realize a lot of law is already applied on them. But all these can be managed. Since morning we are talking on with, for, by technology. It plays a significant role for any compliances, even in the domestic front today. So use those things. So first thing is first that you need to plan well. You need to have enough knowledge that what are the global compliances or country compliances you require, what are the infrastructure you require to ensure that those compliances are met, and then how the technology always comes secondary to support your decision making, to support your function. It cannot be driver, right? So according to me, I mean, I may be wrong, but first you need to do the planning, physical planning, and then you need to explore how the technology can support you. I'm done.
Yeah, that's great kind of thoughts on that. The another question is that what kind of forecasting tools one should take to improve the analysis, which is important for the business growth. And this question is to Arvind.
Oh, finally, thank you, Sanjeev. I was just waiting for my turn to come. But yeah, so heavy subject, so heavy topic we are discussing, and the time is hardly anything we kind of was given. And fortunately, whatever we discussed about forecasting tools, be it, and I think each and everybody of us must be using this tool or that tool. At least for me, I have used Power BI or Tableau or few dashboards. Like I think Satya mentioned it very clearly. And now there are so many tools, and here even SAP is there. I mean, Oracle, they have got different kind of forecasting tools. The question is easiest. I can simply quote it. These tools are available. We can use these tools and unquote it. And answer is there. But I think taking that hint from Satya's discussion, whatever he was deliberating, there is one more C. KYC, you were talking about this C, that C, customer. Yeah. But I think we should know our company also. KYC, know your company. And whatever we learned at 9th, 10th, something called cost benefit analysis, I think that is also very important. I should know where I am, where is my company, where I want to take it, and whether I am able, because there may be SAP available in the market, but in case the company is just for 10 crore, 20 crore of the top line, whether they will be able to digest that or not, I'm not sure. So I think that cost benefit analysis is must. There are hell number of tools available in the market for forecasting. And another panel members, they were discussing about using the different AI tools or dependency on all these tools for forecasting, analysis, big data, cloud, all those things. But I remember, first of all, positive side of it, because I'm also from same kind of background what Satya has got. We used to do that kind of analysis. You won't believe, with the help of these IEs, these AI tools and forecasting tools, which particular product should be sold in which market with which kind of sales incentive, and which particular sales officer should be incentivized more or less, where it is automatic selling, then shall we reduce it, shall we kind of increase it, all those parameters. It will take care of your monsoon predictions, looking at your past trend, geopolitical situations. And we used to call them not data analysts, we used to call them data scientists. These people are so intelligent, they'll give you each and everything. Those kind of things I have used. But the other side of the story is I worked with some promoter driven company also, small in size. And then I was coming from some big MNC and then giving these tools, these bhashans of AI, predictive analysis for blah, blah, blah. And then after giving all the data with all the support, and then that Lala will say, Arvind, ye wala chhod, ye wala kar. And believe me, he was right. Believe me, he was right. So sometimes this dependency on these AI or all those tech evolved things, I'm sure we should not be totally dependent on it. The business was growing. Business was growing earlier also, when there was no WhatsApp, there was no email. And still it will grow. I think 2 months ago or somewhere, due to that Google map, I think some accident happened because they were simply blindly following that Google map. So we were remembering those days still, you were looking at those book map ka book, or maybe taking your glass down and asking ke kahan jana hai type. So I think this should be combination of both the things. We should not be 100% dependent on AI also for all kind of forecastings, because you know better than anybody else about your strength, about your weakness, or all your SWOT. I think that should be the best way to move ahead.
Yeah, so that's all. Again, a different perspective altogether. That first of all, we need to do the SWOT analysis: strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat, before we finalize any tool. Because again, there, as he has mentioned, that there are lots of tools which are available. But first of all, the normal process which everyone as a CFO has to follow, that okay, stabilize your process first. Once that process is established, then you look for the alternative, that okay, how can I reduce the manual intervention or the routine stuff. That is where either AI or data or SAP or Oracle will help you. Because if you are not having a stable process, no matter what tool you will implement, it is not going to give you that desired result, which is what is expected from those tools. So from that perspective, again, most of yeah.
In fact, what Arvind has stated so far, I would like to state that yes, whatever Arvind has said, that maybe he had, I mean, he was rejuvenating over the exceptions only. But yes, the matter is really correct one, that technology or AI is a tool and not an oracle. There are also two school of thoughts. One, that we should rely heavily on AI, that whatever they are providing, that we take it as a nuggets of truth. Or the second school of thought also says that we should apply our mind. What is the program behind by which AI is deriving the actionable insights? So technology should be taken as a tool. Data is a driver. Surely it is a driver. We are harnessing the data. Yes, by using AI, we are harnessing much better in a much better manner. Data is a driver, but technology, AI is the differentiator. Now, just harping over the exceptions, that will not do. Yes, it has saved the productive hours. I was telling about the bridging the skill gap. There is a cultural inertia. People doesn't like to change. And a person who is in a mid management doesn't like to change. They feel that by embracing AI, their job may be wiped out. They may be thrown away from the company. Now here CFO has to take the additional role. They have to set a context. They have to set a tone that no boss, this is going to help you only. The work which you are doing for last 1 week or 1 month by using AI, it's your time which is going to be saved, not anybody else.
But you will not allow him to play with the kids or something.
Never.
No? Because you will give some more work to him.
Exactly. See, psychological safety should be imparted to employees, but psychological safety doesn't mean that that employee has got a license to be brutally candid.
Fully agree.
Exactly. Thank you.
So I think again we have a diverse discussion on this chapter, because again there is no right and there is no wrong answer. AI is just a tool which is going to help us to reduce our routine, normal, mundane activities, and whatever savings, time saving will be getting. Either we'll be spending time with our family or learning for the future, so that again we will keep on grooming ourselves for future. So I think with this, let me wrap it up. And in case that there is any question from the audience, maybe we'll be happy to answer that.
There was one question before our panel. It was asked from the audience. I was about to answer one of the questions the same way. You know, the dependency, the question was how you are using the AI, and then answer was coming from their side, how we are using in daily life. And now, in case of my son, even in case his mom is asking, beta jaake jara dekhna barish ho rahi hai kya, then he'll ask, Siri, can you tell me, is it raining outside? I think that much of dependency, I don't know where we are going. That much of dependency should not be there. So even for some simple calculation, in case you are gonna take help of that, tell me who is the president of USA? No, it's wrong, I guess. I think I am also using AI and all those tools, because when we started, most of us, even to save that Excel sheet, control S, it was so frustrating, irritating, and suddenly they came up with one, auto saver ka option. Thus, just activate that, and then you are sorted. Achanak light chali gayi, to still your file is saved. So it was big change those days, and nowadays, so after maybe 15, 17 days, in case we are sitting again, there will be one more, some AI or AI ka brother or sister, isn't it? Thank you.
Yeah. So I think let's wrap it up, and thank you very much to kind of have this session.
Quite an interactive panel session week, and we have a huge round of applause for our panelists here, as well as for our moderator for diligently curating the entire session. We will now be proceeding forward to our next segment now. Thank you once again for your kind presence here. Proceeding forward to our next segment, which is a keynote on the topic CFO leadership in AI era, driving financial innovation and unlocking massive value. To do the honors, I would now be requesting Arnab Roy, Chief Financial Officer, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, to kindly join us here on stage. Can you welcome him with a round of applause, please? Most welcome.
Please settle down. It'll be a 15-minute session. Good afternoon. So I'm Arnab Roy, CFO for Maruti Suzuki. So what I'm going to do in next 15 minutes or so is divide the whole talk into two parts. The first part obviously will be a little conceptual. We will talk about and will limit to the subject, which is AI and its use for the CFO. The second part, I'll give you some practical snippets from the Maruti Suzuki journey, how we are approaching it. So a large organization, you will get a flavor of how practically it is done. And try and keep some 2 3 minutes for question. So let's time ourselves. It's about 3:20. So about 3:35, I'll try to wrap it up. So if you see the journey of automation, I think it is going through several stages of evolution. I think the first part, when we talk about automation, and sometimes we kind of interlink or misrepresent the terms. Is it possible to take those chairs out so it will be easier for the audience to see? Yeah. So the Gen 1 of this whole automation was the RPAs. I think many of us are using RPAs in various applications. Primary objective of using the RPAs was on cost efficiency. The generation 2 of it was more on integrated automation, where some macro level impact across various value metrics has been doing. Gen 3 is now moving towards powered automation, which is with the advent of AI and Gen AI, we are reaching in that direction. So the idea is that from a cost efficiency, we are moving towards a strategic market differentiation. So that's the journey of the AI evolution. Sometimes we are interchangingly use the term, but overall, if you see, this is the direction in which we are going. I'm skipping a couple of slides and going straight to the point. So if you see here in this slide, the left side of the slide talks about the various tools which we have available. Now, obviously, most of the tools you would have used in some context or the other, whether it is a blockchain, whether it is a big data and advanced analytics, whether it is a smart process integration, whether it is cloud computing, Gen AI, machine learning. So these are various tools which has various objectives. I'm not going to spend time on the left side of the truck. I'll spend time on the right side of it. Now, with all these tools available, and as the previous panel was saying, today availability of tool is not a concern. It's everywhere there. You have knowledge partners who will give you tools. What one needs to really plan is the context in which you will apply those tools. That's most important. And what it does to your own internal team. So if you see it from a structure and role perspective, there is an integration of tech roles which is happening into traditional finance roles. And I'll give you some practical examples later. But this is a fundamental shift which is happening. So in organizations, you will find terms like data scientist, finance automation specialist, UX designer, cybersecurity, risk management professional. So these are roles which are emerging within finance. So that's one shift which is happening. The other thing which companies are realizing, especially large organizations, is the master data management is a very, very critical part of the whole thing. So there is COEs which are or center of excellences which are getting established for data standardization, consistency, governance. So this is a fundamental shift which is happening. And with more and more global GBSs getting set out of India, this aspect of the role is getting amplified. The third thing which is happening is finance command centers. So if you look at it, the so-called CFO office, you are having a group of people who are doing a central commanding. The FP&A function is getting, in a way, replaced by this. You have a group of people who can control all the metrics, because when you have more automation, you can lead to this kind of a thing. And then there is a shared pool of data analysts which supports the finance business partner. So all the finance business partner who are working with your various verticals, there is a group of data analysts which is supporting. So that's the shift which we see happening on the role perspective. What it means from a talent perspective, obviously, the talent which understands both tech and domain, there is a premium for those talents. All organizations are scouting for talents who has both these dimensions. They understand tech in the right sense, and they understand domain in the right sense. There is a diversity in hiring. You will see that a lot of engineers are finding now places in finance. If I talk about my own team in Maruti Suzuki, I have engineers who are part of finance. I have data scientist who is part of finance. So gone are those days where you only had a chartered accountant or a people with an accounting qualification as part of finance. So that is changing very fast. The other thing which is happening is the whole knowledge management is becoming more and more formalized. Organizations are making it more formal. And then various talent models are emerging. So what is happening is there are a lot of specialists today available in the market who may not like to join you as a full-time employee, but they're happy joining you as a gig worker or as a part-time worker. So this is another shift which is happening. Like as I speak, I have a guy who is 50-year-old in my team, IIT Kanpur BTech, IIT Kharagpur MTech, data science MBA from IIM Bangalore, but he doesn't want to work full-time. So he engages with me as a gig. He's my really go-to guru for all automation. So you have resources like this, which is now coming in and being part of the finance workforce. So it's a very, very interesting shift of talent profile, which is happening today. So what it does to the whole finance expectation and consequently the CFO's expectation is that the organization is demanding certain things from finance today. So historically, if you see, I mean, the finance role was in a certain way, which I'm sure during the day you are getting snippets of that. But what is happening is agility is now becoming a key ask from a finance function. How you are generating value is becoming a key ask from the finance function. On-demand metrics. People are not willing to wait for the monthly MISs to come in. I think the users are becoming more and more demanding. Your CEOs, the operational head, they are becoming more and more, give me real-time analytics. Give me an on-demand matrix. Is it a self-service model of MISs which is available? So this is becoming a mantra. The business partner role, or the finance business partner role is evolving and it is getting more depth. You need people who understand the business, who are able to articulate, who are able to tell a story. So that side of the role is emerging as a result of this. Now, what really, as finance leaders, we need to think about is we need to segment the finance function, in my opinion, into some of the cycles. Now, all transactions are coming what we loosely call a finance factory. With more and more GBSs coming in, transactional finance is getting into a finance factory. Repetitive models, standardized accounting, standardized policies, integrated data centers. So when the operations are getting automated, definitely finance will double down on business insight and services. And then the finance cycles are becoming more and more real time. As I said earlier, self-service models are emerging. So these are some of the global trends which is coming with the advent of technology. But having said that, and the earlier panel was touching in snippets on this point, now let me go into the Maruti Suzuki example and give you, with this conceptual framework, how an organization is doing. So if you see, we work in Maruti Suzuki on a cross-functional model. So essentially, this whole business management is done by three teams: the strategy team, the finance team, and the IT team. Each has its own role to play, but we usually act as a cross-functional team, which is driving the whole long-term plan, which is a 10-year plan. We have a 3-year plan, and then we have a 1-year plan. So the entire scenario, the forecasting, not just limited to the numbers, but also the operational aspect is getting done by this cross-functional team. Before you get into AI, I think it is very, very important that you define your tech architecture well. So the objective is of this slide is to show you how an organization, which is a large-scale organization, about 150,000 crores in top line, how we have defined our tech architecture. So if you look at it, the stack is in 3 parts. The bottommost part of it, we have the system of recording. So in our case, it is the SAP. So SAP is the integral part of the digital core, and you can see that most of the systems which has an impact on any kind of numbers or any kind of a financial is covered within the SAP core. So we have the material management, production management, sales and distribution, maintenance, quality, everything under the SAP core. At the same time, every organization will have its same story. There are some legacy applications which has its own value, which is also residing as part of the system of recording. So that's the first thing. And then you have some data warehousing solution, which we call SAP++. So in that case, your planning system like Anaplan, Ariba, and systems like that, that's part of the data warehouse layer. Between the ERP and the data warehouse layer, there is an integrated data lake concept, which brings in both internal as well as external data. Now, once this stack is aligned, then only you can think of the predictive stack, which is where AI, Gen AI, IoT, and all will come in. But unless, see, it's like a building. Unless your fundamental of the building is there, you cannot make the top floor. So before you really, and this is a mistake which many organizations are doing. See, today, with due respect to all my consultant friends, there are a lot of people who will come and sell you a lot of things. But you need to really decide what not to take more than what to take. That's very, very important. And don't take anything just as a bolt-on unless you are clear on the architecture. So if one message I want to leave from the session is, please revisit your architecture, see how does it fit into the architecture. How was your basic, like classically, I mean, like I passed on my CA about 26, 27 years back. So at those days, we had a concept of a sales register and purchase register, as simple as that. If you can really get a real idea of what are the flex fields which you have with the sales register and purchase register, trust me, every automation flows from there. If you can utilize your flex fields properly, you can do any amount of automation. If you cannot do that, whatever bolt-on you put in, because ultimately, see, at the advent of Gen AI, what happens is it's your ability to ask a smart question. Everything else in 5 years will get automated. You need people who have the right domain who can ask the smart question. But then how will the system give a smart answer? Depends on the integrated part. So that's something which I would really say, get more and more domain specialization in your teams, but keep this in mind. I don't want to make it a SAP session, but just to give you a view of when we talk about his core, and as you can see, we are building the core around SAP. So this is how we are building the core. Again, some more details. Let me skip this. But now, what are the key challenges? Once you have to do this kind of a setup, what are the really key challenges? The key challenges are, first is the mindset. See, the biggest challenge which all of us face is the user mindset is in a certain way. It is assigned towards a standard platform. The second thing is, how do you upgrade the skill? An organization like us, which has been there for 43 years, you have people, we are multi-generation workforce. I have people who are 60 plus in my team. I have youngsters who are in their mid-20s in the team. Now, when you are dealing with workforce of so many generations, upgradation of the skill also has to be done in certain way, because every one solution will not work for all. So how do you do this is a big challenge. Sometimes lack of ownership and accountability and synergy. So these are the practical challenges you will face. It's very, very important that one keeps a process view and keep working on the right this side of the thing if one has to move in the direction. Now, which brings us to the topic of change management. See, the whole automation is not about tools. It's about change management, how you adopt the architecture. So what are some of the essential facts of it? I think the biggest part is the leadership commitment. If you have an integrated management team, which is committed in a certain direction, and there is a strong tone from the top, which means the CEO, the CFO, the CIO, the CHRO, at least these 4 people have to move in one direction. If you are not moving in one direction, trust me, there will be conflicting messages which will go in the organization. So very, very important. Second thing is the consistency of communication. How the leadership is consistently prioritizing digitization, that becomes very important. The environment, how collaborative is the environment, because there is no right answer. As we were discussing earlier also, there can be various answers to the same question. So how do you approach that in a collaborative way? And then how do you recognize the right behavior? How do you measure people and how do you recognize the right behavior? So these are some of the fundamental parts of this whole aspect. Now, what kind of skilling, and this is my final slide, and I'll then open it up for question, that how do you skill for AI-driven success? The first step is for any transformation is to assess the as-is before you go for it to be. So the first step is do a thorough skill assessment to determine the existing level of digital competencies within the organization. Please determine where the technical knowledge is there, where it is falling short, who has what kind of skill set. I think a mapping of this, and don't undermine the importance of this exercise. Mapping the as-is become very important. See, in today's world, everybody thinks that they're an expert in tech. But doing a realistic assessment of that becomes very important. What is the depth of expertise? Just knowing the lingos is not enough. You need to have a deep domain understanding of this. So that's very, very important. Second thing is go for formal certifications and trainings. Whenever you are getting into this and remembering the full architecture stack, it's very, very important that you bring formality into your assessment. There are formal tools, formal training. How you are doing your training stack becomes very, very important. Put a formal process there. And unless somebody is certified, don't let him or her play with the system. That's very, very important that you put that control. Third thing is that one has to integrate data science capabilities. So this is becoming a need of the hour. There are quite a few good programs which are coming in India, but you need to get some, there are two ways of doing it. Either you skill your workforce, but what I have seen in my experience, having been doing this for about more than 10 years now, a mix always helps. Get some external talent who will challenge your internal workforce, and you can keep a good balance between the two. And then how do you broad base the talent base? I would take a 1 minute diversion on this one and touch upon a very, very important topic from an India perspective, not linked to AI, but something which is very important. If you see in India, today our government is more digitized than any other country in the world. Now, what does it mean? It means, that the dimensioning of the finance professional has to change. So if you look today, as you know, we had a painful GST adoption from 2017 onwards. The first few years we all struggled, but now we have reached a level where most of the data between the buyers and seller is integrated. What is the next step the government has done? They have done a similar thing on the direct tax side. So the 26 ASs and other things, they give a similar picture on the direct tax. So direct and indirect tax is integrated. I am a member of the CII's National CFO committee, so I worked a little bit with the government. The next thing they are trying to do is they are trying to integrate now customs and direct tax. So once they integrate customs and direct tax, you can imagine, because from a revenue purpose, the revenue objectives are different. TP will move in a certain direction, custom will move in the reverse direction, and the government will have both dimensioning of the data. And you will soon see notices is coming, which will challenge your position, what you have taken in one law versus the other law. Why I'm putting this diversion is, when you look at it from a talent dimensioning, we have to rethink our talent. You no longer can have a tax guy who doesn't understand accounting. Like, I used to work for a French company before I joined Maruti, Schneider Electric. I used to be the group CFO there. We used to get notices like that. And we had, I'll just take a accounting example. We used to do a project accounting. Now, project accounting is AS7. It goes on the percentage level. I get a notice saying that, look, your invoicing detail from GST shows this, whereas your book shows that the revenue is X. Can you reconcile the two? Now, imagine in a country like India getting a notice like this, which shows that, boss, you have followed AS7 accounting. Your revenue as per your balance sheet looks this, whereas your commercial invoice total in the GST looks this. Now, if you have to address a notice like this, you need multidimensional talent. So keep this aspect in mind, and deeper domain expertise is needed. And the only way we can live with this government, which is more digitized than any of us, any of the organization, is we have to be razor sharp on this whole planning of data. AI can help a lot in this one. The use of AI in internal audit is another very, very important thing. The organizations which have started using the benefit of it, you will see. Suddenly what happens is, if you can integrate AI in internal audit, the sample becomes a population. So the risk is very well mitigated if you do that. So those are some snippets of AI's usage I would leave to you. Study the subject deeper, but each of it is a subject in itself, can't be covered in 10, 12 minutes. But I would leave with some of these thoughts. That's it from my side. I'll be happy to take a couple of questions if it is there, because as I promised, 3:35 I'll finish the session. So I still have 5 minutes. So happy to take a couple of questions if you want. Okay, can we get a mic for him, please?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Arnab. This was very insightful and enriching for all. Just if I may ask, how do you balance your time amidst all these things, especially in a company like Maruti, as you said, legacy systems, multi-dimensional workforce and all. So how do you balance your time and effort and focus? And if I may ask, is there anything which keeps you awake at night?
See, for me, the biggest contributor is the team. When you are part of a large organization, you can't do everything yourself. So it is really a function of the kind of team which is there. I'm lucky I have quite a matured finance team. So that takes away a lot of pressure for me. Me personally, on my time, obviously it has to get segmented. So I trust a lot on my team and segment on things which is important. One of the things which we do as a leadership team is we have a conscious choice of how much time when we are spending on tomorrow versus today. And all of us, we ensure that at least 25% of our time is spent in tomorrow and not more than 75% on today. So that's one matrix which we keep as a matrix for all the leadership members.
Great. Thank you.
No question is bad question. So use this time if you want.
Yeah, hi Arnav. So my question is, how do you see Maruti in upcoming years with the dimensions changing towards the EV or, towards the, I would say, the SUV is getting sold. And, Maruti to us is like Hamara Bajaj, right? If two-wheeler was Bajaj, then four-wheeler is Maruti today also.
See, we have recently announced our strategic intent to the stock market. And so one of the limitations I have is I cannot speak anything which is not in the public domain, but this is in the public domain already. See, we have been there, as I told you, little over 40 years. So today we do about 2 million cars in India, 20 lakh cars. So we have announced our strategic intent to go to about 4 million cars, which is doubling from where we are today in the next 6 years. So that's the kind of growth we see in the Indian industry. Of course, the growth will come with its own challenges. If you see historically the automobile market today, it has been predominantly an ICE engine market. Although we have EVs and there's a lot of talks about EV, but the reality of the game is EV is less than 3% today of the market. Hybrids are about 2% in the market. CNGs are more prevalent today in India. CNG is about 18% of the market. Rest is either a petrol or diesel car. So that's the composition of the market today. But if you look at countries like Europe or US, the composition of a greener technology is much higher. Of course, in India, I mean, we first will have to also green the generation side of it, because 70% of what the power which we generate in the country is still fossil. So our real greening will happen when we can make the energy generation more green. And then, of course, on the utilization side, the government and all of us will move faster towards an EV adoption. So that's where the future will go. It will be a combination of various powertrains, and hence we are gearing up for it, the situation where manufacturing will be more complex. So you will have 6 or 7 types of powertrains or 6 or 7 types of different manufacturing processes within the organizations. So hence we are revisiting the whole organization, especially to cater to this kind of a growth when you will live in a complex environment like this. So that's the journey which we are in. Yeah. Maybe let me take a step back to answer your question. So broadly in the buckets, the way, I mean, my finance team in Maruti Suzuki is structured, and I had a similar structure when I used to be in Schneider. We have the finance talent in 3 or 4 broad buckets. So in Maruti Suzuki, all the accounting today is consolidated under a chief accounting officer. So whether it is P2P, R2R, O2C, the core accounting handling audit, that's under an accounting team. It's like the finance factory example which I was giving. The second bucket is people whom we call finance business partners. So they are the people who are working with the different businesses. I mean, they leverage the accounting from the accounting team, but they are more closer to the business. That's the second bucket of people. The third bucket of people are the specialized functions like tax and treasury. So these are investor relations. So these are the 3 specialized functions who do the specialization. Then what we have done is, and what I found, I mean, by making mistakes is, see, transformation cannot be done as a part-time agenda. So sometimes as CFO, we make this mistake. So we have a person, a senior person, who is responsible for finance transformation as a mandate. And this person is like a catalyst. He doesn't own an operational responsibility. The operational responsibility sits with the other guys. He's like a catalyst enabling the chemical reaction. But his agenda is the entire tech stack is controlled by him. Whether it is the ERP stack, whether it is the data warehouse stack, or whether it is the AIML stack. And then we have bucketized the whole data scientist layer with this person from a finance. Of course, this also works on a hub and spoke model. The core data scientist sits with the IT team. The spoke sits in finance, and there is an integration between the two. So that's how we have done it. But somebody is driving transformation as a full-time job. So I think committing that resource is very, very essential if you want to do transformation seriously. Otherwise, what will happen is firefighting takes over. If one person is multi-hatting, then firefighting take over, transformation will take a backseat.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi, Arnab, thank you for the presentation. So my name is Dipesh and I'm from Oak North Bank. My question is, right, you mentioned that in 5 years, everything may be automated, right? So do you think that the boundaries among different functions, for example, you mentioned accounting, treasury, tax, right, will blur? And as an inspiring CFO, right, what do you think are the three key skill sets that you should acquire in the next 2 years, for example?
Very good question. See, what I see is the so-called, I mean, and pardon my, if I sound a little arrogant on this one, the so-called Excel gurus will vanish. Because this used to be the classic FP&A team, people who can deal with large volume of data, do your pivots, do this. That skill set will no longer be required. What will remain is more and more domain expertise, because I gave you the government example specifically for that. So domain expertise will get more deeper. You will have a lot of demand for domain expert. So either you choose to be a domain expert or you choose to be more with the business. So one of the metrics which we keep for the business partners is how much time you are spending pre-sales versus post-sales. Very simple metrics, but if you go deeper into the metrics, this shows that how much portion of your job is more strategic, how much portion of your job is operational. So you would need people who will work very closely with the business. So this is one skill set which will be there. The third skill set will be like people in the factories, the finance factory, who can do more and more automation, run the operation in a smooth way, typically get into the GBS mode, integrate, bring efficiencies, and run the shop. Broadly, these are the three domains which we'll remember. Of course, specialist functions like tax and all will remain. Tax treasury will remain. So broadly, these are the 3-4 buckets where I see the finance talent will go. And of course, I mean, the person who has a 360 view among this will emerge as the CFO. So it is important that if you have an aspiration of becoming a CFO, try to tick 2 or 3 boxes out of the 4 or 5 boxes. Unless you want to see, there's no good or bad path. You can be a specialist, and now organizations are also recognizing specialists at the same level. But if you want to become a CFO, you have to kind of tick 2 or 3 boxes out of this. Yeah, I think this is the last question we'll take, and probably we'll then stop the session.
My name is Puneet Ahuja. I just wanted to ask you, since you are using SAP S4HANA, I think, and in the manufacturing, I think the SCM is the main function, supply chain management. So do you rely on the SAP S4 SCM software, or do you have any other software add-ons on that?
See, for us, the bill of material is, I mean, we are a Japanese company, so the bill of material, which is our IBOM system, is outside because that's a legacy system. But that's the only system which is outside. Rest of the costing, the entire material management, the PPM, everything is inside the SAP.
IBOM is the Japanese software?
It's a Japanese software. So this is where the bill of material resides. But then there is a flow when the bill of material is getting into an ordering stage, then it moves into the SAP. There's a seamless integration of that. And then everything else is in the SAP. Okay, thank you so much. I think we are done.
Thank you so much, sir. That was quite an interactive session indeed. And I know a lot of people have a lot of many questions, but because we are running short on time, my humble apologies. We need to move on to the next segment. Once again, can we have a round of applause for Mr. Roy here? Thank you so much. As we proceed forward to our next segment now, which is the panel discussion on quite an interesting topic indeed. The CFO Leadership Panel 5, Unlocking the Future of FP&A, Setting and Executing a Winning Vision. I would one by one be calling upon the moderator as well as the panel members for this session now. Well, as the stage is being set, let's just motivate you all a little bit. More important than how we achieve financial freedom is the why. Find your reason why you want to be free and wealthy. And there it is. You have cracked the code. Being rich will be your year goal for 2025. Well, I hope that brought a smile to your faces. All right, then. The stage is almost set. All right, then. I think the stage is set now. Proceeding forward to our panel, let me reintroduce you the topic. CFO Leadership Panel 5, Unlocking the Future of FP&A, Setting and Executing a Winning Vision. The panel moderator that I would be inviting humbly is Leenu Nair, CFO, Gas Power Services South Asia, GE Vernova. Let's welcome them with a round of applause, please. Followed by our panel members now. Sridhar Toshniwal, Director of Finance, CK Birla Healthcare Private Limited, Sumit Chug, Head of Finance, Zupi, Kaushal Mehtani, Managing Director and India CFO and Enterprise Value Practice Lead, Essential Strategy, Ankur Tandon, Chief Financial Officer, Senior GM Supply Chain, Navitsa Navitasis India Private Limited, Rachit Chaudhary, Corporate Financial Controller, Nestle. Can we have a round of applause for our dignitaries here on board? Thank you so much for coming in here today. And I would now humbly request the moderator for the session to kindly take the lead on the same.
Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last panel discussion for the day. We're going to unlock the future of FP&A with the help of these panel experts. Just to set the ball rolling, I work for a power generation company. ये जो बिजली चमक रही है ना आसपास, ये इसमें हमारा बहुत बड़ा हाथ है. So in past couple of years, we have faced so many challenges, so much of volatility, be it supply chain disruption, or the disturbances in the Red Sea, logistic issues, pandemic. And we've seen it all. But one thing I can proudly say, GE Finance partnered with all the business partners, and we worked very closely to take strategic decisions. So FP&A has a very important role to play in today's world. But the mindset of FP&A has evolved. Gone are the days where FP&A would, work on Excel sheets, consolidate, and be more of a consolidator. Today, the mindset of FP&A has changed. So I take care of Bangladesh as well. मुझे क्या मोहम्मद यूनुस को भी नहीं मालूम है अगले 5 महीने में क्या होने वाला है, तो मैं 5 साल का क्या ही प्लान बनाऊंगी for Bangladesh, right? So the entire mindset of FP&A has changed. And my first question is related to the mindset of FP&A. And maybe Rachit, you work for FMCG, right? So what's your view? Is it right? The mindset has changed?
Thanks a lot to Leenu. I think representing, let's say, the world's biggest F&B company and a formidable one in India. The way I look at the mindset is from an FP&A perspective, and I read this a long time back, the difference between a managerial mindset and an entrepreneurial mindset. So for a manager, A is less than equal to R. So attitude and ambition is determined by the resources. For an entrepreneur, A is greater than R. First comes ambition and attitude, and then you see how do I get the resources required to fuel that ambition. So I think that's the first mindset change that we have embarked upon as the FP&A function in Nestle is don't define what can I achieve because I have this budget available. Turn it the other way around to say, this is the ambition that I have for my product, for this new launch, for my category, and so on and so forth. And now go in search of the resources required to fuel that ambition. And of course, that means choice making, but don't constrain yourself by that mindset. The second aspect, and you mentioned Bangladesh, I would add, I think, to it, and some of the speakers spoke before me, is the requirement of agility. So from a place where people used to say have one base case scenario, one pessimistic scenario, one optimistic scenario, I think you have to be prepared for a reality where all the three play out across the parts of your portfolio. So probably if time permits towards the end, I'll also give an example, but that's what I will say. So be prepared for a reality where all three scenarios are playing out.
Thanks. Thanks, Rachit. So next, I want to cover on IT tools, right? So FP&A, the backbone of our analysis is strong IT tools. GE invests hugely in all those tools, whether it's predictive analysis of our gas turbines, the functioning of our gas turbines. The data gathering is done with the help of all these tools. And then you can easily slice and dice, spotlight, work on weaker areas, work on productivity, optimize financials. So my next question is on AI and ML, and I've heard all the panel members in the previous 4 panels also talking a lot about AI. We heard Arnab also talk about AI. So Sridhar, my question is to you. So you're in healthcare, right?
Yeah.
So what's your view about how, AI and ML can support analytics in finance? I've heard this gentleman in the first panel, he was saying that, finance, we don't invest much in AI and ML because it doesn't have any, we have to give those business rationales. So what's your view on this?
I think if we hear what Arnab also mentioned in the earlier session, see, people generally at times misinterpret AI with RPA and various other automations. If you ask me honestly, in finance, we are far, far away from the actual usage of AI. Because what is AI? It's actually doing a predictive analysis or predictive forecasting, right? You yourself mentioned that it is so difficult to actually put a prediction to a number, right? When something is more on a commentary or statement, that can be still done as part of prediction. AI or ML, if you ask me, it is more, I mean to say, like, if you see the way Indian companies are structured, right? Our society is a very price sensitive society. For everything which the company spend, be it on the capex or the opex, the mindset is still on the cash flow. Right? They always think that what is the return it is actually getting me out, right? And AI and ML are investment and not like 1 year, 2 year investment. It's a long-term investment. So I think as a society or as an economy, we are still evolving and trying to solve the basic problems. If you see the way large companies are set up, they have invested because they got opportunity to invest. They have been in the business for many, many decades. Majority of companies are now evolving. So I think what is required right now is when we actually link operational performance of the company or operational inputs and try and figure out what is the financial value it can bring in giving that kind of insight which a business might be looking. I think that's the immediate need which I guess most of the people are trying to solve. So for me, AI and ML right now is something which can simplify life with not many complication, like where you are using workflow, a different tool, for accounting something else, for planning or forecasting something else. So that's where I would consider AI and ML direction. So I hope that's the way you were looking for the answer, or
Yeah,
I hope it answered.
absolutely. I totally concur with you. Another thing that all of us use, finance professionals, right? Dashboards. That's the starting point of our analysis. So in GE, we have dashboards wherein we even double click balance sheet items, the exposures. Unfortunately, power generation, especially the gas power generation, is going through a lot today. So we tend to look at our exposures in the balance sheet. We use cost plus accounting. So we have deferred built up, we have long-term ARs. So these kind of dashboards have always helped us, get the gist of the story. So my next question is related to dashboard, which is very close to all the finance professionals here. So I think, Ankur, what's your view on dashboarding, advanced dashboarding?
Yeah, so as dashboards are, I would say, the soul for any FP&A role. I would say that being in the manufacturing sector, our company produce mobile lithium-ion batteries and for EVs also. So now when we are the biggest manufacturer of lithium-ion batteries in India, and we provide it to all the big shot, we need to know right from which line, which product is giving us the profitability. One is what is the line utilization, what is the direct labor, overhead, in even the UPH, that what is the output for each line. And this, we don't wait for Excel, as you rightly said. We just have these dashboard, which are the soul or the real essence of decision making. Because decision making is always, as you rightly said, giving the example of Bangladesh, the probability is always there to lose, and there's always a probability to win. But taking a mindful and relied decision, you need these dashboard to work on a real-time basis to predict or to articulate through AI and ML learning that what is the past trend, whether that past trend may play out or may not play out. But at least we as an executives or CFOs or leading the businesses should have these dashboards enhanced in our system, which give us the real-time data. Even for FMCG, FMCD, or for any other today companies, even on the service sector side, e-com, also you see these algorithms, these trends actually trigger what would be the next sale in which depot, in which customer is the target audience, and which has to be listed at what price, what secondary, primary schemes need to be put on the manufacturing or at a dealer or a retailer end. All is today decided. So these dashboards, again, I would say is the soul. But yes, the power of AI should, or blockchain should enable these dashboard now to the next level. Enough of those fancy colors dashboard, but it should also give a kind of an analysis which would help the decision maker to take the right decision at the right point of time. And that is the value addition or an ROI, what we all think of any decision as a finance professional.
Thank you. So every finance professional, right, a successful CFO is supposed to be predictive, proactive, and not reactive, right? In today's world, at least we have to be very, very proactive. Now, my next question is related to data science. And I'm going to post it to Sumit. So Sumit, how do you think we can, FP&A team or finance professionals can develop these data science capabilities?
I think this topic has been reached multiple times in the day. I think the first thing is to answer the why of it, that what are the capabilities you want to build it and what is the right business use case. For the company at present, which has seen 100 million users on the platform across the lifetime, there's no way that you cannot have very strong data science capabilities across the organization, even on finance. So once you're aligned on the why of it, you need it for predictive modeling, you need it for fraud management, you need it for marketing cost, customer cost, optimizing the customer acquisition cost. For every single use case, given the data set we have, the requirement is all pervasive. So once you have answered the why, you align the broader organization, right? You need to do scenario planning in FP&A. You can't do it without data science for a large scale, SaaS platform or a gaming company or a mass entertainment platform. Once you've aligned on it, I think the idea is to then build the right team to support your data science capabilities, whether it's some part of data science team sitting with the finance team, or you have a cross-functional team aligned on the common organizational goals. Get the right team. I think even in the traditional FP&A team we have had, I think it is important for us to understand enough skill to understand the basics of data science, AI, ML, right? You can't ask good questions if you don't understand what the subject is. So you need to build that capability in the team as well. And the third thing is, of course, you build the right platform across the organization, right cloud support, right analytical tools, both with data science team and finance team. How do you integrate them best? And more importantly, how do you, get away from the routine, mundane problems of, cleaning the data? So you have very strong data backend in terms of the right data warehousing, taking care of data hygiene, so that you can focus on the business critical missions.
Thanks, Sumit. So we have a consultant in-house, Accenture. So let's learn from him. How do we, how to elevate the FP&A discussion in such a way in today's world that we add value to the business, enhance productivity? Kaushal.
Thanks, Tino. So I will actually try to rename the FP&A functions to an XP&A function. X is an exponential factor, and we consultants are privy to or basically in the habit of creating more jargons. And as a jargon creator, I would say if X is a factor to the number of stakeholders that you can interact with, one, that you can work with, two, and partner with them for the right decision making. Things are changing across the organization. So FP&A is no more about only finance. How do you go back to respective functions to give them insights, foresights, highlights, lowlights, all enabled through multiple platforms? And if you look at the journey of evolution of FP&A to an XP&A, it started with pure rear view mirror as to what has happened in the past. Those were enabled through multiple dashboards, which could give you a budget to an actual, some hotspots as to what will you actually give it to. The second stage of evolution came to play when we actually looked at how can I do a causal analysis on it. A causal will tell you why and what happened, but it does not even give you predictive answers to it. The third evolution is that now, based on the causal analysis, you can actually go back as to what you should do. And when we integrate the entire piece together, what we were alluding to from the morning and the esteemed panelists who have actually said that, the idea is if in case we have right data science, algorithms, and mechanisms from a Gen AI concept standpoint of view, we can integrate the everything because there is a power of data that could be evolved basis multiple factors or variants or mixes coming into play, which a human guy using an Excel cannot do. Platforms will be only means to the end. The idea is basically how do you structure the process right, get the data stack right, and get the right algorithms to forecast in the right manner. And I'll give you one very small example to some of the verticals that we work. I work across horizontals. So having said that, whether it is power or FMCG or e-commerce or anything else, that data part always remains because the human eye cannot find or decipher as to what is going in terms of the P and Q that we call it. But to go deeper, and as you delve deeper, there are more insights that come into play. So partnering with business stakeholders becomes a most important factor. And for that, you were alluding to a discussion that Arnav also made, wherein talent becomes the key priority. How do you nurture talent to be pervasive across the organization rather than working in their siloed vertical of being a finance geek or a finance Excel guy who does only Excel? Thank you.
Thanks, Kaushal. So दोस्तों बातें तो बहुत हो गई, अभी थोड़ा practical example लेते हैं. So Rachit, you are the FP&A vertical leader also in Nestle. How did you partner? How did your team partner with your business leaders to bring about a change or to add value?
Okay, thanks, Linu, for the question again, and I'll share an example which is pretty close to my heart. We've been working for it for a good 2 to 3 years horizon, and now we actually see the results. So we are pretty gladdened by it. And it's a brand that I think will resonate with the audience. So the brand happens to be Nescafe. So the morning cup, which, as we say, 1 in 7 people in the world start their day with Nescafe. That's the kind of brand it is. So in India, of course, Nescafe is synonymous with coffee. You will often find it on the menu. Coffee is not there in the word which is written in Nescafe. And it's a market leader. But the surprising fact is it is not a market leader in South India, which is the core of coffee consumption in this country. So 50% of volume sits in South, but we are number 2. The market leader is someone else. And this is a problem that we have been trying to crack for years, that how come the world's biggest coffee company cannot be a leader in the largest market in India, which is the south of India. And when we all sat down for the, if I can say, the nth time trying to solve that problem, the mindset that always used to work is we are number 2, we are a distant number 2. The competitor is 2x. It is investing 3x resources. It is a mature market, so only growing on consumption. So the category growth can only be X, which is mid-single digit. I can grow X plus something with the resources that I have. And that's the way journey has been. So a little bit twiddling away, a little bit market share each year. But this time we said, okay, let's make it slightly different. And I'll go back to the analogy that I was using, that if gaining market share is the ambition, let's define it in terms of XP&A. So I go for exponential market share gain ambition. What do we need to do in terms of partnering with business? Of course, have the right product, be in top in terms of consumer mind, which needs resources. And third is in terms of availability. And the way we went about that exercise is that here comes the role of data, that now I need to generate resources to fund these 2 or 3 initiatives, which means my product should be superior in terms of recipe. I should be spending enough so that I am registering in the minds of the consumers, and I should be available in enough outlets. So all of this needs money. So instead of playing as a player, which is a typical mindset of a number 2, that I cannot charge more than my competition, we ran through various data models, and it suggested that actually from an elasticity standpoint, we would not lose out on business if you were to start charging more than the market leader. So the first model that we ran was on price elasticity. The second model that we ran is, should we be spending over-indexed on consumer spends versus trade spends on availability? The answer that was thrown to us is consumer spending will matter more. Trade spends, even if done a little bit less, we will not lose out on business. So these two, if I can say, data-driven insights, we fed back to our business saying, this is how we will generate the resources. So let's go for a strategy where we will now price our product more than our competition, so we improve our gross margins. We will little bit do lower trade spends and index higher on reaching media, more digital, more TV, and so on. And thereafter, let's see the results for a while. And what we have seen essentially in the last 18 months is what we have not been able to do in 5-7 years in aggregate. We are getting market share gains in 1 year itself after following this strategy. So this is where I feel that instead of sitting in a command center and giving orders that this is what data is showing and only showing the rear view picture, you sit down with the business, understand the ambition, understand what the consumer wants, then bring in data to generate the required sources for the ambition, and the agility in terms of saying, did all the ideas work? The answer is no. Every 2 out of 3 ideas were failing, but we went behind the one bigger one and immediately corrected ourselves on the 2 ideas that were not working. And touch wood, I think the kind of results that we are foreseeing, we do believe what we always showed only as a dream in a strategy presentation, in a few years' time, that dream of becoming a market leader shall come through. Absolutely.
Sridhar, AI ML, do you have any experience of implementing? What were the challenges that you faced? How did you navigate?
See, actually, to commence the journey of AI ML, first, I think the kind of industry which I represent is also important to understand what is that we are trying to solve. Like, for example, the kind of thing which goes into a healthcare or a hospital or a chain of clinics is that, like, there are a lot of boundaries. Like, for example, if you talk about in a healthcare, we can't just increase the prices like the way any other industry can increase the prices of their products or services. The costs are continuously on an increasing trend on year basis. So what I realized is that basically there's a traditional talent who understand the way things happen in the industry. The moment you actually ask them to work in a technology based environment, they generally get confused how to actually use the technology. The mindset now moves towards, okay, it's an adoption we have to do because everyone is doing it, we also have to do. Competitors are doing it, you compare with the largest of the hospital network, they are doing it because we have to do now. So that changes the game. Ultimately, it is actually the kind of analysis you want to do, kind of forecasting, which actually helps in achieving the desired output, how the business is actually looking at things, what is their focus area. First is understanding that, prioritizing that, and then trying to find a flow, how that can be solved by way of RPA, automation, BI tools, AI, ML, integration, various other jargons which people have actually now got to know over last 5 to 10 years. So So to understand this, actually it took us almost a year. Then we realized, okay, first let's get all our data at one place by way of data lake. We actually got it done. We got our engineers who are actually now retrieving the reports, which is simple report actually based on the data lake. Now, the next step is that obviously they are now giving us a static report. How do we actually build the dynamism of the business? Like our business continuously change based on the, let's suppose, how the registration flow is happening for the patient footfall, how the conversions are happening. We have a limited bed capacity, right? We can't increase the number of beds in a hospital. Now, the bed is occupied for a specialty, right? How you actually want to focus, whether you want to increase that specialty mix, the kind of patient, whether it's a cash patient or an insurance patient or a government scheme patient, all these things go, and for that actually it is extremely difficult to do a predictive analysis. So we try and figure out how the competition is doing in set of specialties and the kind of margin we actually earn for each of the specialty or the bed what we are utilizing, or even the equipment, the biomedical equipment. If there are patients who are coming for MRI scan and they are not able to get it on that same day, they go to some other MRI center. Now we have to prioritize how we actually want to cater the services to our patient. So, it is actually patient driven as well as supply driven. So we have a demand supply gap. We saw the pandemic, right? It actually, I think it was one of its kind for the healthcare business where they also face the demand supply gap. In case of any product company, it happens every year. There's a cyclical trend which happens for any product or a commodity kind of company. But for healthcare, it is actually once in a phenomenon. And after that, we are seeing it. There is a lot of investment coming in. There are M&A deals happening, primary fundraise happening. This all has resulted into faster turnaround, faster return, and faster thinking. How do we actually get more return out of it? And that's why you need different kind of talent who can actually think of how do we actually do that and achieve that. And there's second set of people who are actually the traditional thinker who understand the business really well. So it's a combination. We are trying to solve how do we bring the use of technology in an optimal way, which also solves our problem, but but keep it in a cost optimized manner because of the gap, because of the capping what we have on the earning potential. So the solution is that on the analysis we are trying to solve by data lake and various other tools which we are trying to bring in, but keeping the business objective in mind on the margin expansion rather than giving them the plenty of reports, what people can actually see in their dashboard by way of auto alerts and all.
Thanks, Sridhar. So the next topic, very interesting one, storytelling, optics. I think it was in the ESG panel where one gentleman said, if you want to go and raise funds, उसके आगे ना sustainability लगा दो यार, एकदम funding मिल जाएगा, right? So that's optics, that's storytelling, right? Very interesting skill to have, especially for finance professionals. We should be able to read the dashboards, understand the numbers, decode, and then come out with a summary we should be able to even spotlight areas. So the next question is, Ankur, how do we develop this storytelling skills?
So again, as I earlier said, that dashboard is the soul. So the soul has to sing a song, and that is storytelling. And that has to be in rhyme or rhythm. And that has to be learned today by every professional, even financial or non-financial. Because in corporates, when we work, or even as you rightly said, when we pitch our deck to investors also, today everybody is not betting on the idea. They are betting on that person's storytelling attitude, conviction, and execution. So whether you will be able to portray your point of view from the financial aspect to the management, to bankers, to boards, or to shareholder in earning call or in your discussion has to be learned by each professional. And the tactics again comes from the soul of the data, which is dashboard, which tell us the predictability. That predictability has to be said in a form, like if I plainly say that this particular SKU or this particular category is at loss at 10%. It is just creating a havoc or a kind of a rush situation. If I start saying it with example that in this product category, this time the production was a loss due to these number of reasons, like material being not on time, or there would be some mechanical error, or there would be more line stoppage percentage, or there is a breakdown. I need to tell a story around that and then come to a conclusion of there, yes, there's a 10% reduction in the margin. Because ultimately, we as professional are not here to report like a report card or give just judgments, but also along with the business stakeholder, business partnering, we also need to tell them that where they are lacking in that report card. And next time, how they will work through hit and trial method or predictability or the dashboard or storytelling, how they can improve. Because many times, many technical people feel shined away from finance because they are not able to communicate in the system. So all the wheels in the car is not working well. So that storytelling bring them together to one motive to understand, yes, if there is a forex loss. Today there was a headline that rupees an all-time low. So if the forex at loss may be hedging, many people will not even understand that what kind of forward contract or hedging you are going to take. So then you have to tell them or narrate a story that yes, there is a money market in which particularly INR is losing the shine, and how you are going to protect it by some forward contracts. And these are nothing but a long-term contract for which you pay commissions and hedge it for the long-term purpose. So hedging in English may be having a very different meaning as compared to hedging in the financial market. So this is what storytelling is all about.
Thank you. Next topic. So it's like Naukri, Naukri, Naukri. You hire people, you train them, they understand the business, they get closer. But then retaining talent has become a challenge nowadays. So I want to hear from Sumit, your views on how to retain these key talent, after grooming them, telling them about, storytelling, dashboarding, ये सब करने के बाद, how to retain them.
I think it's $1 million question, and we're all still looking for answers. But I think thing is that this starts from the top. What kind of company you're working for? Do you provide enough opportunities for growth, innovation? I think specifically for the younger people coming in, while they of course look for culture and growth and everything. I think one of the things, the key mindset change I've seen is that they are looking for really, really challenging work. Where the organization is growing, there are enough complex problems to solve. You're not getting involved only in the mundane task, right? Of course, you have to do what you have to do, but how quickly you can automate and move it, but how quickly you can get better and more complex problems to solve them. I think the second bit is also something which not a lot of organizations do well is that how did you communicate the impact of the effort being put by an FP&A or by effort initiative or by data science team. It is important for the broader org to understand the value being added by a different function, different project, different initiative. For example, data science, again, it's an investment, right? And this is a huge investment. Data scientists are where the tech talent was, I think, 5-7 years back for startups. Very expensive, very difficult to track well, and very, very difficult to retain, right? How do you make sure that those data scientists or the critical people who are hiring on the AIML side, they understand the business impact they're sharing and how the broader organization understand how to rally around them and build the organization around with them as at the core. I think that impact communication is something which keeps people engaged, motivated to deliver more and better.
Thank you. I guess I have spent like 13 years in GE. And why I stayed back in GE was also because the organization gave me promotions, new roles, challenging roles. So I moved from power to oil and gas and back to power. So I guess this is something which we all should do, give new assignments, motivate people, reward them. then they'll be motivated to go above and beyond, and then probably they'll stick on to the organization. Um, Last question to Kaushal. Cross-functional collaboration, right? We just said, we need to go above and beyond. We have to be a strategic partner. We know we should understand the business. We should understand the regulatory. We should know the rev rec rules. We should know the balance sheet exposure. Oh, bhaiya, matlab, where to draw a line?
We have actually tried to put in an anecdote to it. So if in case you're flying a plane, there are two people who are involved in it. One is a pilot and the other is co-pilot. The co-pilot is a navigator to the entire ecosystem as to how things operate in a plane. So in order to be in the navigator's seat and also at times take over the pilot, the finance guy is an anchor to it. If in case you try to put this hypothesis into a dimension of a finance guy trying to learn the business first, because most of the companies now what they are doing is when they induct finance talent, they are letting them to go and actually partner with business and to learn what the business is all about. To give you a quick anecdote of the analysis that one was doing using an AI and Gen AI tool, the power of analysis is when it is done timely or it is basically coming early than later. If in case you go back to a supply chain guy or an RTM guy and say, let's try to okay, let's take an example of a chocolate. A chocolate is best taken care of in a visi-cooler. And if in case your gross margin for a particular chocolate is high and you want to sell more, what will you do? You will go back to the stores which has where the visi-coolers have to be deployed. And if in case you want to do that, somebody has to do an analysis where that chocolate sells more. If in case somebody in the RTM team or the route to market team has to do that, he will take ages to do. If in case it is done using a Gen AI or a AI ML tool only, it is very too simple to analyze where that sale is more, apply that visi cooler going there and we deploy. If in case you help the cause of the other stakeholder, then they will get entrenched into what you are giving them. Because what is in there for them or what is in there for me will definitely make a difference to make you a business partner against that feeling of I, me, and my finance. That is what I know. So having said that, the mindset for finance professionals will have to also go a dramatic change, because unfortunately, the institute has given us a trajectory of looking at things in a siloed manner. We go into the depth of it, not the breadth of it. So FP&As have to go into the breadth of the dimensions to ensure that they partner with business more. So this is only one anecdote as to if in case you're in a position to serve the broader stakeholders by helping them what they need rather than telling them this is what I have. Somebody was alluding to a concept of black box finance. We have to go beyond the black box, go behind what is happening, alluding to the causal analysis, dark coding, Gen AI tools, and Rachit's example of how do you make sure that people are enabled to take decision. So it has to be made pervasive across the organization. And this is the linking pin, which is a navigator and a co-pilot. That's I would have to sum it at. Thank you.
Thanks, Kaushal. So whether we are a financial analyst or a CFO or FP&A, we've heard through all these panels, the crux of the story is be proactive, not reactive. Use predictive analysis and support your business partners. Then I guess we'll all be successful finance professionals. So I think with that, we conclude this panel. And anything you guys want to add? Okay, we're done. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you once again to our moderator and our panelists for diligently curating the session. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? Proceeding forward, we do have our closing keynote by a renowned person who is unfortunately available with us on the video. So please place your eyes onto the LED screen in front of you. For the closing keynote, CFO as Strategic Business Partners, delivered by Sethu Ratnam Ravi founder Ravi Ranjan and Co. LLP, Chairman TFCIL and former Chairman BSE.
Hello, everyone. I would like to thank BW for inviting me to be the keynote speaker of CFO Under 40, Future of Finance. I went through the schedule of speakers and the subject, right from artificial intelligence to CFOs as strategic partners, all varied subjects, including sustainability. I was quite impressed with the list of speakers. I'm sure you had a great day. You had a great interaction with all of them. The panel discussions must have been very exciting. Now coming to the CFOs and their role as strategic partners. The CFOs play a very key role in the business. The CFO role has become challenging because of the regulatory compliances, disclosures, changes in accounting standard, changing business environment, moving towards IT infrastructure, and also encountering cyber crimes. Another aspect that the CFOs have to use is the artificial intelligence and data analytics that are available to each one of us. But coming to the regulators, there are a lot of regulatory changes in every sector, primarily as we are moving towards global standards. And that is why we have a lot of regulatory changes. Also, if you look at I'm not going back too much, but from 2005, 2010, 2015, and so on, the number of frauds that have happened in the companies have also sort of made the regulators sort of sit up and make more regulations so that the public money is kept intact. Shareholders and public money is a very important aspect, and it is very hugely they are sensitive to such frauds and business losses. So that is why if you look at the many companies that have gone down under from 2007 to 2014, primarily because of misgovernance, wrong reporting, false reporting, fudging of balance sheet, to everything. Some, of course, we have witnessed business failures. And the greed of the promoters to make personal wealth, compromising the company. We have seen many such instances, and that is why the regulators sort of came in with more regulations and have brought in a lot of changes in the regulatory environment, apart from keeping in pace with the global standards. So the regulatory changes, if you look at mutual fund, insurance sector, you look at the alternate investment fund sector, you look even at the manufacturing sector where ESG is going in a very different direction. We look at even oil and gas sector where we talk of methane-free and carbon-free production. So all this, green coal, we are talking of green coal. We are talking of waste to green coal. And so many things have opened out, municipal waste to green coal. So all this has, the whole business model has changed, which makes it very difficult for the CFOs, because the business model, when it changes, you have to gear up and try to adhere those set of new type of regulations which are applicable to that sector. So these changes have brought a lot of focus to the CFOs and their role. If you look back in the failures, who has taken the maximum brunt is the promoter and the CFOs, who have taken the maximum brunt. Their brand value, their whole image has come down because of the ecosystem and the failure and the way they have been non-compliant, or there's lack of governance. But on the other hand, if you look at successful CFOs, they have been able to bind the company. And even what is happening is some of the CFOs have even gone through a generational change. The promoters, their next generation, when they come in, the CFO actually binds them in, gives the value system which the original promoter had, and also moves in to transform to the next generation. And there is a lot of transformation which happens in a business model. And especially when you talk of artificial intelligence, you talk of data analytics, you talk of the IT infrastructure and the type of security system that is there, the whole thing changes. And today you can sit anywhere and monitor a plant anywhere in the country with all the IT infrastructure. You can have tags with in the stock. You can do anything. So the IT infrastructure has played a big role. So in the retail segment, IT infrastructure you are seeing has played a big role. So what I'm trying to say is the CFO is seeing all these changes as it happens, as it unfolds, and yet the CFO is taking the company along with the management.
As all good things come to an end, today's summit has also come to its closure. That was the closing remarks. And we would like to thank Sir for his humble message here. Can we have a round of applause for him, please? We would now be proceeding forward with BW CFO World Presents Future of Finance Summit and Awards. So please stay put with us. We would be starting off with the award segment shortly. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to each and every one of you. Thank you so much for coming in here today. And it is our honor and our delight to have so many vibrant young minds here with us. Moving forward from the compelling discussions that we witnessed today to the evening's celebrations, I welcome you all to BW Finance 40 Under 40 Awards 2024. Can we have a round of applause? Come on. Let's see how pumped and energized you all are here today. We have gathered here to celebrate and honor the trailblazers in the finance space, the pioneers who have demonstrated exceptional commitment, dedication towards shaping the future of finance in India. I would once again like to thank our partners for the day now. Spend Management Partner, SAP Concur, Knowledge Partner, Resurgent India Event Partner, The Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Award, IWM Bars Impact Pitch Fandom, Beanley Coffee. Before we start with the award ceremony, I would like to take this moment to thank our jury members for their deliberation and contribution in deciding the winners. I would now humbly request our team to play the jury AV to show us a glimpse of the jury process now. Can we please have the AV?
It was an absolute pleasure to be a part of the jury this year, and we saw some fantastic entrants. Interacting with all the nominees was nothing short of phenomenal. I would like to congratulate all the winners, and to the ones who have applied and did not get through this time, well, better luck next time. I hope you all have a great evening. Thank you so much.
It was a great experience being a part of the jury for BW 40 under 40 finance professionals. We had the profiles sent to us pretty much in advance, and then we had a very thorough interview process, and we selected the best 40 out of the many profiles that we have received. So it has been a great evaluation process, and all the best to the winners.
We had an excellent experience of evaluating 40 under 40 candidates. All of them were really future CFOs. We have tried our best to select best out of them. And I congratulate all the winners for this. Congratulations to the business world also for having this kind of process where aspiring CFOs and aspiring leaders are coming up and they are showing their, I would say, how capable they are to take on the future responsibility. Congratulations once again.
It was wonderful to be part of Business World 40 under 40 Awards. It was interesting to see the young talent that we have in the industry today who are going to be the future leaders. The process was very transparent, right from shortlisting of the candidates to the interviews. And it was not an easy job to get this kind of jury to sit through the entire day interviewing 60 plus awardees. So all the best to all the winners, and good job done, Business World team.
Congratulations to all the nominees who made it so far. This itself is a very significant achievement. Congratulations also to the Business World team for really managing this so well end to end. The jury engaged significantly today with all the nominees, trying to really understand the depth of the work that has been done, the different areas of innovation, process automation, improvements, business impact in multiple areas, in multiple business verticals. I think it was a tough job trying to shortlist a candidate, and we wish you all the best.
I congratulate every winner of 40 under 40, and I also congratulate those who didn't make the cut. It doesn't mean that you all were in any ways inferior. You all should be very proud of the fact that you all came to this level, and I congratulate all of you all as winners.
I want to congratulate all the winners of Finance 40 under 40. You all really deserve these awards. It was a fierce competition. We got so many entries, but two things that stood out for me. One was strategic thinking, and second was a very clear vision on where we all want to go. We had a lot of debates, and all together we spent around 100 plus man hours discussing. and have a wonderful evening ahead. And also take this opportunity to wish you Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Have an even fantastic 2025.
I would once again like to thank our jury members for their precious time, for taking the most important decision to find out the winners that are truly deserving. It said success is doing what you want, when you want, where you want, and with whom you want, and as much as you want. So, having that financial freedom in today's day and age is super important. Proceeding forward, I would now like to seize the opportunity to invite Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder Exchange for Media, to please join us on stage. Let's welcome sir with a huge round of applause, please.
Good afternoon. It's my honor and privilege to be at the BW CFO World 40 Under 40 Awards. First of all, my gratitude to all the jury members. We saw all of them on the AV. Mr. Pankaj Vasani is there. Mr. Vasani has been associated with our awards since 2019. He was part of the first jury of the BW Legal World Awards. And there is a running, serving justice of the Supreme Court who was on the jury, right? It was an all-star jury, I think, in the legal. That's when you first got acquainted with our awards. And the heart of our awards is our jury process and our jury. The applicants are the most important after the jury members. The quality of entries we get is dependent on the quality of jury we put together from diverse industries and truly diverse in the way it is conducted. I believe Mr. Arnab Roy, who's the CFO of Maruti Suzuki, who was a panelist during the day, is also here. Ms. Preeti Cheda, we saw her on the jury AV from Mindspace Business Park, is also here. She was also a member of the jury. And Mr. Tupati is here from Tirupati, so he lives in Delhi. So I welcome all the jury members, all the shortlisted nominees, all the winners and the families who are here. You had a day of deliberations on what is the role of a CFO. You all are practitioners. You know this better than me. But just to put things in a context, today's CFOs are expected to play a very diverse and pivotal role in a truly VUCA world. What's happening in the Middle East, what's happening in the other parts of the world does impact businesses. It impacts supply chain and it impacts businesses. In the last 2 days, Donald Trump has made many announcements of new nominees. For example, he's appointed a crypto-friendly professional as the chairman of SEC. Now that itself may be an opportunity. So the CFOs have to be like their CEOs and board members and CXOs in the company have to be on the ball in growing the company, their growth catalyst. It would not be far-fetched to say a CFO's role is to be futuristic. A CFO is a chief future officer, and the CFO does the role of a steward, which is basically taking the resources of the company and maximizing what can be done with them to protect the vital assets. So the CFO plays the role of a steward. The CFO also plays the role of an operator, which is more in bringing efficiency and effective finance organization being run so that the maximum capital and can be deployed to the growth engines of the company. But increasingly, the CFO is also playing the role of a strategist. The CFO understands that planning and strategic planning are core at the growth of a business. They're core to the future direction of the companies. And hence, his or her vantage point enables him or her to be able to look at what will deliver growth. In large companies where M&As are happening almost every year, one has to look at capital market financing strategies that really become integral to the growth of the company. But very importantly, apart from a strategist, the CFO is also plays the role of a catalyst. The CFO has the ears of the board. CFO has the ears of the investors, CFO also have the ears of the CEO. CFOs can be a catalyst in simulating the timely execution of change in the company and not just in the finance function. I'm not talking of change in the finance function. The CFO can be a catalyst in adoption of AI in today's context. A CFO in a large organization, in many large organizations, very integral part of implementing the sustainability agenda in a deep way in the organization in every part. So really, I don't want to belabor on the role of a CFO. You embody that very well. Coming to the BW CFO World 40 Under 40 Awards, I remember the CFO World Awards 3 years back. They happened at the Lalit, and there was a winner at the CFO World 40 Under 40 Awards who came onto stage. He had won the year before, and he was speaking at the conference, and he came and he said, I got a promotion because of the award. And I had to go on stage and to say that you're very, very kind, but I'm sure you got the promotion on your own. You're just being very gracious. And he then, for the next 10 minutes, he was very emotional and he gave a long speech. And I value that, we all value that. But the gist of the speech was that the process is an honest one. There's no quid pro quo. There's no agenda for the jury. There's no brief for the jury, who to favor, who to leave out. Some of the jury members are rare in the room. You heard most. So really, it's an honest process. I think in a world where commercial considerations play roost in a lot of things, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Mostly, I feel things should be in black and white. They should be process oriented. They should be high integrity. I can only say that those who have won today are truly trailblazers. They're already doing well in their roles, but the jury feels that they have future potential. I was at another initiative of ours yesterday, and we were looking at the winners of the last 6 years. And we tracked their journeys, and almost 100% of the winners were doing spectacularly well. I can only say that today's winners, I looked at the list, I looked at the backgrounds of the winners, I looked at the sectors, I looked at the geographical spread. They truly represent the growing Bharat. So congratulations to all the winners. As Mr. Vasani said at the right upfront, and I keep saying that, Rohit Sharma is a great batsman. Virat Kohli is a great batsman. There are other great batsmen too. They're not just two great batsmen, but someday they go out and bat, but they don't score enough runs. They get out on lesser runs. They don't perform well on that particular day. So some of you who presented to the jury that day possibly are the Rohit Sharmas and Virat Kohli who didn't bat that well that day. So if you aren't selected, I'm sure if you're less than 40, you'll apply next year. In the Legal World Awards, Mr. Vasani knows the people known to me, and I encourage them to apply. That's it. Maybe 3 out of 300 people I encourage. But they didn't win, and they applied in the second, third, someone in the third, fourth year. You're personally aware. So that's the integrity of the process. Yesterday at our awards, we had the BW Business Award Awards in this room, and there was a winner who came and saying, I've been applying for 2 years, I've won now. And these are our retail awards. So I would encourage the ones that have won today to spread the word, to be able to build more mentors, and to be able to mentor other young professionals who aspire to be successful. Your journey is truly inspirational, and this honest process of awarding and showcasing the work that you've done really through our editorial platform is a process in building the CFO world communities. These are young days for that community, but I'm sure we will build it bigger, better, and deeper as we move along. Congratulations to all the winners. Families are a very important part of the growth of any individual, whether it's your parents in some cases, or your spouse, husband or wife. Family members can be sisters, brothers, can be an uncle, aunt. So congratulations to all the family members who are present in the room to be able to celebrate the success of your family member. Family is very important part of the success. Success is incomplete without the family. So congratulations to the family members that are in the room and the others that will be watching the award ceremony on the digital playout. God bless you. Keep doing well, and we'll be there to chronicle your journeys.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. That was quite commendable indeed. The first step in achieving wealth is building your inner strength, which is your ability to overcome your fear of failure and bounce back stronger every time. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels, as well as on www.bwcfoworld.com. Join the celebration of the evening by using the hashtag BW Finance 40 under 40. Before we start with the award ceremony, I would request all the winners to get down from the left side of the stage for the photo, for the magazine, and request all the winners to stay back till the very end for a group picture for our online coverage. And now is the time where we are about to reveal the winners of the third annual BW Finance 40 under 40 awards. And to felicitate our first set of winners, may I call upon on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder Exchange for Media. Let's welcome Sir again on the stage with a round of applause. Thank you, sir. I would also request the humble presence of Mr. Pankaj Thupati, political analyst, appears on national TV channels, namely Republic TV, CNN, News 18, DD News, and DD India. Let's welcome Sir here as well with a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time from your busy schedule to be part and parcel of the event here today. It's our honor to welcome you here. I would also request the humble presence of Preeti Chida, CFA, Chief Financial Officer, K. Raheja Corp Investment Managers. Let's welcome Madam with a round of applause, please. Thank you so much for coming in. The moment is here where we are going to unveil the winners now. To the lovely people sitting in the audience, are you ready? Can I hear a yes? Oh, the energy is pumped up. I could feel the vibe. One more time. Are you ready? Should we begin? All right, then. The winner for 40 under 40 finance in front of your screens now. Can we please have the AV of the first winner? Congratulations, Akhilesh Howard. Next wave, Disruptive Technologies, Vice President Finance. Let's welcome sir with a round of applause, please. Many, many congratulations to you. Rise and shine indeed. Please come forward and accept this token of appreciation from our end. Many, many congratulations once again. Our next winner is, can we have the AV? The winner is Anand Ketan, NIF Private Limited, Nian Global Private Limited Chief Financial Officer. Many, many congratulations to you, sir. Rise and shine indeed. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Proceeding forward to our next winner now. Can we please have the AV? Our next winner is for Finance 40 under 40. And we have here with us Anjana Manoj Prabhakar from Larsen & Toubro, Senior Manager Accounts. Many, many congratulations to you, ma'am. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Many, many congratulations to you. As we proceed forward to our next winner now. Can we please have the next AV in a few more couple of seconds? Let fear be a counselor and not a jailer. So always be proud and fearless. So a humble request to all of you. The louder you clap, the better. Our next winner here is Aparna P. Gambas from Hinko Industries Business Finance Manager. Many, many congratulations to Aparna. Please come forward and accept this token of appreciation from our end. Rise and shine indeed. Keep inspiring everybody around you. Many, many congratulations to you. Proceeding forward to our next winner now. On your screens, can we please have the AV? Our next winner here is Abhishek Bandyopadhyay from iMerit Vice President Finance. Many, many congratulations to you, Abhishek. Rise and shine indeed. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. It's very, very important to shift your mindset where half the battle is done. You can also be an achiever. Just put in the hard work. Proceeding. Also, can we have a round of applause for our winner here? Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens. Can we please have the AV? Finance 40 under 40. Next winner here is Bhavna Verma, India First Life Insurance Company, appointed actuary. Many, many congratulations to you, ma'am. Rise and shine indeed. To the lovely people in the audience, can we have more cheering and hooting coming up? The louder you clap, the more of your good wishes are going to reach them. Moving forward to our next winner now. Can we please have the AV? And our next winner for Finance 40 under 40 is Chunky Shah from Magic Pin, SVP Head of Finance and Corp Dev. Many, many congratulations to you, Mr. Shah. Please come forward and accept the token of appreciation from our end. Truly, it is a mark of honor. And the harder you work towards your goal, the sweeter the success is. Can we have a huge round of applause for our winner here tonight? Many, many congratulations once again. Moving forward, let's see who our next winner is. Can we please have the AV on your screens? Many, many congratulations to Dipesh Kain, Oak North Bank se Group Deputy Treasurer and Head Treasury India. Many, many congratulations to you, Mr. Dipesh. Please come forward and accept this token of appreciation from our end. Come on, can we have a round of applause? Let's make some noise. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens. Let's see who it is. Our next winner for 40 under 40 is Divyanshu from Car Depo Group, Associate Director, Strategy, Corporate Development, and Investor Relations. Many, many congratulations to you. Keep rising, keep smiling, and inspiring indeed. Proceeding forward to our next winner now on your screens. Finance 40 under 40. Our next winner here is Gaurav Chaudhary from Card Deco, head of FP&A. Many, many congratulations to you indeed. I would also now be proceeding forward to the next set of awards. And I would request Mr. Thupati to kindly take a seat. Thank you for your humble presence here. It is truly an honor to have you here with us. I would now humbly request Mr. Pankaj Vasani, Group CFO, Cube Highways, Inwit. Please join us here. Can we welcome Sir with a round of applause, please? Okay, I guess we are ready for our next set of awards. Are you ready? Can I hear a yes? Oh, I need more energy from the lovely people in the audience. Are you ready? Yes, that's more like it. So let's have the winner's name on the screen in front of you. Can we please have the AV? Congratulations to Govardhan Srivastav, Vitela, Mindspace Business Parks, Harriet, Head Corporate Finance, Investor Relations Associate Vice President. Many, many congratulations, sir. Please accept a small token of appreciation from our end. Many, many congratulations to you. Moving forward to our next winner now. Can we please have the AV on the screen? Our next winner for Finance 40 under 40 is Karishma Gupta from Delightful Government, Licious CFO. Many, many congratulations to you, ma'am. Please come. Everybody, can we have a round of applause for the wonderful lady here? Come on, make some noise. Proceeding forward to our next winner now. Can we have it on the screen? And the winner for Finance 40 under 40, here it comes. Pranal Vastupal Bhai Shah from CH, Vice President Finance. Many, many congratulations to you, sir. Rise and shine indeed. Keep up the good work. Keep inspiring and motivating people around you. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens. And here it is. Finance 40 under 40 winner is Nimish Khemka from Zenso Technologies, Vice President Finance, Global Finance Controller. Many, many congratulations to you, sir. Kind welcome. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Come on, people. Let's hear it. Thank you. Let's move on to our next winner now on your screens. Can we have it? Finance 40 under 40. Our next winner here is Neeraj Kumar Agarwal, KPMG Global Services से Director of Finance. Many congratulations to you, sir. Rise and shine indeed. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Moving forward to our next winner now. Can we have it on the screen, please? Our next winner for Finance 40 under 40 is Nishant Dalal from Zuari Industries, CFO. Many congratulations to you, sir. Rise and shine indeed. Many congratulations to our winner here. Keep inspiring and motivating people all around you. Congratulations once again to you, sir. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens. Finance 40 under 40. Our next winner here is Piyush Jindal from Safex Chemicals India, Group Director, CFO. Many congratulations to Mr. Piyush. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Come on, people, let's hear it. Hands up in the air. The louder you cheer, the more of your good wishes and blessings are going to reach them. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens. Can we have the Airway? Finance 40 under 40. Our next winner here is Priyanka Nambiar from Volkswagen Group Technology Solutions India, Head of Audit Hub India. Many congratulations to you, ma'am. Come on, let's hear it. The louder you clap, the more of your good wishes are going to reach our awardees here. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens in front of you. Randeep Singh from PwC, Director. Many congratulations to you, sir. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Keep up the good work. Moving forward to our next winner now on the screen in front of you, we have here with us Finance 40 under 40 winner Ronak Gandhi, IIFL Capital Services CFO. Many congratulations to you, sir. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Moving forward to our next winner now. And we have here with us on the screen in front of you and the winner is Sachin Khandelwal, Sterlite Power Transmission, Head Corporate Finance. Many congratulations to you. Rise and shine indeed. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Moving forward to our next winner now. On your screens, for Finance 40 under 40, our next winner here is Sanket R. Parekh from Zydus Wellness, Deputy General Manager, Lead MSI, Budgeting and Investor Relationship. Many, many congratulations to you, sir. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens. All right then. Our next winner here is Sarudha Govindarajan from Miranda Learning Solutions, Chief Financial Officer. Many congratulations to you, ma'am. Please come forward and accept this token of appreciation from our end. Many, many congratulations to you, ma'am. Rise and shine indeed. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens. Finance 40 under 40. Our next winner here is Satya Prakash Shaw from Mahindra MSTC Recycling CFO. Congratulations to you, sir. Rise and shine indeed. Come on, let's hear it. Let's clap along. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens, and we have it here. Finance 40 under 40. Our next winner here is Shama Shiridhar Dodavad from Strides Pharma Science, Head of Cost Leadership. Many, many congratulations to you, ma'am. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Congratulations once again. Before we proceed forward to our next segment, I would request Preeti ma'am to kindly take a seat. I would now be requesting the humble presence of Mr. Ved Shukla, founder, Milo Mart, advisor, BW Retail World, to please join us here on stage. Let's welcome sir with a round of applause, please. Most welcome, sir. Moving forward to our winners, can we please have the AV of our next winner here tonight? Finance 40 under 40, and the winner is Gaurav Agarwal from Sequest Capital, Head Finance, India and South Asia. Many, many congratulations to you. Moving forward to our next winner now. On your screens, let's hear it. For Finance 40 under 40, our next winner is Sukhinder Singh Anand, HCL Tech Manager. Many, many congratulations to you, sir. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Many, many congratulations to you once again. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens. And here it is. Finance 40 under 40. Our next winner is Sumit Sharma from Avada Group, Vice President, Equity Investor Relations, Head M&A. Rise and shine indeed, sir. Everybody, can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens in front of you. And our next winner here is Vaibhav Chauhan from Protivity Consulting, Head Finance and Operations. Many, many congratulations to you, sir. Rise and shine. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Congratulations once again. Next winner now. Moving forward to our next winner now. Can we have it on the screen now? Finance 40 under 40. Our next winner here is Vikas Maheshwari from Tata Consultancy Services, Global Head Financial Planning and Analytics. Congratulations to you, sir. Rise and shine indeed. Many, many congratulations to you once again. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens. And our next winner here is Vikram Kumar Reddy R from Titan Company, Regional Finance Head. Congratulations to you, sir. Please come forward and accept the small token of appreciation from our end. Congratulations once again to you. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens, and here it is. Finance 40 under 40. Our next winner here is Abhishek Jagrawat. Sior Singh, Vice President, Finance and Accounting. Many, many congratulations to you, sir. Everybody, can we please have a round of applause? Thank you so much. Congratulations to you, sir. Moving forward to our next winner now. Let's hear it. Finance 40 under 40, and a winner is Pavan Jaju from LTI Mindtree Finance Controller. Many, many congratulations to the entire team. Rise and shine indeed, sir. Please accept the small token of appreciation from our end. Everybody, can we please have a round of applause for our winner here? Congratulations to you, sir. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screen. And here it is. Finance 40 under 40. Our next winner here is Rahul Agarwal from Biocoin Biologics, Associate Vice President, Corporate Finance. Most welcome, sir. Please come forward and accept this token of appreciation from our end. Come on, let's hear it. Hands up in the air. Moving forward to our next winner, and here it is on your screen. Finance 40 under 40. Our next winner here is Anirudh Mohata, Biorad Laboratories India Finance Controller. We have Ms. Aditi Mohata, wife of Anirudh Mohata, taking the award on his behalf. Many, many congratulations to you, ma'am. Moving forward to our next winner now on your screens. Let's hear it. Finance 40 under 40 award, and here it goes. Manish Motilal Lalwani, Omkara Assets Reconstruction, Managing Director, CEO. We have Mr. Vipul Patel, CFO, Omkara Assets Reconstruction, collecting the award on his behalf. Many, many congratulations to Mr. Manish. Well, as all good things come to an end, today's awards have also come to its closure. Can we give a round of applause to our presenters here on stage? I would now humbly request all the awardees to come back with their beautiful awards in hand for a group picture. Come on, hurry up, fire on the mountain, run, run, run. I would request the jury members to join in for the group picture as well. Please come forward. We are waiting for you. I would request Preeti ma'am to please join back. I would also like to humbly thank her for presenting the awards. Ma'am, please come. Group picture mein aa jao yaar aap. I would request Thupati sir to please join